You are watching the Vodka stream.
What is happening, everybody? Hey! Welcome to the Vodka stream. It is Friday. Hey, we made it through another week, ladies and gents. Hopefully, you guys had a good one. You know what? Can't complain. Finally got a freaking haircut. My God. Yeah, that went way too long. Way too long when it came to that. But yeah, guys, great. It's still, I'm still getting used to not having my green screen in the background right here. I'm still trying to get used to it. I swear it feels more spacious. It just feels more, spacious. I just wish I wasn't blocking, my cool alcohol beverages sign right there. You can't really see it. I know. I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have put it right there, but hey, whatever. Anyways, guys, I'm just rambling. Let's get to it. Got my shot of vodka. So cheers to the weekend. Hey, yo. Tastes like Putin's bathwater. Anyways, and we're gonna crack open this. Got a kombucha. I'm telling you, I'm in love with these kombuchas right here. Because, I like waking up with no hangovers. So cheers. But yeah, guys, a lot of Rebel Moon talk tonight. Oh, don't start getting the hiccups now. A lot of Rebel Moon talk tonight. We're going to be going through that trailer, breaking it down. Oh, man, there it is. Jeez, look what the kombucha did. It gave me the hiccups. Hold on. Okay. We're good. See what happens? Jeez. Take a shot of vodka, and then you take a sip of kombucha. And look what happens. But anyways, yes, we're going to be talking about a lot of Rebel Moon tonight. It's going to be the main topic, but we'll talk about some of the other stuff too. We got Ahsoka that came out, which hopefully you guys checked out my review. I just posted it before like an hour ago or whatever the heck. Quick little review. I finally got a chance to watch the first 2 episodes, which, like I said, I'm digging it. Some of it's predictable. Some of it's just like, it's whatever. But we're going to be talking about Rebel Moon mainly. And then we'll talk about, Batfleck, 10 years of Batfleck. I want to ask people who show up, the panel, I want to ask for their initial reaction to when Ben Affleck was cast as Batman, because you guys kind of saw mine. If you watch my Film Junkie Shot, I talked about it on Tuesday's stream, which is the only stream I did this week. But I talked about how I was not okay with it at first 10 years ago. So if you watch the Film Junkie Shot of Batfleck 10 years, I actually went back, pulled the video, and you can actually see my reaction. 10 years. I even posted on my Twitter, 10 years. I took a shot, a shot of my screen that showed 10 years, which, I wasn't wearing glasses then, even though I was supposed to be wearing glasses then. But then my vision got even worse. So then I was like, oh, better get glasses. So it was like glasses, no glasses. It was a different time then. 10 years ago. Holy shit. All right. Anyways, Sam Carter. Wait, Ben Affleck coming back? Please be true. I don't think the title of the stream really emphasized that. I think I was just saying Batfleck 10 years. I think now he's got his own production. He's doing good things. What he's doing, again, it's like, as much as we want to see some people come back to all this stuff, they are all doing great things. Okay, that's what it is. See, exactly, Ghostly Visitor. Nobody said that. Joe, will Zach be joining the stream? You never know. That's the thing. You never know. I would like, but the guy's really busy. And he's really busy. He was in Germany earlier this week. I don't know where he's at right now. So, if he does, he does, but I would not bet on it. But we'll still have plenty of, people joining in, and Stephen Colbert is going to be joining in today also, and he's been like all about Rebel Moon. He's been covering it on Screen Rant with articles. He went to the set visit last year. He went to the event that happened this past week, or not this past week, but the week before. I'm like so mixed up on my days now and my weeks. I was like, was it this past week? No, it was before. It was before. So anything, we could just pick his brain when it comes to that. So what's going on, Andre? Good to see you, buddy. See Blue Beetle, Rebel Moon. Okay, Blue Beetle tomorrow. Good. Support it. So just support it. What's going on, Brandon? Good to see you, bud. It's going pretty good. I can't complain. Today was actually past couple days been like I've been very productive, which is great. Always been great. It's always good to be productive, and I felt pretty productive the past couple of days. Ghostly, good to see you. We got Jason McKenzie. Ahoy, ahoy! Welcome to the Vodka stream. Yes, we got Phil right here. Good to see you, buddy. Also, we got Anthony. What's up? We got Lane right here. He can't say anything without putting James Gunn's name in the message. Obsessed much? It's all good. Fear Jason, always good to see you too. All right. Tony Movie, Chappie, D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. The more I think about it, I don't think Walter Hamada should be to blame. He knew he was part of the wait, I don't think Walter Hamada should be to blame. He part of the blame of the mess of the DCU, but I think he was under bad. I don't know about that, but I disagree. I think he definitely is he's definitely a big time part of the blame when it comes to all that. 100%. Yeah. Hello everyone. Look forward to the discussion. Rebel Moon. Hell yes. We got Abel here. What's going on? RJ, good to see ya. Hi, stuff. Good to see ya. How's your kombucha? That's code for something else. Anyways, RJ, yesterday was a really tough day with the news. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I heard yeah, it was something about yeah. I'm not into wrestling, but I saw that on my feed. So yeah. Rest in peace to him. I saw people posting about it. So yeah. What's going on, Droga? Good to see you, Axel. We got Jose right here. Where have all the DC fans gone? What a stupid. Yeah, there was that article. Probably talk about it on Monday's not Monday's Vodka stream, Monday's Film Junkie Live. But yeah, that article that came out that said where all the DC fans gone. I know it's a, you know what, I ran through that article, but I didn't really like dive into it too much. So that'll probably be something for Monday's Film Junkie Live for sure. Yo, what's going on, Daniel? Yes, hashtag Rebel Moon in theaters. That's what we're talking about. JD, what is going on? Let's see, Nicolay. Hey, Mr. Vega, good to see you. All right, we got Fire Mutt. Aloha. Friday, everyone. Yes. Are you okay? It sounds like you're in Hawaii, so hopefully things are good with you. I know the whole Maui thing still just crazy, still crazy. And I remember even I hit up Chris Wong Swinson, but I know he's not on that island. But man, he said that he like knew people who lost like shops and houses and shit. So sucks. But good old Joe Biden, he had to compare the Maui fires to when he had a kitchen fire and another time where he almost lost his classic Corvette. That's right. Good old President Biden. Hey, man, I just, freaking, hey, man. Oy, God, I hate politics. And of course, all that stuff's starting to get more now because they just had the Republican debates, and that was a shit show. And Trump thing, we saw the Trump mugshot, and it was just like orange steel. That's right, I could do it better than Zoolander. That's what I'm talking about. Look at me pose. Look at me pose for my mugshot. Yeah, it's like no, God. Guy's face has been melting since 1992. Jowls, man, tell ya. What's going on? I like a zoo. Everyone go watch For All Mankind if you love. For All Mankind. I don't think I've heard of that. That's cool. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. And one of the things I should have mentioned on Sunday's DC Fanimated stream, because I just, again, I'm really bad. Like I said, I if I ever get to a point where I can have an assistant, I will have an assistant to remind me of things. Basically, yes, there's not going to be a DC Fanimated stream, which actually works out because we just got done with season 1 of Superman the Animated Series, Scott and I. So, and then I was like, oh shit, yeah, I got the Metallica concert coming out. Not coming out, but I'm going out to me and Miss Nighthawk. We're going to be going to Metallica this Sunday. So no DC Fanimated stream this Sunday. I was kind of worried though, because I told you guys I won these tickets off of the LA station over here, KLOS 95.5. And that was back in January, I think. Yeah, I think it was back in January. It was that long ago that I won those tickets. And I was kind of going, I'm wondering if I'm going to get these tickets. They didn't. And then luckily I got the email. We're all good. So yeah, no DC Fanimated. I'm going to be rocking out with Metallica, baby. Cannot wait. I got no. I just wished it away. I'm just kidding. Yes, I did get a haircut. Finally, right? Finally. Hey, we got Tet here. Good to see you. Who else we got? We got Darkness. What's going on? Dave, I can't stay, but just wanted to say hello. It's party. I appreciate that, man. Always appreciate that. Always appreciate that. Who else we got? Oh, hey, we got Mr. Digital. We got Arte Digital right here. Hello from Puerto Rico. Well, hello. Good to see ya. They need a bronze. They need to bronze that glorious chin. You're talking about mine, right? Or are you talking about? Are you talking about Batfleck? Of course. Hey, we got the main man Dano right here. Are you lost in the sauce? I don't know. What's the sauce? What's the sauce? Walter Hamada defender in 2023. I could never. Exactly, Andy. Exactly. That's what I'm saying right there. My God. Negative headline aside, oh yeah. Was actually, yeah, from what I gathered, let's face it, most people just read the headlines now. And I'm always going to be a DC fan, DC forever. I grew up with DC Comics. And being in adulthood, I still go, and I'm still going to support it, no matter what, who's running the show or anything like that. That's just me right there. So, but yeah. You're dying right now? Should I call 911? What's going on? No. How about Trump's mugshots? Yeah, that was it was great. But at the same time, when it comes to Trump's mugshot and everything that's happening with Trump, like I said back in 2015 to 2016, if you guys just stopped talking about him, he would go away. And at the beginning of this year, I didn't think he stood a chance when it comes to winning, or at least getting the Republican, nomination. He's totally going to win. I know he's supposed to be going to jail, but you guys, who knows? Are you supposed to be indicted, going in jail? I don't know. It's all just weird. Anytime I see, like, when this stuff happens, I'm like, it doesn't even make sense. People, let's face it, the people in power, when they get charged with something, it never fucking happens where they actually go to prison or something like that. It just seems like it never does. Okay. And it's funny too, because good old Grandpa Biden, he probably should be, on trial for things too, especially his son, Jesus Christ, and all the stuff right there. It's all corrupt. It's all corrupt. Anyways, let's see. What are we doing here? Don't be Ario. Let's see. We got James right here. What's up? What's up? Let's get nuts. Long time no chat. I hope everyone's good. Yes. I know. I don't know why I said trunk. I know. I will say I did a little pregame, and it's not like it was my first shot of vodka. But anyways, we're doing good. We'll get some people in here. Let's start. I'm going to start sending out the invites right now. We'll get some people in here and we'll start talking about the trailer and everything. So yeah. All right, hold on. Sorry, getting messages right now. Let's see. Good messages. All right. Sending out messages now, or sending out invites now, I should say. All right. Let's do this. Not that. Okay. Sorry. Doing it. I know I should already have this already ready to go. Again, that's why I need. Said it might be a pretty full one tonight. We'll see. And like I said, we might have some rotating, rotating in and out. All right, let's see. I'm doing that. And then who else I got? Hold on. Where are you at? There you are. Okay. Anyways, okay. Should be good. Yes, exactly. Bullshit politics. Yeah, who needs it all? It's all lame. It's all dumb. It's all whatever, All right. But I'm telling you, just if people just leave, if they leave that guy alone. But like I said, anything's better than what we got now. I'm just saying, when it comes to at least that, anything could be better when it comes to that. American politics are confusing even for. Oh yeah, they definitely are. There's people that are obsessed with it and are constantly with it. You have to just kind of go into it, but not so much. I don't know. It's all just blah. It really is. All right, let's bring in some people in. Got some people filing in backstage. Let me make sure I got that going. Do I got all that? All right. Should be good. Andy? What? Look at you. Look at you with that. Why do I still have a message up? Sorry. Look at your Blue Beetle mask right there. Can you breathe in that thing? Take it off. Oh, Jesus Christ. You had me worried there, sir.
No, I can't actually breathe in it.
Okay, I'm sure.
But yeah, it finally came, my latex Blue Beetle mask. I thought it would be bigger.
That's what she said. Anyways, okay. But, yeah.
I have a problem.
A similar one to Scott. Scott has a problem too by buying everything.
I bought a lot of things.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did. Where is everyone?
Oh, you want? Okay, we'll get some more people in here.
Yeah,
I was giving you the floor right now, but hey, we got Anthony.
What up?
Going on here? What's happening?
What up?
So apparently, Andy's going to show us all the Blue Beetle purchases that he's made in the past couple.
Good, because I got blue balls waiting for it. So show me.
I love it.
Yes. I have a problem. Yes, Jose, Blue Beetle has let himself go. As in, I was always big.
You look like Bane with that little mask on.
I did?
Yeah.
Okay, you know
simply born in it. Yeah.
I should have done the accent.
Yes.
Of course, I had to get the two high mates.
Nice.
First, which I couldn't. Conrad was sold out where I got it, so sadly, but I will get it at some point. I had to get the set because we know we're gonna see these two eventually together.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Go see a bunch of Funko cases because I'm like, here's the thing, kids. Our generation, we don't open the Funkos. We keep them in the box.
What generation
not
is
me. Not me.
Not
I open mine. Open my shit.
What generation are you talking
Okay,
about?
so when it comes to the special ones, maybe not.
Yeah,
The special edition ones I'll keep in the box, but everything else,
yeah.
I open the fucking box.
This Doomsday that I found last week, never gonna open that. The box is kind of beat up.
I saw you post that, and I'm like, they made a Doomsday fucking.
Yeah, I didn't know it
box?
existed, and I literally found it's Second and Charles. This place I got it from. It's one of those like, I guess when retailers get too many pops or too many of whatever, once they move those from there, like when they're not selling, they go to places like that. It's one of those places where you come in, if you want to sell a bunch of shit, you just lay it on the counter, and they're like, all right, take a number. We're going to evaluate all of your product that you want to sell, and we'll come back to you in like 45 minutes. And people just sit and wait for like their old games or figures or whatever to get like evaluated, and they pay them for it if they deem it to be valuable enough. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, what is this? And I looked at it for a long time. I was like, I'm taking this.
You have to.
I've never seen this before. Yeah.
No, so I didn't even realize that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 2016 summer convention exclusive. So at some point after BVS came out, there was a summer convention somewhere, and it's incredible. I love it. I love it.
That's awesome.
My wife is like, that's the ugliest pop I've ever seen. I was like,
yeah, I mean, it's like a freaking but it's great. Yeah, that one you don't take out of the box.
No.
Sure. What else you got, Andy?
I got some, because I love supporting comics. Go support your local comic book store. The books that influence Blue Beetle Graduation Day, which is the more recent edition for people who want to check out, and then also Blue Beetle by Keith Giffen, John Rogers, Coley Hammer, and Duncan Rouleau. It came out right after his first appearance in DC Comics, so go check them out.
We talked about that on the last stream. Someone corrected me because Blue Beetle first appeared in Infinite Crisis, which was written by Jeff Johns, but Keith Giffen actually created Jaime and let Jeff use him first before he wrote that series. So that's a good run.
I still think it's really weird that in the movie credits they get a special thanks, but Keith and this team from the Blue Beetle comic, they didn't get a created by like Superman created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Schugel.
They were lumped in with the other thanks.
Yeah, I hope that gets fixed in when they do the home media release, because these are the creators. They're not special thanks. And then finally. People are going to say I'm too old to get this stuff, but you know what? I don't care, because this was so cute. This was so cute that I'm like, I have my own little Blue Beetle baby now. So
I like it.
I really love this movie. Guys.
That's dope.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How are you, Zeke? How are you for your surgery? I'm glad to see you.
Good. That's one of the reasons I couldn't go this last weekend, because I was in bed the whole weekend. Because I really wanted to go. I was following people online, like you guys on Twitter and stuff, and just seeing all the Blue Beetle love, and I'm like, man, I forget what it's like to just be like a fan sometimes and get swept up away, with other fans, and so I unfortunately didn't get a chance to go out and see Blue Beetle, but I will go this weekend to go see it, just to support it. So.
Yeah, I mean it's a fun little movie. It really is. It's one of those things where it's like you watch it and you just kind of go like, all right. I mean, I can't wait to watch it again, because I mean I think like I probably didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I was going to, but I have a feeling like the second time I'm like, okay, now that I get and I was sitting there, of course, anytime the first time I watch a movie, I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm doing that whole thing like
you study it, right? Like I can't turn the brain off sometimes.
It's hard.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna watch Flash for the first time this weekend too, because it's on Max now.
That's right.
So I'll finally get to see that movie. I still haven't watched Shazam 2 either, so maybe I'll just make a DC weekend and try to catch up on everything.
Why not? It'd be interesting to get your takes on...
Andy, you look adorable.
Gonna be holding that little guy.
I love him so much. This movie is so special in a lot of ways, So I will not tell my parents how much money I spent on all of this, but it's important for the culture. It's important for, again, because merchandise stuff and so on, these things matter. These things matters even after the film has come out. So I just think this is like the coolest thing ever. Like,
well, what's fun as an old asshole DC fan to see is to see someone who likes like Blue Beetle, like it's because it's one of those characters that you like 20 years ago probably never thought we'd ever see made into a movie. And then now it's here, and there's fans of it, and people who like Young Justice, who are a fan of Jaime too, and the comics. So it's just really cool. And I'm gonna mute myself because my dog is drinking a lot of water. Really.
Oh, is that what that was? It's like, wait, what? But anyways, how you doing, Anthony? How you doing?
Doing all right, man. I thought Blue Beetle was incredible, man. I was and immediately after I saw it and I got done, and I was just like a sadness hit me because I'm like, damn, dude, like I don't think people are gonna go see it, and it deserves to be seen. So yeah, Blue Beetle was fire, man. It was dope. I like there's not many things that I would look at it and say, oh, I didn't like that. Like it was dope, man, from start to finish for me. So yeah, man. I it was just saddening because like the box office is not what you'd like to see something like that when it comes out. You know what I'm saying? You like to see like it flourish or whatever. But
rooting for the little guy, you know?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
but you know, we'll see what happens, man. We'll see. I mean, I guess it's maybe it's gaining. What's it tracking for this weekend? Is it still not
Who knows? I don't know.
not good.
I mean, we'll see if it has any kind of legs.
Mhm.
There's not really much. I mean, Gran Turismo is coming out this
Yeah.
weekend. You know, I did want to see that, but I'm gonna wait to see it later.
I want to see it too, but I'll wait till digital.
Yeah.
Is it true? But what's funny about that is it really called Gran Turismo based on a true story? Like that's the title.
They're basing it loose. I don't know about that, but I guess because they're decided not to make an adaptation of the game itself, they made an adaptation of the story that happened from the game, which was a fan became a real race car driver. And I'm like, that's cool. And I'm sure most of the stuff is made up. You know, I'm sure it's not a 1-to-1, translation of what really happened. But yeah, exactly. But it's like I'm like, well, that's a cool approach. If you're going to take Gran Turismo and make a movie out of it, that's a neat approach to do that.
I just found it funny that they were literally titling it Gran Turismo based on a true story.
Yeah.
Like usually that's just like on the poster.
Yeah,
But
right.
I think when I looked at Fandango and I was like, what comes? Oh yeah, it's Gran Turismo, but it literally said Gran Turismo based on a true story.
It's
like,
so the sequel can be called Gran Turismo : based on a fake story.
I know, right? Oh man, but I'll check it out one of these days. But I was like, I'm not gonna see it last night.
Mhm.
So it doesn't really have much to go up against. Who knows? Blue Beetle. We'll see what the drop is, but it's just one of those things where it's like, man.
Still, I thought.
And with the summer blockbuster season winding down,
thinking about the summers so far, the movies. I mean, obviously, the two that are going to excel was always going to be Barbie and Oppenheimer, just because of. Besides them being two good films, to me, they were also marketed in a certain way because of the opening weekends. But the rest of the movies, Indiana Jones, Mission Impossible, fucking, you know what I mean? Like they sort of suffered. And then I looked at March of next year where they moved Dune to. There's like 13. There's like 13 movies coming out in March of 2024, including the new Ghostbusters sequel to that's insane. That is insane. So I don't know how that's going to fare for anybody.
I know. That was one of the things that that happened.
Yeah.
This week was they finally pulled the trigger and pushed Dune to next year, and that was disappointing.
I loved seeing all the gifts because it literally is pain. Like what
it is.
What Paul put, he stuck his head. We all stuck our hand in the box this week, and that's
we were all Paul. Yes, we were all Paul. Yeah, I know. I mean, we knew it was going to probably happen. I mean, but hey, Aquaman still keeps its date. Hey, you're right.
And we still have a trailer
because they don't give a shit.
With barely any footage, with barely anything.
What footage? We haven't. Have we had any footage? Like
we had a behind the scenes featurette 2 years ago, almost. It was like after no, I wasn't 2 years ago. It was like last year, but the principal photography wrapped up at like the beginning of 2021 or 2022. So it's been like a year and a half since it's wrapped principal photography, but there's been like 16 reshoots now, and it's like Jesus Christ. But I mean, they can't afford to push it anymore. That's the thing. It's like, what are you gonna do? It's like, I mean, let's face it. Anytime they delay movies, there's money that has to be spent. That's added to the money. No matter what, you have to. There's whatever the logistics when it comes to that, and the fact that Aquaman's been delayed many times. It's just like, yeah, we can't push it anymore.
Also, they probably, I think, they I don't know what the future is for Jason Momoa in the universe as it goes. They might want to go ahead and let's go ahead and finish this off in December, and then move along with James Gunn, whatever he's, you know what I'm saying, like they're probably like, let's not make this, let's go ahead and end this. Doesn't matter what's happening. We can't advertise it. The stars can't come out and say, hey, go watch this movie. We don't care. Let's go ahead and get this finished.
Get it over with.
And we'll move along. Yeah. Because
didn't think about that, but yeah, you might be
correct. Because if you like literally same studio, Dune moves because they know that's like that is that's one of their cornerstone things. And they're like, yo, we kind of need some stars to be sort of at premieres and be able to, you know, do things and promote the movie and stuff like that. Which, if you know, it's funny because when it came to the strikes, I was like, if Dune has to be pushed back because, you know, the people at the top are being some cheap asses, then push Dune back. I hate it. It's like I said, pain. But if that's what needs to happen, so that you know, the people that we actually go to see movies for, you know, get their just due, then that's what needs to happen. You know what I'm saying? So
things that get pushed back are usually because there's some level of care, like someone cares that it does well. You know, even if they're making the wrong decision, the fact that they're making a decision to push it back shows that they're like, hey, we want to give it the best chance at success. Whereas I think, like you said about Aquaman, I don't think they give two shits. I think they're like, you know what? If we don't have stars to promote it because of a strike, then we don't have to spend money to market it. And if it dies, we're not out anything because that was the previous regime.
I mean, I'm sure they have probably recorded some stuff, kind of like with the Blue Beetle cast. They reported strike, you know, because they had recorded stuff and like features. And
that was like before, like right before the strike.
Yeah,
I don't think they recorded anything. I mean, interviews are unless the strike ends, there's going to be nothing with.
Well, they might have footage of him on set, you know.
Maybe that's about it.
Yeah,
they'll have a featurette. There's going to be probably like a couple other featurettes that they might have from the set, but there's not going to be anything because the benefit that Blue Beetle had was they recorded all of those junkets before the strike happened, so then they're okay. Are you like unboxing like everything?
I know. I was like, can you?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Stephanie brings up a good point in the chat because she said like they don't seem to care about it yet. They did 3 rounds of reshoots. So which is it? And it's like, well, I think at that time when they were doing the reshoots, again, it was pre-strike. It was pre a lot of things. They were like, all right, we're gonna just do our best.
I thought the reshoots was because one was with Affleck,
right?
And one was with Keaton,
right? Well, what I'm saying is that she's right. There's a level of care from some of the filmmakers about that movie to make it work, you know. And but I think at this point they're like, we spent so much on reshoots, we spent so much on everything else. If we can't market it, we don't care. You know, like that's at least my opinion on it. I could be wrong, but yeah.
The marketing budget's going to be low.
I'm thinking so. To balance out the
pretty freaking. That's why they're like, hey, we're not going to release a trailer till, you know, hey, happy Thanksgiving. Hey, that's what's going to happen. I mean, it just seems like
coming out next week.
Real talk. When Aquaman, the first one came out, during this time of year, you might go into a movie theater, like a larger one. You might see a little standee, a little poster, and the little. I haven't seen anything for Aquaman at all.
Who wants to bet this will be the next DC movie that David Zaslav files for tax write-downs?
No, he can't do that.
No,
it's too big. It's too big. He can't do it because then they have to wipe it from existence. I mean, but Batgirl was so small that he was able to do that. Right. But Aquaman, they've already poured so many hundreds of millions into it. There's no way that they're going to do that. And I remember when I think it was yesterday when it was announced that they were going to keep the date, and I'm like, and I tweeted out that they can't afford to even move it anymore. Somebody said like, well, they should just put it on Max, and you know that maybe it'll make more money. I'm like, no, the way that things are now, it's like any little bit of money they can get from the box office, that's what they're going to go for. I mean, the thing could just flop, you know, worse than Blue Beetle or not even Blue Beetle, but like Flash or whatever the heck, you know. So and they're just like, well, we take what we can get, because when it comes to streaming, you just put it on streaming I mean, yeah, you might see a little influx of subscribers, but that's not going to be the same as like an opening weekend where it could make 50, 60 domestic.
Mhm.
You're not going to get that with a streaming service. You just throw it on the streaming service, That's
Yeah.
that's the thing. Unless you were to like do what Disney was trying to do at one point when Black Widow came out. It's like, oh yeah, we'll put it on there, but you got to pay $30 for it. It's like, whoa, that was ballsy, to do that.
And nobody did
I
it.
understood it.
Were there people who actually people who did pay $30 for Black Widow? Like did we
I'm
see like a big?
money.
I'm sure there's plenty that did.
Well,
Not
if you
me.
think about it, think about this, and I even thought about this, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Seek, but
No, you did.
I thought about this. I was like, yeah, ballsy to do that, but at the same time, if and what I was thinking when all that was happening, because I was right in the middle of the pandemic, I thought,
Oh yeah.
well, if they do that, I mean, think about it. They could have how many people watching that? You pay $30 fee, and you could have 5, 6, up to whatever the hell. You could have a party and watch Black
Mhm.
Widow.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's one payment of $30, as opposed to if you take your whole family, if you were to pay for if you had a family of 5 and you were going to take, everybody, I mean, 5 tickets, and you're talking about if you're going to a good theater, IMAX even, I mean, you're going to be paying way more than that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I kind of looked at it like I could see that business side of it, but I don't think it's stuck because I don't think we've even seen that again since. But
And then didn't that lead to
Well, because
a bunch
she's
of lawsuits?
oh yeah,
That
lawsuits.
led
Yeah.
to
Oh, yeah.
lawsuits then with Scarlett Johansson, and then now those are coming back now because
Didn't
they
think
did a
about
lot
that.
they did a lot of creative accounting, as they call it in Hollywood, and and now Iger and all those people are in trouble for possibly cooking books and
Yes.
shuffling money around, which is funny because I saw someone go, "Why would they do that?" And I go, "Every company does that."
Yeah.
And that's actually how Marvel got into bankruptcy problems in the 90s in their comic book division. Was there was they had Toy Biz, and Toy Biz owned them, and then they sold back to Toy Biz, and they kept shuffling this money back and forth in this tennis match, and it led to this complete downfall, to the point where DC had to save Marvel by doing the Marvel vs. DC crossover. And then they had to sell movie rights. Avi Arad had to sell movie rights to Fox and Sony and all these places. So to me, I'm just yeah, they've been here before, Marvel and Disney. So it's ridiculous.
It is all ridiculous. We got somebody else joining right now. Hi, Rebecca.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are
Hey,
y'all?
Nice background. I like it.
I love
Let's
the
go.
Blue Beetle. I
Hey,
love
look
that
at
he has
that shot.
joined us.
I like that background. That's cool.
Oh yeah, I mean Jimmy's already my favorite character.
He's mine too.
Rebel.
I love that Anthony Hopkins is playing a robot, and then in Transformers Last Night he had a pet robot that was out of control. I was like,
That's right.
he's perfect. I love his voice. He's amazing.
Yeah. that's
God
good.
damn, Anthony Hopkins' death in that movie was ridiculous.
I don't know if I could talk about Last Night because that was one of those movies I gave notes on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you
so-
did.
Yeah, remember? I was like, they actually changed the
Yeah.
entire ending based on notes I gave them, and
Wow.
and people were like, "Oh, you changed the ending." I go, "Don't pat me on the back."
Yeah.
The movie's still bad.
I am not affiliated with this.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I was just a fan giving notes. That was it.
That's all. That's great. But
that's
no,
cool.
yeah, it's just kind of, yeah, I think Jimmy's going to be definitely my favorite character. Well, I mean, we might as well just start diving into, well, hi, Rebecca. First off, how you
Oh,
doing?
Hey,
I'm
what's
doing
good?
I'm doing well. I'm trying to catch up on Superman and Lois season 3 because I'm
Oh.
supposed to be on a Dragon Con panel next week talking about it, and I'm like, well, I guess I've got to watch it now. So
Oh, thank you.
Where are you now?
I'm halfway through it, so it's been a little tough because I know what Lois is going through because I've been through it myself, so it's kind of interesting to watch it. But
yeah.
I've been impressed that they actually showed cancer treatments for the most part, so it's been kind of interesting. So yeah, so I've been my whole weekend is Superman and Lois. That's what I'll be doing.
I
man.
cannot.
Oh,
I
yeah.
cannot wait for you to see the finale because I know you will have thoughts.
Okay, I'll let you know. I'll fill
He
you in.
is so he's so expressive.
Got a little co-host for tonight, don't you?
There you go.
All right. And then speaking of co-hosts,
Hey.
your co-host, yeah,
Good.
What's up?
You okay? Did you just go for a run? Or
No, just
Jordan doesn't run.
He saw the panel and he was like, oh shit.
yeah, pretty much. I saw Andy. I'm like, it's gonna be terrible. Anyways, I saw Andy got so excited with everybody else showing up, and he was just like, "Hi, I guess that guy."
This is him excited.
Yeah, he's excited, not you.
We're waving together.
So we were just having a conversation where the moving and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot of stress. Been dealing with family issues with that. So
yeesh.
Yeah,
Double banger.
my mom is not taking this well, and yeah, so it's crap.
Oh, because you're moving.
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
and all of our conversations have been it's just negative. And she
So-
got mad that I turned in my resignation letter and I didn't tell her because we work at the same place. And she's like, why didn't you tell me? I'm like, why does it? We haven't talked in days. What am I supposed to tell you? That I'm leaving when you already knew I was leaving?
That's tough.
So are you moving like just cities or states or what's going on?
12 hours away.
12 hours away. So still, where do you, I forgot exactly where you lived again. North, East Coast.
Dock
East-
yourself right now.
Yes. Yes. I want to dox myself. So
Yeah.
I'm
State,
moving.
state.
I'm moving back to where my wife grew up, which is Michigan. So
Cool. Okay.
12 hours from there. I'm in the same state as Aaron Bailey, if you know where he lives.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay. That's why I was like, okay, I think I remembered. Yeah.
I know
And-
exactly where he lives.
Oh, I bet.
Okay.
Don't post his address in the chat.
Exactly where.
Yeah. My job's remote, and they're just like, well, you can't take it. I'm like, well, fine. I guess I'll have to quit. Whatever. So
Dang.
yeah. So
That could be stressful.
it is. Everything's hitting all at once, and my mom's got like a month left with me before I leave, and she's just wasting time not talking to me, not wanting to spend time with me. So sorry getting all personal, but this is what I'm dealing with for the past fucking week. So it's a lot.
Dude.
Sorry,
Well,
get it out, man.
when you
Let it
came
out.
in and you were just like,
Yeah,
like, get it out, get it out.
it's it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyways,
No, it's not easy. Never easy. So
no.
he's got full vodka in that bottle right there.
I wish.
It's like,
Yeah,
so-
well, we went to the grocery store tonight, and she's like, "I wonder if they have this thing that we found out. It's like a spiked raspberry lemonade from like I think I forget what the company is called that makes it, but they didn't have it. Like, oh well, crap, we wanted that. So
then you didn't get anything.
no, well, we have
Like
plenty
that-
of stuff back there. We just
Oh.
don't put it in the fridge.
Ah.
But then have I don't know. We just buy stuff and not drink it. That's the problem because it's like, oh, it's good in the taste testing, and then we never drink it. So I don't know.
I mean, now you will have drinks when you move. You have all,
Yeah, that's the thing. We might actually start drinking because we need to.
He looks so excited. Like, start drinking.
Yeah, we probably need to. Yeah.
Yay.
No, it's just really hurtful because I've been applying for jobs for like 2 weeks. My wife applied for one last night. She got a call this morning wanting to interview her. I'm like, all right. She's like, I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I'm like, I've applied for over 50 jobs. I've got nothing. Nothing.
So you guys are moving and you don't have jobs yet? Is that what I'm like? She doesn't have a job?
She's gonna get a job before we even go up there. I already know she will.
Okay.
It's just me's gonna be the issue because I'm the one who doesn't have a college degree, and she's an MA. She can work pretty much any doctor's office anywhere. Like I've got experience in what I've done for the last 12 years, but places I've applied for they've not called. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably just
Have they all been remote jobs?
Well, for right now, because I don't want to apply for anything physical up there because I can't do an interview. I can't go in. Like I'm not there. So I'm trying my best to do something remote or something that's going to be temporary until I find something better. But the goal is to get a job, to get the pay stubs, to get the loan, to get the house. So I don't know.
OnlyFans, feet pics.
I was literally we were talking about that saying we should do feet pics or OnlyFans or some shit.
He can help. He can help. He has good feet.
He has good feet.
Yes.
He has good feet. But we got somebody that's also joining right here who will know more details about Rebel Moon.
Throw a knife at Steven.
There he is.
Bro, I forgot about
What's
that
going
part.
on, Steven?
What's up?
How you doing?
I am doing.
you're doing. And hey, everybody, raise whatever drink you have. But happy birthday, Steven.
Oh,
Happy
birthday!
All right, I had to put you at the center of attention. Now we're gonna sing "Happy Birthday." I'm just kidding.
Is your birthday
Yeah.
today or
Copyright strike.
Right, we're gonna do the restaurant version when they go.
Oh yeah, it's your birthday.
Wait,
Happy
the what?
birthday.
Wait, which one?
What?
The
What?
restaurant version.
Oh yeah, well
They
you
have to do
live
a
in wherever the hell you
non-copyrighted
live.
version.
It's
Yeah.
a version of it that isn't, copyrighted, so they can just kind of get away with it.
If you go
That's
to
why
a
all the
restaurant, especially here in the States, it's very much like you'll have a heart attack almost because they round up even like the dishwasher in the back
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
come out, and then they start going, yay! And they start clapping like crazy and like, happy birthday, happy birthday, and they just like do like a crazy fast.
Or like happy birthday, da,
Yes.
da, da, da,
Yeah,
happy
yeah,
birthday.
yeah,
Da, da, da. Hey, it's like
Pretty
okay.
much. That's
Yeah.
what's going on when it comes to that. Anyways, but yeah, happy birthday, Steven, and thank you for joining. I mean, I don't know why Steven's here because I mean, it's not like he just like has, a bunch of articles on Screen Rant about Rebel Moon and set visits and
Those pictures are great. I love the shoes you're wearing in those photos too.
always the shoes.
Thank you.
It
It was
Everyone
like
loves
it
those
was like
shoes.
giving 2024 vibes. So. I hate the Gen Z language. I was quoting at least 5 Gen Zers last night when me and Rebecca were recording. Oh, Dave. Oh, we have the biggest gift for you, by the way. So so me and Rebecca, we were talking about the Zack Snyder's Flash plans that Jay had talked about.
Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, retweeted. Like, I do want to get Rebecca's. I didn't listen to it, but I will listen to it. But yeah, I know like you had some takes about what was going on with Zack Snyder's Flash.
Yeah, it was
secret villain.
Yeah. Me and Rebecca. Whenever me and Rebecca record, it's kind of like therapy for us on Flash podcast. But then at one point I went, it's so unfair we live in a world where like someone like Zach doesn't get his plans through, and I had to think about like what's the most absurd thing that's going on right now. I'm like, Dave's bestie Rachel Zegler, and because I was like, when does Snow even come out? So I go to Wikipedia and it becomes the biggest laughing fit for 5 minutes, me and Rebecca, because I'm like, Rebecca, I have to show you this. On the cast list, someone had got in and edited out Rachel Zegler and put TBA as Snow White, and then in like when you look at casting, like you go down. In August 2023, Zegler was reportedly removed from the cast as Snow White, and they were like these like 3 ridiculous sources. But like I was like, this is the best trolling ever.
Oh yeah,
It was fixed like 20 minutes later or something.
Oh,
I
of
don't-
course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we did take a screenshot.
Yeah.
So I will send them to you.
It
later
was-
today.
that
it
is
was-
pretty funny.
really pretty funny.
I mean, and it's funny too because OnlyFans Seek. I just noticed that. I love that. Seek always changes his title to whatever we're talking about. No, but when it comes to the Richard Zegler thing, it's like, when I talked about it, I was like, yeah, she's coming off really bad. But at the same time, I'm like, she's young. She doesn't know. And it's like somebody's going to end up going, I'm pretty sure she's feeling that pressure where it's like, okay, just don't talk about certain things. When it comes to promoting it, we'll figure it out and we'll figure everything out. But yeah, it was just like one of those things where it's like, again, she got pulled from YouTube into a Steven Spielberg movie right away. And then into the DC universe, and then into the Hunger Games universe, and then into the Disney machine. She just like went from like stage stuff, musicals on stage, to YouTube, to being into like this giant machine. It's like, yep, she's young. Give her some time. She needs to not. I get it. She's trying to be like, oh yeah, we're changing it up. We're doing this. We're doing all this. But it's like she's coming off as not too great, and yeah, might have hurt the movie already.
It's not 9/7 anymore.
Her problem is that she doesn't really know how to handle.
That's what it is.
Like handle like actual having a conversation, because a lot of people take that as, then why'd you make Snow White if you're just going to completely change the whole source material? And then there's the whole debate about what is and isn't okay to do today and all that kind of stuff. But it's just like she's coming. Like there's a better way to answer that question than how she's been answering the question. in terms of the difference of Snow White.
Although I know with the age is one thing, but it's like I never remember Daniel Radcliffe or any of the Harry Potter kids saying anything like this when they were her age. They behaved.
It's a different time. It's a different time. It's a different kind of machine that's happening now. And then when you're standing next to, Gal Gadot, and Rachel Zegler is like 4'2", and Gal Gadot's like 6'1". It's like Jesus Christ. I mean, and that's got to be intimidating. It's got to be intimidating.
Rebecca, what was the point we were bringing up after the show about Gal Gadot being the evil witch? That was like, okay, this is not gonna work.
You can't sell me on the idea that Gal Gadot is going to be jealous of somebody else's.
Yeah,
looks.
she's hot. She's hotter than Rachel Zegler.
I don't buy that at all. They're going to have to change the motivations for the.
That's probably another change they made.
Another
change.
She said it. The person who gets the mirror picks is the person who's truest or something like that,
right?
Like true of heart or something. So they did change it, and it's funny because the more I hear those clips where she talked, because I didn't realize last time I was on the show and we talked about her, I only saw one clip. I didn't realize there was like 30 clips out there of her just running her mouth, and I all I could think of is she sounds like John Peters when Kevin Smith is trying to make Superman. It's like, hey, we want to do Snow White, but we don't want her to wear her costume, and we don't want her to eat apples, and we don't want a Wicked Witch in it, and we don't want dwarves in it. And it's like it sounds like John Peters. Prince. Yeah, it sounds like John Peters trying to make a Superman who doesn't fly and wear a cape. I was just like, why are you doing it?
Yeah, but I'm not like particularly a fan of her or precious of Snow White in any way, but also like I've been an advocate enough for like letting people cook and then deciding afterwards.
Yeah.
That there's
an
element
not,
where like
Steven.
I can see like I am hardly one to anticipate like the Disney Snow White remake of the animated movie in 2024 or whenever it's coming out to be like some artistic endeavor. Yeah. But also like subversion is not is a valid form of doing this stuff, and I think that there is there could be a really interesting like deconstruction of Snow White or a subversive version of it. I don't necessarily think that's the version that Disney is about to do. I'm a little more cynical about their decisions and imagine they're doing it for more for more like social reasons than they are because they're trying to like prod or question the age-old narrative of Snow White. But just as someone who's like, don't make Zack Snyder make the Superman with the underpants and the whatever, like, okay, well, maybe if I'm going to say that about Superman, I should say, like, okay, do your thing with Snow White. And if it's bad,
there's a
then
difference
it's bad,
between Zack Snyder and Rachel Zegler. Like, Zack Snyder's a chef, and she's not. So I don't let people who aren't chefs cook.
That's true. She just signed on for the role. She's not making decisions.
She's barely a maitre d'. Like,
she actively hates the property.
Right.
Like, that's the difference. Is that she actively says, I don't like the original. I don't like the ride at Disney World. I don't like any of this. So that's a harder sell to me for that. And what I think is interesting is that I've seen quite a lot of Snow White adaptations. I haven't seen some of them. Andy and I looked them up yesterday. There's a Sigourney Weaver Snow White that's like a horror movie.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Jordan, that is the next reaction video. It is such a good movie.
Oh wow, I did not know.
It's like the flip side of the coin. Weaver, like just last year or whatever, they did a Pinocchio movie that got trashed for being a carbon copy of the animated show. Or the Lion King. All of these have been carbon copies so far. So like, I don't know. I'm not the target audience. I'm not precious about Snow White or any of this, but also there's an element where I'm like, at least they're not just one-to-one translating a animated property again. And
yeah, sure.
It may suck, but also like I don't want to discourage them from like. I'm like, let them try something. Like, let's not, because if this just gets totally trashed and then sucks, they're gonna be like, oh, the message here is clearly that we have to one-to-one remake Lady and the Tramp and all this other stuff. Like,
they did a Lady and the Tramp movie.
Yeah, Lady and the Tramp they did already.
Oh my god!
I got you, Steven.
What I was actually gonna say is that she keeps saying these things like she's not gonna be saved by the prince and she's gonna be this boss leader lady, and I'm like, that's been done in other Snow White movies. That's
Huntsman, right?
That's the Kristen
Huntsman
Stewart version. So some of the things that she is talking about that they're changing to be more progressive or different are not really different at all. So I don't know. I'm with you, Steven. Like, I think it's fair to judge it after it's over. I think that's the best way to judge it, because we can't judge it based off of set photos or Rachel Zegler's bonkers interviews.
Yeah.
But
I didn't get a sense that any of us here were judging the movie. I thought we were just criticizing her comments.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the movie's going to be like. I'm just going off of like the stuff. Like I said last time I was here, I knew of one thing she said. I didn't realize it was like a dozen.
Well, because I think that's the other thing I saw too, is that this is stuff that is accumulated over time.
Yeah,
and that now, like, because of the strike, everyone is going back and like mining for old stuff, and so it's not like there was like a week straight of her actually just like going crazy.
Sure.
It's like, and it's not like she's doubling down either, because it'll be one quote and the next week it's another quote, and so it looks like, oh, she's at it again. It's like, well, no, this is all.
Yeah, these are old footage.
These are all.
It was D23. It was
Yeah.
D23 last year at Disney's own thing, and I think the whole point about the carbon copy of it all, Disney's in a weird situation to where if we carbon copy, there's people that are going to be happy about it because we're not making changes, but then there's people that dislike it. But then you make changes, people are like, well, wait, you didn't stay close to the source material. We don't like this. And then, like the case, the point about we'll let them try something new, just like what they did with Maleficent. They haven't done a Sleeping Beauty adaptation. They did Maleficent. They changed it up,
and I liked that.
Yeah, was it successful?
Jordan, we call it Maleficent Nice because she is not Maleficent. She's Maleficent.
Well, that's true. I'm just saying that's the title, and they altered it. And there's
Patrick
people that actually
did a bunch of the production design on Maleficent 2. All that bird stuff in Maleficent 2. That's Patrick Totopoulos. That was awesome.
Oh.
Do you guys, you know what the best Disney remake is that has, is still faithful to the source material, but also it adds something new without being up in your face? It's Aladdin. Aladdin is pretty,
I thought they did a really good job of expanding that and adding some fresh like B subplots that aren't in the cartoon.
Like Jasmine wanted to be a sultan, but still, her romance with Aladdin is still there. The genie, him getting a little love interest, that's also very cute.
That was
but again,
different,
it's like, the movie is still the movie. Like the movie is still like what Aladdin was from all those years ago when they came out. Even Little Mermaid is, again, like they made some changes here and there, but they're not massive.
And I know Dave's got this feud with Zegler too, so not to be the one
she
coming in
started
here.
it. I showed Rebecca what had happened.
But I think to play a little bit of devil's advocate though, let's look at this narrative from this way. There is a expectation sort of, so like that she has to come out and kind of say like, oh, this isn't going to be a damsel in distress movie. It's not going to be, we're not going to be feeding tropes about any particular groups or people that from the original movie. This is going to be something fresh and new that people aren't expecting. And now this all happens months ago and doesn't get attention and doesn't get any pushback, and so there's no reason to kind of respond to it or clarify. And now it's all blowing up and causing a problem, but it's in the middle of the strike, so she can't come out and comment on it and say, oh no, don't worry, I was so she's pressured to distance it from the source material in certain ways, because socially there are some issues that wouldn't exactly fit with the kind of the zeitgeist right now about the way that the story works. And then now that it's getting attention during the strike, she can't come out and start commenting on her movie to say, oh no, don't worry, the movie's going to be close to the source material, and kind of clarify what it means. And not only that, but that's happening as more stuff is coming out. So there's sort of the news cycle of this. It's entirely possible that that's totally, what it is, but also it's possible that it's way more traditional than she was letting on, and she was just trying to kind of push back against some kind of cultural expectations that it was going to feed into some antiquated stereotypes.
I love that you always do that, where you make people sound smarter than they are, because and not to dog on her, but those are not the elegant words she used.
No.
She's like, oh my,
They
this
were
is weird. It's so
weird.
strange, and I hate it, and it scared me. It's like those are the words she's using. So you're right. Her point is what you're saying on some level, and if she said it that way, I think she would this wouldn't be happening.
She's not trained on doing interviews,
right? And that's the only point I was making last time. Was that
and
she
we're
needs a
not,
little more training.
and we're in a place now where all of these old quotes are coming up one after another.
Yeah,
at a time when probably I don't know what the rule is for that. If it would be commenting on if that would be breaking strike rules, but like she can't exactly come out and do an interview to to correct course or clarify what she meant.
Did
or
she not come out and
DTR.
say that she was taken out of context?
She did. I think she did like a Twitter, a TikTok, or Instagram video.
Yeah,
There
I
was
thought I
some
had
kind
heard
of
that.
video that came out, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how current it was.
But she couldn't be direct. She couldn't be direct, is what
Couldn't be direct.
She could say I was taken out of context, but she can't say like, oh, this
About
movie
what?
will be X,
so
Y,
weird.
Z. It
Right.
will satisfy fans. It will do all those things.
But again, I mean, this is somebody who's
Like
very
it's totally a
young.
problem of her own making. I'm just trying to give it the most
Oh, yeah.
generous read
I mean,
possible.
I appreciate that. That's what I like about you.
No, but I'm just saying, like the fact of the matter, it's just the fact that it's like she is young and she got just yanked into this Hollywood machine so quickly. She came out of nowhere. I mean, she essentially did. She sang 2 Lady Gaga songs on her YouTube, blew up, and then Steven Spielberg was like, "That's my girl." I know. I made that joke. Like, she has really done nothing original, which is true. But at the same time, it's like I don't blame her for like being like, "All right, yeah, let's do this, let's do that," and maybe something will.
Dave, you know
You-
what?
You can give an interview and not say that you hate the thing that you're making.
True.
Like, that's not that hard. You can just be like, well, the original film was a classic and everybody loves it, but we're trying a new thing. That's
exactly.
not hard.
I mean,
That's
like-
not hard.
Like I said before, like I'm literally in the middle of reinterpreting Peter Pan in a way, and
Oh yeah,
none of my talking points for when I eventually do interviews with certain people is man, I hate J.M. Barrie and the garbage he wrote. Like I'm gonna, I'm like, no, I'm trying to preserve the world that people recognize, but also bring it to a modern age. But I have to know what to tweak and what not to tweak, and it's a balance, and it's hard, and hopefully I do a good job. It's like, but that's how I feel. So it's like, but I'm also like older, and I have made mistakes. I've said things probably in earlier comic book interviews and stuff that probably sound like Rachel Zegler on some level. So I'm like, my only comment on her stuff was that she's just young. I said that last time I was on the show. I was like, she's young and she's saying dumb stuff, and she just needs she needs someone like Steven to kind of say, here's how you elegantly put your point.
Steven and Rebecca,
why-
should be a publicist. Like,
Why doesn't Disney have someone for her? Disney
They
works with child
probably
actors
do
all
now.
the time.
But
that's what I
who
don't
knows?
understand.
Who knows if maybe Disney did assign someone to her, and she might be one of those people who's like, I'm not talking to this person. Like we have no idea.
Well, and again,
Yeah.
the lack of attention that he's got the first time,
Sure, exactly.
to me, highly suggests that it was not a publicist crafted interaction. It was just a.
It was a wing. She winged it.
It was
Yeah,
on a
exactly.
carpet.
And,
especially at
and then-
D23.
and so they're
out of all
coming out
places.
now because it got attention, and so people are looking back and they're like, "Oh wow, there's all this."
Yeah,
like,
and then they just made a montage of all her interviews, and like when she was on, I don't know, some red carpet or whatever the hell, she even like made. I mean, I'm pretty sure she was being facetious by talking about like, oh yeah, we got so and so who plays the prince, this dude, and like maybe his scenes will all get cut, it's Hollywood, baby. I mean, like she was probably being facetious, but it just didn't come off as joking.
Yeah.
It just
Well,
came
work on
off
her
as
timing.
very stuck up.
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
thing. It's like,
and
yeah.
think about anyone who like you follow more than anyone else, like Zack Snyder, for example, for most of the people in here, or just any particular topic where you follow the news on it. And
I'm
you're
sorry,
like, oh, wow.
Zach. Who? What's this guy's name? No,
Who?
And so you'll be aware of like you'll read the news and they're aware of like 10% of that topic of whatever you're aware of, and they'll either misdetail, maybe they won't always get it wrong, but you'll be like, oh, you should have remembered that quote or that detail that they included there, or sometimes they'll outright get it wrong. And so then you look at something like this. None of this got publicized at the moment that it was said, but then once it started blowing up, people are like, oh, this is interesting, and now there's a magnifying glass on it. So like imagine like with Zack Snyder, for example, there's all this stuff he'll come on Dave's stream, and like one or two things will be blown up into headlines. But you go back to the stream and you're like, oh wow, there's like 100 stories of things that he mentioned in here, but only 10% of it got mentioned in headlines anywhere, and then all the people in the chat caught it. But then when that draws more attention and people go back and watch it again, they're like, oh whoa, look at all this stuff here that nobody noticed before. And so I feel like that's kind of what's happening to her also. And so by the time Disney realizes like, oh shit, publicist talked to her, it's like
like 6 months later, 8 months later. Yeah.
Blue Beetle has something to say. Oh, speaking of Zack Snyder, Rebel Moon.
Hell yes. That's what we're here to talk about. And
starring Rachel Zegler.
Yeah.
What?
No. Don't you dare even do that.
That's the director's cut.
As Snow White.
That's the director's cut.
Nice.
How dare you? How dare you?
I'm
But anyways, yeah. Let's kind of go. Let's go around the horn. God, I'm like getting hit again. God damn it. Yeah, kombucha. Jesus. But let's go around the horn and let's talk about how we felt about the trailer. You go first, Andy.
Wait, why are you laughing?
He's having problems. He's having problems.
Okay. Do you need Rachel to scare you so you don't hiccup?
Well, bring her in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, introduce. I'm kidding. That trailer, it gave me the same feeling when I saw the first Man of Steel trailer, not the first teaser trailer, but the first Man of Steel trailer. I lived in London and I saw it, and it gave me all the chills because it's like it's all new, and there's times where I'm like, did he just do all this practically? Because because none of this looks like this year has been a CGI nightmare for a lot of movies. Like, let's not kid ourselves. So when I see this, I'm like are these real lightsabers? Like, are these real? Are these real ships? Like, everything looks so good, and this is why I love the fact he has now an environment where he can craft his work and not have a bunch of studio executives interrupting him and being like, we need to change this because we need more humor. No, it looked stunning. I said this to Rebecca last night that Supergirl definitely wasted Stars Nair, who is in this film, because y'all, that body, like William Day from Supergirl, like, he got hot. So I'm dying for the next trailer because there's obviously going to be one more. There has to be one more, right? Like, this can't be the only trailer we're getting.
And then we got clips.
It's a
clips
teaser.
too.
Yeah. But no, I'm excited to see what this mythology is going to look like on a larger scheme, because again, this is world building of essentially what we're getting. Because this could, this could go on for years and years, depending on how much tech is developed. Which is why I'm really excited Steven is here, because I want to know what he has to say. It looks phenomenal. It looks gorgeous. I'm excited to meet these characters. And, again, because I've never gone to take part of a franchise that starts from scratch, because, all of us, like, whenever there's been a new DC universe, we have all grown up with DC. With Marvel, we grew up with Marvel. So, but with Moon Knight, there is nothing. We all get to start this together. So I'm excited about that.
Kumbaya. I love it.
Kumbaya.
Yeah, exactly. We just hold hands and we're going to watch this damn thing. Anthony, your thoughts?
That shit was fire. It's funny because I
could have guessed that you were gonna say it was fine.
The shit was dope. And once I got done watching it, like, I laughed for so long, and it's on my fucking channel because of the fact that so many people sort of turned this thing down for him or whatever when he
Warner Brothers.
This fire in this. I got this fire for y'all, and they're like, and so yeah, just realizing that and just seeing that the teaser that's like almost 4 fucking minutes long. Yeah, that sounds like does it. No, it was dope. It was dope. Everything about it was incredible. I enjoyed. There's not a moment of that I was just like, wait. I didn't need to see anything else. That was incredible, and I'm sure, like you said, there's probably some more coming, like, for us soon. But my initial reaction was it was dope, and I just chuckled at the fact that so many people turned this shit down. That
so ridiculous.
Yeah, it literally was like,
But at the same time, we're like glad that they did.
Yes, because
they would have changed shit.
Ed, wait a minute. Does anybody know how to pronounce Ed? Is it screen or screen?
Screen. I think it's screen.
Screen. Okay.
Like Scream.
His description of it, like the way Zach pitched it to him, it's like Star Wars with like nudity and cussing and shit. Give me all of that 1,000%. So, yes, when this does come out in December and we all get the chance to like experience it together, because it's probably going to get a theatrical release. If it doesn't get a theatrical release, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, I happen to think that this might be a step above Army. So like, Army got a theatrical release.
A step?
Oh, I would say it's a whole
way up. Well,
staircase.
yeah, because I do enjoy Army.
Nothing
so
against Army. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like that was like. I mean, when Zach and zombies go hand in hand, they fucking they start with D's for shit's sake, and it goes great. But it's just, Zach and sci-fi, god damn, and just seeing the trailer, I'm just like, it's just there's so many things. Yeah.
It's up there. So I'm excited, and I'm sure everybody else that's here is excited. And so I think the teaser was fire. It did exactly what it needed to do. Wasn't too much a fan of the reaction in Germany, like the crowd there. I was like, yo, y'all don't know who y'all witnessing right now, but you know what I mean? I think that was it was pretty much.
They're like, we're here for video games. What is this movie? You know,
if I was there, I would have been losing my fucking mind. But no, I think it's incredible. It's incredible, and nothing short of that shit. And the teaser, 3.5 minutes of absolute, like, fucking balls to the wall. Zack Snyder, come on, man. I'm 1,000% down. And
you have a shirt on, don't you? You have a shirt.
Yes, yeah.
Shirt.
I was lucky enough to get one.
Shirt.
I got Jimmy. Yeah, I was lucky enough to get one of these before they like took them down from Target or whatever.
Yeah, it was so weird how that went, and I didn't get a chance to grab.
Are they still not up?
I'm pretty sure they'll put it back up.
I think they put them up early, and so people bought them, but then Netflix pulled them, and so they got to.
Yeah. That's it. That's what happened, because like when I first saw them on there, and there were so many designs, and I just looked through them really fast, and I was like, I'll get a couple. I'll come back and look later, because literally I'm serious, and I'm sure if Scott was here, he'd be able. There were so many designs to the shirts, and it was absolutely incredible. Like it would take you forever to look through them, like literally. So I just got 2 of them really quick, and I was like, I'll come back next week and look again to see what else they, And then there was no next week because they pulled them because they probably weren't supposed to release them. But if you ordered them in that little period of time, you they shipped them to you and stuff. So, but as far as the teaser.
Yeah,
it's
good.
Great. It's great.
So you're gonna need more room on your wall behind her.
I know, with all the merchandise that's going to be coming in. Steve, what are your thoughts on the trailer?
The first thing I thought of was I laughed because it's it's like a 3.5 minute trailer teaser, but I also took that as it's a teaser for both movies, and there might be footage from both movies in that. And but maybe correct. Steven can correct it. Okay,
he was like,
because I saw people going like, "Oh, of course Zach would make a 3.5 minute trailer for one movie." I'm like, no, I think it has footage from both in it. But I liked it overall. But the first thing that popped in my head was because the first few shots are like homage shots to his own movies, right? So he's got like a Man of Steel shot, and he's got like a 300 shot, and and I'm just like, okay, like I like the guy a lot, but I was like, come on, man, like to frame it differently, do something different. But by the end of the trailer, I was like, okay, that's cool. Like I think the way that trailer's edited is very specific to, hey, to my fans, like I know who I am and I know what you guys love. Here's some shots you might recognize, but in a new way, and then now let's get to the crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. And what it looked like to me was like it was like I always associate things to music, so like I was like it's like him making a greatest hits. Mm-hmm. He's like he's looking at all of his movies and he's like, all right, let's just make a greatest hits of everything I've done visually, but like combine it with this like Dirty Dozen, Seven Samurai type rebellion story mixed in with like a destiny and rewriting a history, and it blends a lot of themes to where it looks almost like sci-fantasy instead of sci-fi. And so by the end it hooked me. I was like, you know what, this is neat. I'm like, actually I'm kind of excited to watch this, and because I like Zach's work, but I didn't like his zombie movie that he made, Army of the Dead. I didn't really like it too much, so I was kind of like, let's see where he goes with this Rebel Moon. And I think, well, at least with the trailer, I'm hooked, and I can't wait to watch it. It looks like a love letter to a lot of things I like, which I think I saw in an interview, and I sent it to you, Dave, where he talked about Jimmy being the name of all robots. Yeah. And which I was like, oh, that's cool. And then he also mentioned that he was a big fan of Heavy Metal magazine, which I am too. And so when I heard him say that, I was like, okay, I see the influence now, and I can't wait to watch this movie. Yeah. So
Yeah, when
I'm
he said
in.
that, I was like, whoa, yeah, I remember the heavy metal, animated series. I mean, obviously couldn't watch
Because that blends genres too.
Yeah.
Like Sucker Punch did. Every fantasy she had was a different genre of So to me, like I said, it felt like a greatest hits album, and like, hey man, this guy's made a great library of work, so why not make a greatest hits album?
Nothing wrong with that. No,
Yeah.
I love it. Rebecca, how are you feeling about it?
I loved it. I was actually shocked after the teaser trailer finished because I did not expect all of the high fantasy elements to it. I didn't know that there were going to be mythological creatures, and I didn't know that there would be some. I don't know if there are magical elements in it. So there's that shot with Jimmy with the lights in the
the red and the blue.
Yeah. So there were things that I was like, oh, I was not expecting this, and so I like the idea that he's getting to play with a little bit of a new genre in that way. So I'm very excited about that. And I'm also I'm not a bird expert, but I'm like an amateur birder, and so sometimes seeing those mythological creatures with the feathers and stuff, seeing that shot of the speed ramping when Stasner's character jumps on the creature with the wings and everything. Oh, that was so cool. But one of the things that also stood out to me was so I've been the last 4 years I've been working with museums, and so I work with an archaeological park and an archaeological research group. And so I've been learning a lot about archaeology and motifs and symbols and iconography. And so seeing the bags with the eyelashes or the suns and the teardrop and all of that, that really sparked my curiosity as to what the society is that they're building in this universe, because there's different flags, different symbols.
Mm-hmm.
So I got really curious about the world or worlds that were going to be in this universe. So everything in it just really got me jazzed about what was to come, because there was a lot in there I didn't expect. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know that was one of the things I pointed out too, is like those symbols. And anyways, we're gonna bring up the trailer and we'll like go through it and stuff like that. But Jordan, your thoughts?
It's a long trailer, but not in a bad way, because opening trailer, okay, of course it's 3.5 minutes, of course it is. And then, of course, at the end, when you see that he gives the 2 titles and you don't have to wait a year for the sequel, you don't have to wait a long time, was, I think, smart on his part. It's smart on Netflix, too, because if you watch the first film and there's a second one, you have to wait over a year or something for the next one, it's going to suck. So you don't have to wait that long. And the fact that the trailer actually has footage from both films. So you're literally getting 3.5 minutes of footage from 2-hour movies a piece. So 4 hours.
2-hour movies? Yeah.
I think.
We're gonna have director's cut, so let's say it's like 3 hours.
Who knows? Maybe the stuff we're seeing in the shots are from the director's cut. Who knows? But
8-hour cuts, basically.
Yeah, 8 hours. But the thing about like all of the variety of stuff you see in the trailer, I love the fact that I really don't know much about what is happening here. Like, I'm just seeing some cool visuals. Yeah, that's the beauty. Because we have some great dialogue from Anthony Hopkins opening, and that was great. But past that point, it's just, okay, here is some dialogue from the characters. Here's some shots of all these different characters and locations, all these planets you're going to, and all this variety of places you're going to. You don't know what's going on. And I think that was structured specifically that way, so you don't know what's going on. Because if the trailer was structured differently, you could probably piece together, okay, that is going to take place later because of that character looking like that or whatever, so you can start piecing together what the story is. But I like the fact that I have no clue. It was a lot. It was a lot. I was sitting there going, like, there's a lot to look through here to see what exactly is happening, because there's times like, what just happened? And then you're already moved on to the next thing. I also noticed a tonal shift in the trailer a bit, where I'm like, I think this is from the second movie. I'm not sure if I'm correct on it, but there's like certain shots where I'm like, I don't know, like just the music shifts and everything. I'm not sure if it's just the music itself that was picked for it, but it just felt like we shifted to the second movie, and this is some of the stuff from the second movie. I don't know. I could be wrong, but Zach did a great job with giving us, because I remember seeing that concept art a long time ago when this was talked about. And I was looking at those images and thinking for a long time, okay, what is this going to look like when we actually see footage? And I think he did a great job adapting that concept art into live action, into what it actually is. Because I remember seeing one shot and going, this gigantic cityscape. I'm like, okay, so what is this going to look like? And then seeing what he's accomplished, I'm like, okay. I love that it's dark. I love the fact that it's, it's not lighthearted in a sense. It's a very serious look. And of course it's that Zack Snyder visuals and everything. It really works. So it's great.
Good stuff. We also got Ohio Dave showing up because you're talking to
amateur out in the house, bro. What's up?
That's right. What's going on? How y'all doing?
And not only that, we also got old panel tonight.
I didn't have to wait a long ass time.
Oh, Ben, your mic is up very loud.
I'm sorry.
I'm
so sorry.
I think you're good now.
Coming in hot. Permission
coming in very hot. I know. I saw Seat go, whoa, buddy. He's like, eardrums bleeding.
Yeah, I only have one ear, so go easy on.
Yes. There you go. But thank you for joining, gentlemen. Yeah, we're just going around the horn right now, and just talking about what our initial thoughts when it came to the Rebel Moon trailer. So, well, first off, Dave, how you been? Good.
Good, man. Good, man. How you been?
Good. Good too. Just
good.
Drinking and talking Rebel Moon. Nothing better on a Friday.
Nice. I did bring some vodka.
He's got vodka. There you go. I know. I should take another little shot. And then of course, Ben, how you doing, sir?
I'm good. Just ready to talk about some Rebel Moon.
Yes, that's what we're getting into. And of course, we got Steven here, who of course is got a little bit more knowledge. So we'll save his initial reaction till last. Just saying. Okay.
Anyway, ready to go, and you just stick two more people in front of me. Now
exactly. He's two people cut in front of line.
Sorry about that.
Because let's just say, like I said, Steven, he's got some more knowledge when it comes to this. So let's just get some more initial reactions, and then we'll get there. So we'll start off with Dave.
Yeah.
Initial reaction to the trailer, even though he already saw things before. Never mind. You what? No.
My reaction, I was talking about this with ACS, and I was saying like the hype level I feel for this movie reminds me of like when the BVS Comic-Con trailer dropped. Like that's what I feel like about it. Like I knew it was gonna look good. I don't know why it caught me off so surprised, but I just couldn't get over how good it looked the whole time I was watching it. Just like the visuals of it. How good the lighting is, knowing that he was the cinematographer on it, like how good everything looked on it, man. I just even just thinking about it now is giving me chills. Like just thinking about it, but
goosebumps.
Gosh,
yeah. And Ben, what are your initial thoughts?
I really liked it. It was beautifully shot. Everything aesthetically, everything looks pleasing. I was blown away how this movie was under $100 million, I believe. And it looks so like it cost $300 million. Yeah.
Shooting both of these movies, they shot both of these movies in less time than it took them to shoot BVS.
That's
that's true. Remember, BVS got pushed back a year.
Pandemic. They're about the budget of the two movies combined.
No, BVS got pushed back a year, I believe. I remember there was
but there's about 2 or 3 fewer shooting days. Like days on set, rolling camera, 3 less on this than on BVS.
But what Seek was saying? Do we know the budget of like
the
both
combined budget?
Yeah,
I think it's average about because it's a combined. It's rolled together, and then there's also tax credits. For each.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly, but my understanding is it's like it's like one, like what is like 176.
Okay, that's what I heard.
Okay,
that's
is
crazy.
what people are, and I don't. That's I don't know. That's what people have kind of put together, and that's consistent with like base. I did some math when the tax credit originally came out.
Yeah.
Based on the credit is on a below the line costs, I think specifically, which means everything but like top actor pay, which is like 80% ish of the budget, I think.
Sure.
So based on those numbers, it was approximately right around that like 88 to 100
per movie. Okay.
So, but I mean, either way, it's half of.
I mean, it's amazing.
It is.
It's less than half of
every penny's on screen. Like, you know, it looks.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, and that's so especially for 2 movies, and then considering there's director's cut versions also that are going to be like 3 hours long. That's just
only 3.
Yeah, but to finish my thought,
sorry,
it's all right.
We don't care.
Yeah, I know. But I thought one of the things that Rebecca said when I was listening to the show is that the stuff that they show about the world building and the religious aspects of the little things that doesn't mean anything to us just yet. Like, I'm really looking forward to explore all those things, the mythos about those other planets, what kind of things you have in those planets and religions, or because there was one shot that I think I'll save that too when we start breaking down the trailer. But yeah, I love everything about the trailer. That's it.
All right. Well, then we'll get to Steven.
He's
that's all right.
Yeah.
It was fine.
It's really hard. I'm so used to like seeing concept art for blockbusters, and then when it arrives on screen, or you'll see the movie, then the concept art will come out, and you'll be like, "What happened?" Like between the idea
and transition, like
what happened?
You'll see. I don't want to name any like specific franchises or whatever, but I mean basically any blockbuster franchise. That's like, oh, there's the concept art, and then. It's don't worry, we have concept art at home is what ends up on screen, right? And so I having been on set in the art room and seeing all the concept art for this, I was like, how is this? My brain is naturally being like, okay, wow, on screen this is going to be 80% of whatever these things are. And a bunch of those keyframes that we saw there were in this trailer, and it was like I felt guilty for being surprised by it because I was like realized that I was doing that natural discounting of like, well, it's going to be less. No, it is 100% what the concept artist drew. Like there's some of it that was released, like the shot of them on Pollux, I think is the planet, with the Colosseum in the background with the cape flowing. So the last shot of the trailer. That's the concept art, right? It looks better than
it is. It does.
And that's not trashing the concept art, just that it's just so much more dynamic. It's moving, it's like whatever. So like, but to bring that all to life, and not just like in key moments, but like every single frame. There are like the shot of her planting the flag in the trailer is like part of it's the speed ramping and the snap zoom and all the Snyderisms that are there, but that's like right up there with like Leonidas snapping the arrows off of his shield, like classic Snyder shot level.
Yeah.
And so I was really shocked with how much of it I kind of knew was coming, just how surprised I was by kind of how it looked. I will say I really hope everybody gets to see the Red Band trailer.
What?
Wait, there's a Red Band trailer?
There's a Red Band trailer?
It's similar, but there's some Red Band shots in it. Yeah, this is the Green Band.
The Green.
But, yeah.
Is that what it really was called? Like, this is the Green Band?
Yeah, Green Band. So multiple people commented on the concept art, so I have an agreement in that. The other thing that I think is interesting is this is a trailer for both movies. So that's part of why it was so long, is because it's a Rebel Moon universe trailer. And so also there's very little story because they're just kind of saying like, it's very inspired by heavy metal, etc. So they're saying here is all of these genres that we packed into this story. And a little bit of story.
One of the things that you told me when you like at the Netflix is like the last thing you thought about was Star Wars. And when you watch this trailer, you don't really think Star Wars until maybe you see some lightsaber kind
that's
of thing.
the thing that I'm going to be the most frustrated about with the whole narrative about this, because when it was first reported, it was greenlit. It was reported that it was had been a pitch to Lucasfilm and not accepted, which is true. But what's come out since then, and what we learned on this set, is that Zach has been working on this basically like since he was in film school. Debbie says that he's been working on it since before they were married, and that's not just like in pitch status. Like he had binders full of like notes and drawings and stuff over the years that he had been continually adding to. He pitched it to Warner Brothers multiple times prior to going to Lucasfilm with it. So when it became a Star Wars pitch, it wasn't, I have an idea for a Star Wars movie. It was, I have this idea for a movie. We could make it into a Star Wars movie, but I don't want any Star Wars characters or anything. I want it disconnected. I want it just like, I want to use Star Destroyers and lightsabers, but I don't want Skywalkers and whatever.
Yeah.
And so then they said no, and then so he went and developed it for Netflix. And so yes, obviously it's Star Wars inspired in the same way that Star Wars is Flash Gordon inspired and Dune inspired and Akira Kurosawa inspired, right? Star Wars is George Lucas's mixtape of here's all my favorite pop culture. This is Zack Snyder's mixtape. Some of it's the same, the Kurosawa, the Dune, Star Wars. Some of it's different, the heavy metal, the anime. John Carter. John Carter's a little bit in Star Wars too, but Snyder brings a lot. Excalibur. Snyder brings all some extra stuff into here that wasn't really part of Lucas's wheelhouse. And so yes, it was a Star Wars pitch at one point. Yes, it is Star Wars inspired, but it is not originally a Star Wars movie. This is not a rejected Star Wars pitch that he re-engineered to salvage at Netflix. This is a movie that he's been working on forever. And at one point, they considered changing it to fit it into Star Wars, and then decided let's keep it original. And that, I don't know if that seems pedantic to a lot of people, but I think it's a really clear distinction, that because like a lot of people are kind of reducing it to like a Star Wars ripoff or like I said, a rejected Star Wars pitch, and that's just not at all what it is. And I think that even watching this, sure, there's like something that somewhat visually resembles a lightsaber, but like this is so different from Star Wars that the fact that anybody is in either direction, that
Dave's response.
The fact that there's people, the fact that there's people saying it's like a Star Wars ripoff is funny, but also the fact that there's people saying like, oh, Disney's scared. No, this is not even. This is a different thing all together. I'm sure maybe you could say like, oh, it's a sci-fi, like a space opera. And it's going to satisfy a lot of the same people that Star Wars does in ways that Star Wars isn't, but like aesthetically, tonally, there's all sorts of things about it that to me are not at all direct competitors with what Star Wars is doing.
It's not going to send around a kid who's like, I can lift it with my mind. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. That's the thing. Is like I don't think there's any, I mean, God knows if there's any kind of like, force kind of thing. Doesn't seem like there is. I think the closest thing that you can, like you said, to Star Wars is just, yes, there are some swords that resemble, a little bit, but then you look at them, you're like, oh my God. I mean, I was talking with somebody, I'm like, oh yeah, hopefully Disney doesn't sue him. I'm like, for what? Doesn't even look like a lightsaber. It's not a saber, and it's not light.
To borrow a phrase from Zack Snyder criticisms, George Lucas didn't invent the lightsaber.
Yeah,
right. Like laser swords is not a George Lucas invention.
No, exactly. So, no, but I mean, obviously, you guys. Anybody who's watched my reaction to it, obviously was, there's just so much to take in, and just visually, like I said, I think my favorite shot was that either the shot where she plants the flag, that's like up there, and then of course the shot of Jimmy when something's happening. I don't know if he took some fucking, robotic acid or something, but there's just shit going on where he's just seeing some stuff. I'm like, yeah, who knows? You never know. It's Zack Snyder, but I'm just. Yeah, just there's so many things where I'm like, and that's where it's going. Like, yeah, it's 3.5 minutes, and I even said that I'm like, that's a teaser trailer. Usually a teaser trailer is like a 30 seconds or a minute, but we don't know exactly where everything fits. The next trailer, you're going to get a cohesive kind of story to it, and we'll finally figure it out a little bit more. Obviously we know from what Zach has said and what he said even at this week when it came to all this stuff. But I just love the fact, one of the things I loved was the fact that they just were like, hey, yeah, you're known for your director's cuts. We'll go ahead and give you a director's cut right off the bat, but we have to have like an initial cut, and then we're going to have your cut. And the fact that it's an hour longer is like, holy, it's like, wow, that's just, to me, that's just, it's going to be just funny to watch both of them, because obviously we're going to watch the initial and then we'll watch the director's cut. And then naturally we're going to love the director's cut more because it's just, what happens unless, your Blade Runner. But, there's like 5 different versions of that. But anyways,
I have a question for I have a question for Steven. Professor, I have a question. Because I don't want to keep accidentally say lightsabers. Does Zach have a name for these swords? Like
they were just calling them swords or like superheated swords. I know that they are Kryptonian soldiers that use something similar, so I don't know if they're Kryptonian blades or not. They didn't have like a specific tagline that they'd use. I mean, literally, they're just swords. Nemesis has these gauntlets that superheat and cause them to basically be like almost molten metal, and then the Kryptonians have something else that does something. That's why theirs are blue and hers are like red. But
no term like saber. There's like your sword.
No, as far as my understanding is, they're just normal. I mean, you even see in the trailer there's some shots where they're not superheated, right? Where she's got them as just normal swords. They're just like like cutlass or like a not like a scimitar, but like a claymore or like some big ass wide sword.
I like that big ass wide sword. That's what we're gonna call it, guys. That's what we're gonna call it.
That's the official name.
I might say
run it by Zach.
Well, no, it's funny because like I just posted today my my interview with the prop master, where he said that he would try to design guns that were so big that Zach would say no. And
are you kidding me?
And so I was like,
Rob Liefeld guns.
Yeah, no, because he said he would propose a ridiculous. Every gun he'd like pitch like 3 versions. He'd pitch like a normal sized one that's a little bit too small, and one that's like massively big. And the idea is to be like, the 3 Little Bears sort of like, oh, this is way too big, that's way too small, this is just right. And every time Zach was like, let's do the big one.
Yeah.
And so that's why like Ray Fisher's gun is tall, almost as tall as
we
he
saw
is.
what Ray Fisher's holding, and
we
understand why he bulked up big time, because he holding that thing that freaking. I was like, dude, look at his arms. It's like, no shit, he had to like gain fucking for this thing to hold that
stays
thing.
ripped.
Jesus Christ. I know, it was good. It was
when I saw that first photo of him, I may have uttered a big daddy.
What, you too? Yeah, so did I.
Oh my god, this is like great minds. That arm is like bigger than my head. Like I could hide behind that arm and no one would know I was standing there.
Dude's jacked.
I think he's clearly prepping, because I heard him talking about Gears of War, and I'm like, I can't think of a better video game for Zach to interpret. And I'm just like, oh, dude, you got some of your cast right here in this movie. You got some in your other movie, like Batista and Ray Fisher could play Coltrane. I'm like, there's get the guy who make bigger guns.
Get Momoa and Fisher and Batista,
Sophia Patella, bring her in. It's like
Amari. You get Amari in there.
Do it all, man.
Oh, Amari, yeah. True. No, but it was kind of funny seeing that interview, and he sorry. What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just saying, if he did a Gears of War movie, it'd basically be like 300 with chainsaws.
Which
yes.
Isn't Netflix doing a Gears of War movie? Aren't they adapting?
Netflix has the right to
teased it.
Oh, Netflix does?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because for the longest time we've been hearing they were trying to develop this movie for so long, and they just could never do anything. And it's like Batista's right there. And if Netflix has it, I mean, that pretty much is.
I still think it should be a TV show on Netflix.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Well, have Stone Quarry produce it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, there you go.
Like Zach.
Just
Zach,
the way that
Zach
reacted
busy,
to the
but
question.
have him.
Interesting.
Well, what was his exact reaction? I saw like a clip.
He looked at the queen. He looked at the queen.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I've always said this, that the relationship that you see of Leonidas and his queen in 300, before he kicks the dude in the hole, he looks at her, and that was like somebody even like commented about that too. I'm like, yep, there you go. He was like, yeah, you've always said that. I'm like, yes, Zach and Debbie. That's always kind of like that. He looks at her and like, what should I say here? And it just kind of gave like a
which begs the question: then,
but maybe
are
they
they
could be producing it?
Yeah, it begs the question. Netflix is working on it. He's at an event to promote a Netflix property. He looked at her for permission for a tease. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything, but I think like it would make sense for them to at least.
I love how you said that, Steven.
Especially if
disclaimer. I don't.
Are you saying that they're talking about they're doing this movie or this project, and he just needed to confirm with his wife? before he could say something.
Tell us all you know right
Yes.
now.
No,
Spill the beans.
I'm just
Steven.
connecting the dots of who owns the rights and where he is and why he was at that event in the first place. Like that's those things aren't like nearly as ad-libbed as they look when you get asked a question like that at an event where you're there to promote a Netflix game and movie. Like, and so Netflix owns the rights. He's teasing an interest in something that Netflix owns the rights to, that an actor that he has worked with has championed as a property. I don't think he should direct it, and I don't think it should be a movie. But I think that having Stone Quarry involved, and you've got Damon Caro, you've got Eli Snyder, like you've got other people who can direct that are under that umbrella already that can do an episode of that. So
well,
good point.
He's the one who brought it up, right? Because they asked him about what video games should become a movie.
Yeah,
and he's
and
like,
he looked at Debbie, and then
I wonder if that's like a little bit of a hint. Like, should I say this? Like, should I mention Gears of War? Because
something's in development for sure.
He just mentioned that it gets brought up a lot when he just mentioned that he's like, every time I talk about video games and adaptations, Gears gets brought up a lot. And so that was kind of his point he was saying. And I'm like, I'm sure it does, because I've played all those games. I love those games.
Same.
Me too.
I could see Zach bringing that to life. I saw some people saying BioShock. I'm like, I don't think Zach's right for BioShock, but I think he'd be perfect for Gears.
Yeah,
I feel like if he did BioShock, people would be upset about the way he handles the story. But if he does Gears, people aren't going to be like,
do whatever you want.
That's where my name came from. Is from the Lancer from Gears of War. That's where
cool.
my
There
name
you
got
go.
started.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Well, my name comes from wishful thinking.
Okay.
Should we go through the trailer a little bit?
Yeah.
The Gears of War trailer?
Why not?
The Gears of War trailer?
Yes. Yeah.
War
We have the like how Spaceballs did that whole thing, where it's like they have instant cassettes. We're gonna go right into the future, and
they're filming it now, but we have it now.
Exactly. So there we go. All right, let's get a full screen here. But and did anybody else with the opening give Man of Steel vibes with that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The way that kind of they gave a little texture and little 3D element to it.
And that's not
that's
normal
Zack
Netflix
Snyder's
logo.
aesthetic.
But but also Netflix has their logo that is normally the same on did the Gray Man get a custom Netflix logo?
Did it? I can't remember.
Wait, what logo?
I'm saying Netflix has that the lines and that turn into the Netflix logo. This is not that. This is
not
for
it's
Rebel
totally
Moon.
different.
Yeah, that's clearly based off the Rebel Moon logo. That color scheme right there.
Oh, I thought this was meant to be like a trailer of this is like a Netflix original movie. So we're now making it look more cinematic.
Yeah, that's what it is. But I'm saying the normal Netflix lead that they use is the same for everything. That's not a normal.
Definitely not.
Zach got it in his contract.
Exactly. Yeah. As long as I can change he's with your logo, I will take up.
Oh my God,
he specifically
Dave,
said that he likes
autoplay on Dave. You have autoplay on Dave. I'm just getting so judgmental. How dare you have autoplay on in 2023?
What's wrong with autoplay?
What if you get a video you don't like?
Don't judge me. I like all the videos.
Well.
The guy knows how to shoot a cornfield, doesn't he?
Right.
I love that.
Is that wheat?
Is
Or
that
is it
what?
corn? Is it corn or wheat?
Yeah,
Wheat.
wheat.
I thought it was corn at first.
Yeah, I
too.
think we all kind of we were like, let's get
Was this filmed in Los Angeles, or where was this filmed?
Santa Clarita.
Yeah.
No, I was filmed on the planet.
He grew
Which planet?
10 cornfields
Yes,
or 10 wheat fields.
That start of the music right there is perfect.
Look at that shot right there. My God.
That's awesome.
I lost my mind at this part. I started losing my mind right here. Yep. Zach did his thing.
And then we also got Jimmy with the antlers on too. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
This is why I am so looking forward to Jimmy's story, because I'm like, what? I mean, obviously, yes, we've seen if we're going to compare it to Star Wars, we've seen C-3PO and R2-D2. They have, of course, an arc, but not like this. Not to the point where they're like, I don't know, Jimmy's story is going to be something pretty damn.
This is
This is
honestly,
probably from the second movie also.
Are they gonna
Yeah, because
explain?
he has the antlers. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah, I hope they
Jamie,
explain the
Jamie is the one.
antlers.
Jamie is the one who's voiced by Anthony Hopkins, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not-
C-3PO has nothing on Anthony Hopkins.
Nope.
So
Nah, I think Jimmy's character is probably, for me personally, the most interesting part of this entire fucking thing. Because the first time we saw him in like little pictures, like a couple months ago, he didn't have any antlers. He just looked like a sort of a robot right there, and he was sitting next to the girl in like those I can't remember what magazine it was in.
Well, yeah, you
But
see
then-
a shot
but
of
then-
that in the trailer too.
Like on the shirt I have on, and then this right here, you see he evolves, and that's so fucking interesting to me because I'm like, yo, this robot evolves like this, where he like there's antlers and there's like a knowledge there, and if you listen to the trailer, he literally says, "There's a king. I don't fucking know this king." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just describes a bunch of stuff as you play it. Go ahead, play it.
Yeah.
I'm
He
thinking.
said it just
Is it like a
that.
battle
you
suit?
know
Do you
the
think?
story of the princess.
And by the way, like just perfect that they have Anthony Hopkins narrating this trailer. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're gonna have anybody narrating this, have Anthony Hopkins.
I thought it was either going to be him or Ray Porter.
Hmm.
So
And yeah, that would have been.
in myth,
Chunky
she is
XL
called
score.
the demon.
Chunky XL score right here, right?
Oh, what
It
a
was
shot.
said this child.
Yeah, that's a good shot right there too. Look at that.
The vocals. Is this supposed to be like a new, like they sound like a new language, or like is this supposed to be a certain culture or?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
probably.
created four languages for the movie.
Wow.
4 languages.
But
There
even
you
the
go.
orchestra, too, like even like the vocalists, they also had to sing like this new language.
Yeah.
Some of them are written only, but they do have some linguistic languages that are fully developed.
I like
Les
that.
was telling
I
me
like
that they gave him
the
a translation guide for one of them, and he thought it was going to be just like A equals this symbol, B equals this symbol, and he opened up the book, and it was like the philosophy of this language believes that words for, and he's like, whoa, what? So yeah, like they go in deep with that.
I like the worship that they look like tanks. That they don't look like the sleek spaceships that we are accustomed to.
Yeah,
I thought of submarines initially. I thought of like these like battleship
Yeah.
war machine, submachine.
So they're
underwater.
inspired by like Soviet era submarines, and the Stefan Duchamp, the production designer, said he was also watching a lot of like 80s anime like Transformers and like Robotech, like Gundam. He loves those really like the blocky, bulbous kind of ships like this you see on the outside. Like you can see this, like this looks like something from Gundam, Sans, you know, robots.
Yeah, like
but,
double 80, double 83. Yeah, I'm a big Gundam guy. I'm sorry, I'm gonna just real quick just give my thoughts because unfortunately I have a sick dog here, and then I'm still recovering too, so I'm gonna have to leave here in a few minutes.
Okay.
So I just want to say that the thing that got me in this trailer the most was the dialogue the monologue from Jimmy, where he was talking about I'm forced to remember a king I couldn't serve and a child I couldn't save, and the idea of like forced memories just kind of resonated with me. So that's instantly fell in love with the concept of Jimmy, at least through this trailer. So I'm really looking forward to him, and I'm looking forward to this movie, and I'm looking forward to being on here again in the future and chatting more in detail with you guys about it.
Oh,
For
yeah.
sure, man. Well, I appreciate you
Thanks
stopping
for having
by.
me on. Yeah,
always,
absolutely.
dude.
And
Take it easy.
Steven, some of you guys I followed. If I'm not following you on Twitter, I'll look for you and I'll find you. But yeah, Steven, congrats on visiting the set and bringing this information to us. It's amazing to talk to you, man.
awesome, thanks.
You got it. Bye, everyone.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Appreciate it. All right, let's continue. Thank you to Seek. Follow him. Venom Vlog. Do that.
It was said this child would stop the
Look at this. And then we got flashback stuff that's happening because every character is going to have such a detailed flashback.
Oh man.
My
the
God.
amount of spin-offs they could do off of this
Dude.
is insane.
I mean,
Well,
he's already
that's what's-
setting it up right here.
That's what's crazy about trying to piece together the story of the trailer is it's got stuff from the first movie and the second movie, but
Yeah.
also there's a lot of flashbacks to like
Yeah, because that's
there's
a young.
basically a whole Game of Thrones arc that happens over multiple time periods prior to the movie starting, and a lot of that is going to be in flashbacks. So the trailer isn't only movie 1, movie 2, but also stuff that is out of context from flashbacks also that is like wild. So there's so much in here.
Madness of war.
See, there's the hoods right there. With I mean, obviously we got the eye and the lashes, but we got the teardrop right there, and I was like,
Is that like
Yeah.
the king's sigil or something?
Mm.
It is often used in conjunction with the sigil for the slain king, but
Okay.
I don't know if it is that or just something related to it.
Yeah, I saw a comment in the chat where somebody was comparing it to the Eye of Horus, which I think
Yeah.
is
Oh.
it's close. It's not
Mhm.
identical. There's definitely some differences there. But it reminded me of like, the all-seeing eye, the, big brother is always watching you, the eye of God from the Great Gatsby, that kind of stuff. So so I associated the eye with the bad guys, but I don't know exactly
Could
what it
be
is.
like in terms of like could be like the king is watching all of you, or
Yeah.
it's all
Yeah.
knowing. It could see everything. So
Yeah.
maybe they're being punished for something they did, and the king. This is the king's response.
Punished for rebellion or something.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a shot ahead of this one where there's someone playing the violin and she still has the bag over her face. So I was thinking that this could be a way to separate the classes. Like you are part of the rebel
Yeah.
group, and we capture
I mean,
you, or we're subjugating you, but you're not to look upon us.
The symbol definitely seems to mean something like it's supposed to intimidate you at least.
Oh, for sure.
It also looks like they're all about to be assassinated.
That she was to usher in a
look at all the farmers right
new
here.
age of peace and compassion.
I like
I
this
was
shot
given
here.
memories.
Yeah, it's a good
This
shot
shot
right
here.
That's a dope shot.
The first thing I thought was like I see the spaceships above and they're like arriving and they are like destroying all their gods or whoever they pray. So it's like saying, "Hey, we here. These people, these gods that you pray to, they're inconsequential.
Although these are not the king's statues.
Well, I don't know.
gods.
Do you see the spaceships? Those are the part of the kingdom, and they are
same ships that we see that show up at the farm, right?
Yeah, so like they're destroying all the like anything that has to do with war. The first thing they do is like they try to erase your history.
Right.
So
Well, don't forget. So 4 years prior to this movie, though, the king was assassinated Caesar style, and so Regent Belisarius is in charge now.
So he's probably destroying anything that has to do with the history.
So they use a lot of. It seems like he's kind of parading the image of the king around. Like, it's not clear if he's the one that killed him or not, but I think the idea is he did, but nobody knows. But they're very much parading. Like everyone is still like, oh, in honor of the king, we're gonna, like the soldiers still bear the king's symbol on them and stuff. So I don't think that they're necessarily going out and erasing past evidence of the king. But that could be what this is, though. They could be doing it as an accident. I think these are more like what Ben was saying originally, though, that they're erasing the planet's like history, and that's not spoilers, by the way. Those
No.
So
No, we will ask you about spoilers after this trailer.
No, someone in the chat's like spoiler. It's like no, that's. But
then he said, "Tell me more."
Oh yeah.
Basically, like, yeah, because I thought maybe this was like a statue for each king that has come before. Like there are in some countries where like they honor each king in like coliseums or whatever. But okay.
Well, the empire is very colonial, so they will go places and they will take people and induct them into the army, and they will kind of erase their history, and they'll kind of subjugate and force them to be to like homogenize their culture and stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if this is like Ben was saying, like, oh yeah, forget your old gods, you use our gods now.
I don't know. This the statue looks like Toby Emmerich. All right. Then we got this right here. This is the first time we see one of these birds right here. These like mythological, like griffin type birds.
This guy definitely has a thing for birds, man.
Yes, he does. I mean, obviously he's wearing the feathers. They got the feathers all on their. But I mean, this is a funeral.
This is the first shot where it's
well,
like,
it's like
by
the
way,
Game of
this...
Thrones that they praise the dragons. Here they praise the griffins.
Yeah,
that's my takeaway.
Is this funeral attire?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love how up to this point it's like,
and we got right here, like who is
dressed
this?
in all Griffin garb.
well,
Is that the king? I assume.
no,
King?
that is not
Is
the
that like
king.
Oh,
his-
that's not the
another-
king.
that-
Oh,
Wait,
I
isn't
think-
that the Slade King?
No, it's not. I
No.
think that is.
I think is that his
that's
dad, maybe?
Tarek's dad, I think, but not the
Yeah.
Slain King.
Mm.
But I love it how they've got all this Griffin stuff, but then these dudes have like bowler hats.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
like up to now, it's just like, oh, here's this sci-fi movie, and it's like, oh, by the way, it's also anime AF.
Oh, yeah, there's like there's another time too where like I think Ed Screen is like wearing just like a dress shirt and a tie, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, what the fuck? Like it just kind of threw me off. Yeah, that we see in the trailer.
I cannot serve. And
That's her backstory right here. Of course,
Mhm.
I'm assuming this is why she's like, all right, I'm gonna fuck some shit up now.
Right.
You know, I got
For a child.
I got the bill.
This shot reminds me of that. I love this shot here.
Oh, same.
save.
And this right here, which we saw on the featurette, and then I like this.
Stop it right there. Stop it there. You notice how fucking amazing the shot is because it looks like a wide angle IMAX shot.
Yeah.
It's taken from the ground, so it gives you like a big scale scope of all the ships flying above and the mountains behind. That's like fucking. It's just a good eye for cinematography.
Of course.
Did he shoot part of this film in IMAX? By the way.
No, that's what I'm impressed about. That this is not an IMAX shot.
Okay.
Should be.
It's
What do
a
you think
fucking
they
Zack
want?
Snyder
And
shot.
I totally
though.
forgot that Corey. What's his name?
Corey
yeah.
Stoll.
Yeah.
I
Corey
love that
Stoll.
Corey Stoll has a giant beard in this.
Yeah.
It's just like-
I
totally
barely
forgot he was
recognized
in that.
him. I was like, like the shitty villain from Ant-Man, isn't this? I'm like, but now, it's like,
It's a
like, now, I'm
redemption
like,
story.
now I'm like, I'm like actually afraid of him now.
Yeah, he looks good with the beard. I mean, it doesn't match Stevens, but you know, it's up there.
Want.
And then let's just
Yo,
gauge her
Her
arm.
concern and her response.
Yeah.
Like we saw the teaser like the day before when they put out the little thing that was like 13 seconds, and you heard this dialogue, but to see it on her face, like what are they here for? She's like, fucking, they're about to come try to fucking you know what I mean? Like they're here for a reason, motherfucker. Like it's just not simple. It's not simple. So I do like her the way she says everything here is like, holy shit. It's about to go down. Yeah.
Look at that shot. Jesus
Oof.
Christ.
I love
Not see much. Jesus.
Literally.
Not see
That
much.
shot
Literally.
reminds me
I mean,
of
those
300
flags.
when Xerxes was coming on top of the throne carried by his soldiers.
it. Mm-hmm.
It's
I just realized I had the wrong quality on. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, gee.
There it
Well,
is.
Now we gotta start it over.
We gotta start it over now.
Yeah.
I'll look at this shot again. That shot it looks better now. I just was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look as anyway.
What do you think they want?
Yeah, that shot's just
Mhm.
I like that there are like medieval knights in the
Yeah.
army or whatever it is. They look like knights. And
Mhm.
even those flags are kind of medieval. And I assume that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 circles have something to do with it. Those little things on the flag with the circles. So
And then you
there's
got
it's
two
all
flags
kinds of-
right here that have
Yeah.
like these 3 lines too. Yeah, there's so much here.
That's Nazis
Oh,
in
yeah.
space.
They're like Roman, like
Yeah.
Soviet Romans.
yeah.
So crazy.
Very Game of Thrones, like.
And then he even has like a little tattoo right here on his
Oh.
face.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what
I
does
didn't
that
notice that
mean?
He's been
Yeah.
in jail.
Yeah.
Good time.
That's the space version of a teardrop.
That's a space theater version of I've been in the inside.
Yo, does anybody else think he's gonna be absolutely
this scene right here.
disgusting? Like,
Ooh, good stop there,
I
Jay.
paused it at the best part. I know I am. Easy there, Ben.
The red band,
Okay.
the red band trailer, the red band trailer shows whose face this hatchet goes into after this shot.
Oh, okay.
Walter Hamada.
F you guys up. Man. That's a cool shot. Like,
That's Belisarius there.
Look at this kid. Look at that cape though.
so that we got a little flashback action right here, obviously, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that shot.
Yeah, because this is her like as a soldier. I'm assuming, like like I don't know.
I don't think that's Belisarius though.
Yeah, I think that's the general. But it look at the sigil on the chest. They all have different. Come on.
You don't think that's
I think
him?
that's. Is that the Fallen King?
I think that's my best. Either him or
I feel like
someone
that's
related to
who
the army.
Belisarius took out to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because you see someone that's wearing the same outfit later on, sitting in front of the stained glass window on the throne. And so this is obviously a flashback, also. So this is gonna be from before the king is dead.
This is Rebel Moon by the Minute with Stephen Colbert.
Which, by the way, Dice and I did
second.
record a 3-hour breakdown.
No, I was about to say, like you guys recorded something very. Yeah, look forward to that because
a 3-hour breakdown on the first minute.
No, of the trailer.
Of the trailer.
Okay.
Yeah, they
An
do
hour
a half an hour on why there's smoke coming out of this building right
Yeah.
now.
Well, we combined it with my set visit breakdown, so like I talk about all the like how they should Anyway.
I was taught that love is weakness.
So yeah. So
You're right, Ben. They did have different symbols on their army.
On the symbol, yeah. So it's
uniforms.
like different
That's pretty
rankings.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, so
that,
the
that
different
attention to
rankings.
detail, you gotta appreciate that. See that they
Yeah.
have different.
Yeah.
1,
Well,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 different symbols.
Yeah.
And they've got the whole hierarchy worked out too. So it's not that
of course.
just has meaning, but like they've got a chart that says here's what all the ranks are, and here
This
here's
is what they look
symbols mean.
like. So
Yeah.
So on her right side, there's a crown, and like, are these like badges of honor in their world?
rankings.
Yeah, it's just rankings, I think.
Yeah.
But like I say, the stars are different. Yeah.
No, not those.
I know
The
you're
one-
talking about this over here.
Yeah,
right?
those are the rankings.
Yeah.
Like I feel like those are the big ones are the groups that what is it? What do you call that when you go to the
like
army?
a battalion
Your
or
battalion,
something,
yeah,
or
exactly.
something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I was taught that love is weakness.
Yeah, that slow mo shot. I just love that. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that detail on her shoulder plate.
That
The detail on that.
Holy.
Is that the same
Yeah.
kind of armor
God.
that what is that actor's name was wearing
Titus?
earlier?
Juman
shot.
Hansu?
Yeah, is that the
Jumanji.
same kind of armor?
It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it.
He used to work for them too, right?
Oh, well, I mean that would make sense.
His backstory is that he was a general in the army, and then after Belisarius took over, he was like, "Oh, you're too much for me," and he like dipped.
Yeah, bounce. Win the
I
exile.
wish we could like enhance. I wish we could like use enhance. Computer enhance.
That shot right there is so
Okay,
freaking cool,
that's
man.
fucking.
Yeah,
That shit is
one of my
fire.
favorite
Oh
shots.
man,
That's Batman on top of the tank.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
flag
yeah.
is so detailed too. There's a lot of going
Yeah.
on. Like what it, I don't know. Like
It
I
what's
know.
that? The symbol in
Like
the
a
middle.
bird-
Like what does the symbol in the middle mean?
Like a burning
You know?
star, a burning sun. or
Yeah, something. Yeah.
Those are the
This whole
rebels.
scene of like why she's doing this, like obviously, I mean, we see her like, oh yeah, let's do this. We're soldiers. We're doing all this, and then all of a sudden it's like shit goes down. She loses the love of her life, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, I'm gonna be a badass and just fucking. And now we're playing capture the flag. I don't know what's going on with this.
The comment from Pinolio, or how you pronounce that? She won, but at what cost? Basically, because yeah, you're right. I think like that shot, like like she's all excited to be a part of this, and she thinks it'll be something different, and then now she's actually out there, and it doesn't go the way she thought.
Yeah, never does. Oh, Armada.
Walter Hamada.
Armada.
Wait,
It
wait,
took
wait,
me a
wait,
minute
wait,
to it took me a minute to realize that that Spider's carrying a child.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
that the first time around. I'm like, yeah, she's carrying, which is interesting. Like,
Is
what's
she
the
played by
context?
Walter Hamada's wife or something?
Well, I mean, she's called Harmada.
Harmada.
Oh, that's
yeah.
interesting.
Well,
Yeah.
just like
Oh,
him.
yeah.
She-
We
just like him,
made
he's
a
ug-
comment
he's
about
ugly.
that. Yeah.
Isn't
That's
that
that,
Jenna Malone?
that's
Jenna
definitely
Malone. Yeah.
interesting.
Jenna
Oh, let's
Malone.
be clear. The name is intentional, bro.
Oh, I mean, really? Was it intentional?
I mean, when you just add an R to the name,
Yeah,
like,
bro.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
It's
You know,
fire.
I mean, as soon as we heard about that character and we read it, I think everybody, like all of us, I went, ding, there's something going on right here. And, guys,
and also, harm, Hamada caused a lot of harm.
Is the child maybe is Nemesis the character with the blades? Isn't she in a shot earlier in the trailer holding a child? I wonder if that's the same child.
That's interesting. Probably, maybe.
God, I'm arachnophobic.
So yeah, I hate spiders.
Yeah, bro.
Wow. Hamada is so ugly.
Spiders can fucking kick rocks, bro.
Droga said
spiders can kick rocks, man.
Droga said
There is a difference.
There it is. Yes.
Oh my God.
So freaking
big
cool.
ass building sword.
There is a difference between justice and revenge.
That's awesome.
Look at those things, man. These things are just badass.
Like the design of the Spider Woman is crazy. Like, or whatever she is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, but here we got the thing is, like, I'm, with the swords, I mean, obviously
look like a super heated up sword. Like,
yeah. And then we got, I mean, if you look behind, we got, the rest of the guys. We got Sophia, we got all them right here behind her. So it's kind of interesting.
Recruiting, maybe.
I have a question for Professor Steven. I have a question. What does colors mean on swords in this world? Or am I just reading too much into things?
Well, so look at her gauntlets, and you see how they're lit up.
Yeah.
So those are actually.
Oh, there. Okay, hold on.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can see it. It's like lit up right
in her forearms. Yeah.
The details around those might be a little bit of a spoiler, but I'll just say those are powering the swords.
Yeah.
And so her swords look different because they're being powered a different way than the other ones are.
So no, if you don't have any gauntlets, they're just regular swords.
Or I think that hers can get hotter because she's got special gauntlets, whereas the other ones can't handle that level of, or can't generate that amount of heat into them. Is my kind of assumption. I could have a more in-depth theory on that, but it would hit on some things that might be spoilers that I would rather just not risk it.
Yeah, I guess.
Aw. And this, what? Hey. I mean, we get a fight scene between these two.
That's the pay field.
Ugh. I mean,
bro, you know what?
Scribes.
I tell you what, it looks to me as though they come to fucking Harmada for whatever, and she's like, okay, well, if you can fucking defeat me, then you can get whatever. That's because it's clear that the rest of the cast is just sitting back watching, like, okay, handle that for us, and because this looks dope as fuck. Look at that, man. That shit looks incredible, dude.
I know you got everybody like over here just watching,
chilling.
Watching. You got somebody right here too. That I'm like, who is this person right here?
That's the person that he was carrying.
No, that's not the child.
You don't think so? Because it's the same shot. It's the same people behind her, and she was
the child.
No, I'm saying, what's her name? The multi swords. What's her name?
Nemesis.
Nemesis. Yeah, Nemesis was standing. Nemesis was standing in front of them in the previous shot, and all of a sudden she's on the floor. So she's already tussling with a spider, and then there's another shot of her when she comes out with the sword swinging. And I think by that time she's already finished the job.
I just like the fact that we got a bug zapper up here. That's right.
Flies. Right, is that what it
flies?
It's
too many flies in this world.
It's important.
Yes, it is.
I hate spiders so much.
There is a price to pay for it.
And then we got Oliver Queen right here.
Daddy Charlie Hunnam. Oh, I love him so much.
So, I mean, he's essentially just like he's like the Han Solo of all this. I mean, to compare him to all this, if we're gonna do a correlation to Star Wars, I mean, he's essentially the Han Solo-esque
cooler version.
Yeah, but I mean, again, yes, this will be a question that I would like to ask. I was like, Did you? I mean, he's wearing a green hood.
It'd be funny if he comes out with an arrow.
Oh my God!
If there's a fucking arrow, I'm looking.
Steven, is there a bow and arrow?
No, he does have a grill, but he hasn't opened his mouth yet, so you can't. But they made
He has
him
a grill.
He's blinged. Look at all the rings on his hand.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, I know.
blinged
I
out.
noticed that.
Yo, so
So
he's got
also a grill. Wow, that's funny.
bruh.
How does that go from arrow? Oh, he got a grill, by the way.
He does like an Irish.
Is that your way to deflect the question?
No, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I see no similarity to Oliver Queen, and from the other additional details I know about him. The most interesting thing for me is I want to see what he looks like with the grill. So that's why
Wow,
all the shots are he's not talking or opening his mouth on any of them.
it's interesting. Yeah, we know we don't hear. Yeah, he doesn't speak in this. That's why the next trailer we will. Whoa, look at that.
My God,
What is
there's
happening?
so much going on. There's so
I
much.
mean, you got
happening.
this right here, which is
Yeah.
like some kind of war battle thing that's coming. And then yeah, and
Somebody
then we get
just
this
jumped
right
off
here.
the cliff, bro.
Yeah, pretty
Somebody
much.
committed
Yeah,
suicide
says,
right
screw
here.
it.
Well, it's clear are they being invaded, and that's why she's like, I'm done.
She's like, fuck it.
Maybe.
That's what it feels
No,
like.
it's the first look at Gal Gadot as the evil queen. She's just like, I'm done with the shit.
I think that's
Oh.
a flashback of Tarek's mother.
Mm.
So I think that might be like after, like it looks like she's wearing the same thing as from the funeral.
Mm.
Oh, interesting.
And look at the
Okay.
hat. The hat.
So
is
her
nice.
world's
Yeah.
taking over, and she's probably, I'm not gonna get captured alive.
She's like, fuck this, I'm out. Yeah. Yeah, good. Look at that. Ah, then we got some like just war shots right here. Ah, yeah.
Right.
See, one
Wait,
of these.
who is that?
Before I die, I hope I can hold a knife in my fucking teeth like that. I want to have a moment
Who
where I
is
can-
that? Who is
That's
that though?
that's Milius.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. God, was she taking on the Predator?
No, that's E. Duffy's. They were that's the non-binary character. They were featured in the one of the earliest shots. They're getting like loaded onto the ship. They had long hair and they get like liberated as a slave to join Blood Axe's crew.
Ooh. I love that.
And then obviously,
yes.
Look at those. Oh,
Jamon Hansu.
Bro.
Showing those traps, baby.
Every shot
Showing
this
the
guy looks
trap.
like he is like
Javon.
had 5 Red Bulls.
he is
man.
such a daddy. Such a daddy.
Balls
John
to
is-
the
is-
wall
he's
in
kinda-
every shot.
He's
Zach's
channeling
like,
the
"All right,
I don't
need
want
you to
peace, I want
scream
war.
at the top
Give
of
me
your
another
lungs and shit."
espresso. I gotta do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen. He's been since the first movie I ever seen him in was Amistad and shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Give
he just
us
ripped
free.
every since
He was
like,
free. I love that movie.
I don't want.
I
I want problems always.
That's what reminds me when I say that.
Chime in a Zack Snyder movie is something that is long overdue, and this
Yeah.
shot,
Very long.
Oh, yeah.
this shot
Yeah.
says exactly why.
Mhm.
Dude, the dude's gonna be, Zack
Daddy
Snyder's gonna bring him into
Daddy
this
Titus is
star.
here.
He's gonna become the star that he's supposed to be. I mean, that's the thing. I love the fact that he was always like this character actor where you go, oh yeah, I like this guy. You
Mhm.
know, he's always been that guy, and I'm like, he's gonna be a star now. You're gonna be a star, kid. Oh, whoa, more craziness. I mean, again, it's like, what is happening?
Is that a harbor somewhere? It's like
It's a hangar,
Space
City.
Harbor?
like a space hangar.
Yeah.
Oh,
Something
that's
floating in the what?
Yeah.
Whenever we
what
asked
were you saying,
Zach,
Dave? He's all, oh, that's, and then he stopped.
I just
whenever we
noticed.
asked Zach what stuff was on set, he would just say space, whatever.
Space bridge in this
so
case.
yeah, it's a space bridge. That's a space violin. That's a space coffee maker.
Mm.
Miss
Sounds like
Coffee.
he's in character.
I like this right here too, where it's like, because we saw this, like Zach posted the shot of this, like behind the
Yeah,
scenes.
so
This
by the way,
set.
so he is aged up about 20 years in that, wearing prosthetics and a fake beard.
Okay, I
Wow.
could see. Yeah, okay. Interesting.
wait. So who
That's
is this
good
actor?
prosthetics and good
That's
beard right there.
Fra-Fee. That's Belisarius aged. So that's what's interesting also when you're like talking about like the flashbacks and stuff for context. I don't know what exactly this means about the spread out of his footage, but the actor is aged up for the present timeline. So I don't know if that means he's got like more, if a lot of his footage is in aged up makeup, or if that means that he's got a lot of younger self
Backstory.
flashbacks. That they do that so they don't have to age someone. It's easier to age him up than it is to age him down.
Is it
I don't know.
bad? Is it bad that I thought at first when I saw it, I was like, "Is that Henry?"
I saw people who thought it was.
Think about it.
I saw people who thought it was Jared Leto.
What?
I saw people who thought it was Jared Leto at first.
Well,
I thought it was Henry. He looks more like Henry.
Yeah.
They watch Versace and they're like, hey, you know.
Well, there's people saying, anyway.
What are they saying?
Nothing.
I do love this part.
Hold on.
I don't want no trouble.
Hey, there's the
Hey,
guy.
I don't want no trouble.
That's
So is this a Dark Side's prequel? Is this what
Yes.
this is?
Dark Side Beginning.
Yeah, they just haven't put the CGI on it.
Yeah, this is actually the third movie set up. Dark Side: The Beginning.
This is Yuxes.
Origin of Yuxes.
How you say
Yuxes. Well, not
The
even
ending of the
exactly.
movie is going to be when he comes to Earth for the first time, and then everyone unites against him. It ties.
So
all
he's
in.
gonna be just like that guy that's like, you know, fuck you all. I don't want to fucking help you. Okay, I'll fucking help you. Is that the character he's playing? Like he's very standoffish. Like, you know, I know you guys.
He's got control over. He's kind of guarding over one of the characters.
And he's it's not a cameo, but he's not like it's not extended.
Well, Zach said that the last time he was on. He said he's like, yeah, what he does is great, but it's a small role.
Yeah.
So it's not like a cameo, but he has a significant role in this whole thing, and
It'll be giftable at least.
Yeah,
I'm glad that he's in it. I'm just glad he's in it. That's awesome.
It was so funny because I just loved how like Ray was like trying not to like really talk about it, and then like again when Zach was on here last time, he just basically was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, he's in it." Like, finally, we could talk about Ray Porter is in Rebel Moon, which is great, and sucks that he can't talk about it now though, man, right now. But whatever. But I like the mustache, you know, looking good, Ray. You're looking good. See, and then that is a fucking shot. I just like how it just like blows up and then it slows down.
Yeah, look at the speed ramping they do with those.
Yeah,
dude, that is so insane.
It's also funny how that's totally a different planet. This is from Velt, and then that's from Tarek, wherever Tarek's thing is going on, I think.
Cool.
So it's funny that they're just sticking that in the middle of the Ray Porter dialogue.
We're not here to bring any.
There was another bird behind there, wasn't there? Whoops.
Yep.
Yeah, right there.
I think that's the griffin. Yeah.
Bird
Once
is the
again,
word.
and once again, his mouth is closed. He's not talking. So.
Oh, and I saw they put up an article where they said that it's called a Bennu.
A Bennu?
The griffin it's a Ben, like Benuu or something like that, I think. A Bennu is what those griffins are.
Ben, change your name to Bennu.
Let me change that right now.
Right now.
To bring any.
Yeah. Are you ready? God, I love that. I just love that.
Oh, it's Bennu.
Oh, okay. I'm about. What the hell's happening here? Is there like a freaking, like some kind of church thing that's going on right here? I mean, you got people sitting right here and some pews, maybe.
I was wondering if those are tables that are on their side.
Yeah, probably.
Like, it's like a bar, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a church to me.
I know. Could be. It's a space church, as Zach would probably say.
Space. You're right. There's our boy.
We got Goro right here.
Goro.
Dude, I mean, we got this
crossover confirmed.
Okay, over here, is this guy not wearing pants? Or what's going on?
No, look at his dark skin and leather shorts.
Oh,
What?
Wait,
It like threw me off. I was like,
No,
it reversed or like.
No, that is not skin. That is leather. The skin.
That just scanned his ass.
I thought there would be nudity in this.
I don't know.
Cheeks all over the trailer, man. Cheeks all over the trailer.
So the Providence is like their equivalent of like their Mos Eisley, where they go to meet Kai and get on a ship, and and they were saying it's like a bar, and then Deb was like, it's kind of a little bit brothely too.
Brothely too. So some.
It's a space ass.
Yeah.
Space broth. There it is. We know that guy. You always like shots like of spaceships, just like you know, in the water. Just
I pose no fear.
Some more war shots. Okay, so now this is reminding me of like that shot that
Boom.
Zach like posted on Vero where he was like, you know, he was on the camera rig and he got like, you know, is this probably where all that was taking place? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, one of them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Where he's just, you know, in that thing and just
smothered
covered,
in dirt. Yeah.
Just covered in dirt and debris. Okay, so then we got this is his version. Yeah, but I let you know the whole, you know, Bane mask that's happening right here. That's like
right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who you are. I'm in the movie. Yes, I am. Yeah.
I was born in it. Yeah.
I was raised in it. Let's show them that we're not a
there he is.
Oh my God.
Big fucking guns. Right there.
God.
Oh, the gun he's holding.
He looks so
yeah.
Yeah, he gonna fucking kill it.
Big guns holding the big gun. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm curious to like see more of, because you know I think this is like really the only shot that we saw, or is there another shot? There's another shot, isn't there? Maybe, I don't know.
I think that's the only one of them.
It's the only shot we get. Yeah. There's that. See more with this.
Word.
Yeah.
Let's show them we're more than the shackles that bind us.
Yeah, dude.
There's our man, Rebecca. There's our man.
I know.
Justice for William.
Why? Because he has a 12-pack.
Because he got fake abs.
Rebecca and I, we go way back with him.
Yeah.
He was underappreciated on Supergirl.
Supergirl did nothing with him for 2 seasons. It was such a waste.
Well, look at him now. He's about to
I'm so glad they're using him. I always thought he was a good actor, so I'm glad to see him.
And he was also Doomsday on Krypton.
Zach says he's the funniest character. Also,
he's the funniest character.
Well, we asked, said, is there comic relief? And Zach goes, is there comic relief? And he looks at Debbie, and she's like, there's comic relief. And he's like, I'm asking, is there comic relief? And she's like, yeah, a little bit, not much. And so I was like, is there? He's like, not really. And I said, well, what's the funniest character? And he says, oh, probably Stas. Stas is probably the funniest. So.
Interesting.
Well, he's leveled up.
He
is leveled up. Bad body.
Is he like considering the shot with Ray? They say he's like, does Ray own this fool or what? What's good? You know what I mean? Like he's like, I'm gonna need trouble, but in the background you see the bird. Like we looked at it just a few minutes ago. Like
I don't know, but Stas, we saw him earlier in that funeral shot where he was all cleaned up. Mm-hmm. Also, he's wearing this pendant that's got a griffin on it. And that's actually it's actually Stas's jewelry from his fiance. That's got like an image of a griffin on it that they incorporated into the character. So that his family, obviously, you saw at the funeral also, these Bennu have some sort of cultural or noble association with his family or people.
Bennus are ancient Egyptian deities linked with the sun, creation, and rebirth.
Oh,
God, there's so much.
He's thriving, Rebecca. He is thriving. Zack
Zack Snyder mythological mixtape.
Yep.
I love it. Okay, so there's some kind of thing happening here. So we got these.
By the way, have you ever seen someone that specifically jacked before?
No.
Well, he's like. Dude, the dude has like negative body fat.
Yeah.
Going on
Bro,
right
he
now.
looks like if you've ever watched that show, the HBO show, damn it, what the fuck, Westworld, when at the beginning when they're like,
it's like
before they have skin. Yeah.
The Victoria man.
Yeah.
He told us the first thing he said when he sat on for an interview, he was eating an apple, and he's like, I'm powered by apples, and then throughout the interview proceeded to like just chomp down the entire apple, and then there was a moment where he looked around, like he was like, "Do I set the core down on the table, or is there?" And then he just ate the whole core also.
He ate the core.
He ate the core. Well, and so ever since then, I eat the core now too, because like, hey, look at him, right? Like, what are you gonna do? The core it's fine. It's just got some seeds in it. It's mostly the same thing as the rest of the apple. Just eat the core, guys. Look like this.
Super lean.
Does he have a scar on his chest?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He's got something
Yeah.
branded on his.
I'm not sure, but I suspect that might be from one of the weapons shoot these like plasma. They call them lava corks on set.
Cool.
That are that like cauterize the wound, and so that looks like a cauterized like shot.
Who
So
are
I'm
those
wondering-
priest-looking creatures on the side?
Yeah.
So,
like,
The
are these
scribes.
robots?
Well,
Right.
so that's Deb said when we walk onto a set that they had like the turret and the bridge and the hallway for the big dreadnought, which the whole set was sections of the ship. They said it's like 1.5 miles long, and so they had every part of the set was like a different section of it. And we walk to this one area, and I look up, and there's a giant green screen head just up there, and I'm like, and they're just talking about this, and I go, Deb, what's that thing? And she's like, oh, well, we're just doing some other stuff with like different like kind of AI technology and like medical technology, so people can be like remade. And anyway, like we went on, and she's like, it doesn't really factor into the story, but it's kind of there for whatever. And like that didn't answer my question at all, except for the fact that now I have this quote from her that I've been chewing on for months about some kind of medical technology, and it looks like maybe that's what's going on here, is that they're doing something to some kind of advanced medical tech. So but they look like the priests figures. So I'm also wondering if like there's a huge religious impact on the government of the Imperium. So I'm wondering if it's almost like some holy healing technology.
Well, I mean, he is putting his hands out like that, and we all know that Zach doesn't do Jesus imagery. What are you talking about? Never has he done that before. But I'm just saying he did kind of. I don't know. It could be something.
No, he was like, ladies, look at these arms. Like,
You need tickets to the gun show.
His triceps are bigger than his biceps too.
As they should be. Triceps should be bigger. That's what pushes.
Yeah.
But
the trainer he had on the set of that movie is nuts.
Oh, I'm
that
sure.
guy is insane. Italian guy. I can't remember his name. Some Italian guy, but
I could tell you in a second.
he showed me this like before. Yes, this before and after picture. Just one of the background guys on set, and it was like the dude just had like normal body, wasn't really overweight or skinny, just a normal body. And then another one was like 4 weeks later, and the dude was ripped. He had like an 8-pack, and like his chest was all ripped. And I was like, that's in 4 weeks? Like, what is this guy doing to these people?
He's eating fucking 1 peanut a day, is what
he's all drink.
Drink one apple a day.
Eat the apple core. Eat the apple.
Yeah.
One apple.
Yeah. Take a shot of water, but don't swallow it. Just swish it in your mouth.
Don't swallow it.
Too many calories in the water.
You don't want water weight on you. Yeah. And then this guy.
Oh, dude, I love these creatures like this.
Yeah, that's just fire.
He's
Makes
so
it feel
cute.
alien.
I watch him be evil, and I have to eat all my words. I'm like, he's so cute. But he's
If you watch this, if you I don't know if you slow it down or if you can catch it. He does some sort of like a grin or a some sort of a smile on that shot at the
like
very end
smirk,
of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't really see it. I couldn't.
If you hit the at the arrow or the comma and period keys on your keyboard, it goes forward, backwards,
that's
frame by frame.
The mouse is killing me.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Should be the
Just
period
hockey,
should go
buddy.
forward a frame.
Okay. Yeah. I suck. The comma and what key?
Period and comma. It's the greater than, less than signs, whatever those are called.
Oh yeah.
Should go
Okay,
forward
there
and
we
backward
go.
one frame at a time.
There we go. There we go.
He's so cute.
Is that one of the designs that won?
CGI
Remember that he had a
so
he had a contest for the creature design. Is that the one that won?
No, none of those are going to be in the movie, from my understanding, but they might be in the other stuff.
Oh, okay.
But
I
wait,
could be wrong about that, but
I thought that contest was so that they would be in the movie.
for Rebel Moon something or other, but I don't think necessarily the movie itself. I could be wrong, but my understanding was that there wasn't enough time to get those designs specifically.
Yeah,
in the
because
movie.
this is still detailed.
Yeah, that's still fire. That shit looks dope.
So good.
I like the symbol on his forehead.
Yeah,
It looks
he's got like on his
See,
head
those
right
are
there.
those are the things that I'm really looking forward to, like seeing.
Like, what does that mean?
What does this mean?
That's why, like, I hope that like what comes out, like, because there's like these like books that are made about the makings of a film, and they have like concept art and symbols. So I kind of hope
he's just gonna be like, I haven't eaten chocolate in 40 days.
They're doing an art of book, but also Zach had his. You guys know that portrait book for Watchmen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just the portraits of the characters. So Zach set up a photo booth. He had his Leica cameras with him, and he set up like a specific photo booth. Actually, it's more like the those Vanity Fair pictures from Justice League with like Jared Leto and the stuff that didn't end up in the movie at all, but it's just like avant-garde stuff of characters in costume. He took like 4,000 photos of the cast and everyone in their costumes in alongside his directing duties, compiled this like portrait photography, and I believe it's going to end up in a book or something. But he did
That's
a whole
awesome.
massive amount of portrait photography of like
Yeah,
avant-garde people in Rebel Moon costumes.
I see that this creature has it has antlers too. Well, it's like growing antlers, so probably there's something about
probably the
those.
antlers that Jimmy's wearing.
Probably there's something to it.
I just want to feed it though.
And then we got some more.
The wolf.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the wolf is important.
That's this right here.
Yeah, wolves are an important symbol.
Well, yeah, he did post.
Sophia. I didn't realize that was Sophia. That's Sophia, right?
That is Sophia right there.
Well, and see that guy looks like the guy that was standing in the guy that's sitting down covering his face. Looks like the same guy that we saw from behind before, standing in front of the army, holding that cane up.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But without the cape.
Interesting.
Is the one in front of the king King Belisarius backstory?
I suspect.
Okay.
And the man.
And we got this right here. Well, yeah, that's where they find him.
Is it Jamon?
Yeah, it looks like it is. But
in his hand, he's got a Civil War black powder case that they transformed into a flask. It's just a giant flask.
That's awesome.
But I love also that's such a Zach is like, okay, you're drinking after a fight, but also you're posed like Michelangelo carved you.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at that arm.
He's like, stuck it in, flex.
Flex.
Config.
And then we got that right there where it was like
config.
That's the guy from Iceland, Bruce Vane.
Oh yeah.
What is him? Holy shit!
Oh,
Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
Credit to Andrew Dice, who recognizes and can identify any background character by name.
That's how something Andrew would do.
Oh yeah, it's his talent. Then we got the this right here. That's like the crown. The crown that's like falling down.
I think they just executed someone with that had those bags on. I think that's probably like an execution or something.
Oh, yeah.
Or the death of the king.
Mm-hmm. This might be it because you're having a shot of the crown. Okay.
Yeah.
We saw that earlier where it was like, oh yeah, I like this part and blah blah blah. What the fuck? And then more birds.
Birds. Bird is the word. I'm a
Yeah.
bird.
There's another one from like the.
This is just a sequel to his Owl movie, guys. It's just a sequel to the Owl.
I'm here with the girl that's credited as the Princess Issa. Also,
The concept art, right? Wasn't that from the concept art of the guy standing in the snow with the little girl?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Huh?
But the myth
Yeah.
Yeah, because she had a dog.
is indestructible.
More birds.
Does
I
she have
love
a wolf
that.
with her?
God damn it, that's a cool shot. Like just because
Yeah.
like it slows down as she like touches the
Well,
wing.
I love the Griffin Zach being like, how can I get some Owls of Gahul feather action into this movie?
And Stasner's character is on it while he flies.
Well, this is after he just leaped
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
that. And then she's just like, let me
He's
touch.
he's just been flying for days. Like suddenly he comes down.
But it's because that, like, again, the shot back when he just pets the bird, they're in the background, and so like I guess he, this entire scene is, he jumps on it and flies around and comes down, and she gets to fucking run her hand through the feathers and shit. Fucking dope.
Here's the
And
shot.
this is-
I mean, my
Jimmy
God.
tripping on acid.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
You guys don't see these lights?
No, he's in the ancestral plane.
Anybody else? Yeah, I know. Like, what's happening here? I mean, obviously, this is something where he's having some kind of Steven?
I
don't know.
You don't know. Oh, bullshit! That you bullshit. You don't know.
His whole thing
Look at
is that
Look at that.
the Jimmies are like they're all. I mean, he says in the trailer, right?
Did you just say plural? Plural?
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of Jimmies.
There it is.
And so they're like the Knights Templar, but they're robots who are programmed. But I think that's a really interesting play, though, on like the idea of being a knight and being pledged to this kind of code. Like literally, the Jimmies are coded, right, in the same way that like a knight would be, except for them, it's like a religious dogma, not a actual digital code. But the function is the same. You look, he's similar to like the Parsifal from Excalibur, where the Order no longer has a purpose, but he's still seeking the Holy Grail, right? He's still trying to find what is my purpose without when this code that I subscribe to no longer means anything because my king is gone, the land is the land and the king are one, all of that, and so Jimmy diverges from the rest of the Jimmies in that he's on some sort of quest of self-actualization and free will and all that.
That's fucking incredible.
So I'm just wondering what the significance of the color.
I kind of want this like a wallpaper almost, like with the red and the blue lights.
Because like the blue is around him, and then the red is around.
My thought when I saw it is that it's their Firefly or something of some kind that he's interacting with. 'Cause it seems like Jimmy, especially with how he gets the horns and everything at the end, he has some sort of a connection with the movie's philosophy and aesthetic revolves around the dichotomy between harmony and brutality. And not just brutality like harmony being and being like friendliness and brutality being rough, but like also like brutalist architecture. So like very utilitarian and functional as opposed to aesthetic and beautiful. And so whenever you see something in a movie that looks pretty or that looks like it has something to do with nature, they are evoking a sense of harmony. And so Jimmy is a product of a brutalist system who is, in this scene, appears to be making some sort of a connection with nature and harmonizing with nature. He's on Velt, which is the planet where the farmers are from, which is going to represent that harmony. Right, it's going to represent they're the ones that get along with the ground and they sustainably raise the crops. They don't go around from planet to planet like the Empire, seizing everybody's crops. So his arc is kind of the pathway between the two. So my assumption then when I see these changing is that he's having some sort of a spiritual experience basically as he's connecting with nature. Right, he's a robot, but he's learning to connect with nature as whatever this is happening around him.
He ate those funky mushrooms, bro. That's what
there are mushrooms associated with the antlers.
But see, notice how all of a sudden they just turn blue. Like a lot of things turn blue right here.
He eradicated.
Yeah, he's
all these red dots. Like one is Chef John's, one is John Berg, one is Toby Emmerich, one is Kevin Shishara.
There's another flashback of probably, I'm guessing, of somebody as a kid. Who's his character? Steven?
Steven. They're just happy farmers.
Oh, is that what it is? Sure.
Sure, John.
Right through the waterfall.
Has come.
Oh, stormtroopers and shit right here.
No, these guys don't miss though.
Oh yeah.
but once again,
these guys actually can shoot.
Look at this anime aesthetic again, though, with these like giant goggles, these sunglass goggles on them. Like,
oop, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, you've been searching for a lot of Rebel Moon stuff.
Of course, always. What the hell? Go away. Why is this not
Rebel Moon?
Like, click away and see what I'm searching for. And then, of course, we're gonna get like a very loud and angry, inspirational talking to by, I'm sure. Oh yeah. Yes. And then more romantic. Okay, so
She hooks up with that
course,
guy.
you know, why not?
Yeah, right.
She is.
And then you have like a Titanic like dancing moment here on Disney, you know. Look at that. Look at this. This guy's having the time of his life.
I thought that was Jason Momoa for a second.
This is minutes before disaster.
Yeah.
But that's how the movie actually ends.
It's like we don't really. I mean, who is this? Do anybody know, or we just don't know?
No, they're just farmers. I'm not. That might be what's his name? He was in Army of Thieves.
Oh, is that the Wolverine looking dude?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a Stuart
right.
Martin.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, didn't even think about that. Yeah. Wow. Okay. And then he's got tears in his eyes right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look at his.
So-
Yeah, I don't want to look at like behind him and like the gesture that he's making is a.
Oh, those are soldiers.
Hmm.
Like they're all dressed in black.
Kiss goodbye.
He's like, "I love you, Black Canary." I'm gonna manifest it, Rebecca.
And then we go to happy right here.
Mm-hmm.
Happiness. Yay. And again, it like slows down too, just like, you know, how Zack Snyder just loves to do, and I love it. Where it's just like, smile, and then it slows. It's just so cool.
There goes a lightsaber.
Okay, is this Ahsoka now? Because that looks like
Oh my God, it's Ahsoka.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like Ray Stevenson. No, but yeah, we got another, you know, version of
Blue
that
swords.
lightsaber. There, the blue swords right there. Is there like? I mean, I'm assuming it doesn't mean like, oh, like, you know, the red ones are hot and the blue ones are cold. I don't know. I
No,
don't know.
the difference is those ones are self-powered. There's something
because
in the handle.
gauntlets, you
but
don't have the
hers
gauntlets.
are powered by her gauntlets. Yeah.
Yeah. that's-
Also,
okay.
I
That makes-
believe these guys are the Kryptonians, which they're different from the other like stormtrooper characters. And the prop master said he said they're like super soldiers. He says whether they stayed from the old regime to the new regime. He says whether they're jacked up on drugs or whether they just have training and they're really good because they've survived. We don't know exactly. So
I love that. We don't know exactly. Oh, we got the freaking
Sparta.
We got the Spartan kick right there. It was like, of course, we got to get that in there where he just like, yep, gonna give that Spartan kick right there. So awesome during the battle. Look at again the color palette of the different things that are happening here. Oh, we almost saw the grill right there.
He almost opened his mouth.
He did. We almost see a grill right there.
Enhance.
Computer. Enhance. I hit the wrong button again. God damn it.
Wow, look at all the searches.
And there we go. There's that shot right there of Jimmy. We've seen like a different shot of it.
Oh, it's so cute with the flowers on this head.
He's just going like, I don't know my place.
What are my feelings?
I was tripping on acid last night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is before she like goes, here, eat this.
Eat this, you'll feel better in the morning.
Do you have apples?
Eat this and wait about 45 minutes.
Eat this, and you'll wake up. Eat this, and you'll wake up in a couple of days somewhere you don't know where you're at.
Yeah, with antlers on their head.
Exactly. See, okay, so then we got so we talked. Steven, you even said like space violins and shit like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is of course that, and then we got the At first, I was like, "Oh, you don't see the tear, but there is a tear right there." I was like,
"Yeah, it's on the right side on the bottom."
You see it. At first, I didn't notice that.
I don't see a tear at all.
There's a tear right here.
But also, these are obviously like embroidered, whereas the other ones were like drawn on with or something, and so they're and this seems a lot more voluntary than the other ones did. So.
A lot more voluntary because the other ones were
The dude's ready to get zapped.
Yeah.
I wonder what the music's gonna be. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh my god! What if it's like a version of that?
It's a version of the
Dun, 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 dun. Like they make slight differences.
Okay, so then we just got like, hey, I'm just wearing my Jess dress shirt and tie right
Just
here.
got off work, gonna go.
Yeah.
Gonna go terrorize some people.
Who's down for Taco Tuesdays? Like,
look at Kane. Look at Kane though.
But what's great about that though is that this is when he's like, all right, this shit's getting serious. I'm gonna take off my jacket.
Yeah.
And then just like goes to town.
He's got a satchel on, whatever that is,
with a skinny tie. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just funny because it's like,
does that staff mean anything?
He doesn't even undo the top button. He's like,
yeah.
Nope. It's just like, let's do this. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I believe that weapon is
boom,
bro.
That scene that
go back a couple frames. Look how that explosion on that hut starts. It's fucking insane. Look at that shit right there.
Yeah. Boom.
And since they didn't go, they didn't make this in the volume. They actually built the whole village, and so they actually did burn down and like blow up the actual buildings that they shot the whole thing in at the end and for the battle.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Practical effects. Imagine.
I know they work.
Oh, you should try this thing.
No blue sword.
So this is the scene they were shooting when I was on set.
This is bad. This is good. Obviously, good girl versus bad guy.
My highlight of my year was getting to talk to Zack Snyder about how he got those blue. You and your blue
without
LED clipping.
That's right.
And he knew what I was talking about when I mentioned other properties having done the on-set lighting incorrectly.
Yeah, you hear that, Obi-Wan?
But they're on a giant tilting platform when they shoot this. So
where were you standing? Where were you standing, Steven? Like,
basically, we're similar to where we are now, but like way back further. They so it was tilting, and so if you go forward, you'll see they're sliding down. Zach was actually had knee pads, and because he was operating camera, and he was sliding down this inclined floor alongside them sliding down the floor, like catching them with the.
No shit! Oh
yeah,
wow!
Yeah. They also were doing like some crane shots and stuff that were synced up, but yeah, for the most part. They would have, and he was sitting with us for part of it, so he wasn't operating camera the whole time. But yeah, like for stuff like this, if you see the whole thing is at an angle,
yeah,
so he's actually up there like sliding down with them.
Fucking incredible.
You know what's cool too is like there's a strap to this sword right here that they strap to her arm. I just noticed that right there. That's pretty sweet. But yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, it's tilted. So. The ship is crashing, or the rig, or whatever the fuck is just falling. Gravity. Oh, that's gonna be good. And then, of course, you have to have a battle cry of just like
right.
Why not? And then this shot right, and even what they say. I mean, we saw the concept art.
This looks so much better
right here. Yeah. Oh, of course it does. Of course it does.
Yeah.
Who among you is willing to die?
Ah, that's just so good. And with Anthony Hopkins saying that, look at that shot. Jesus Christ.
Somebody in that shot's gonna die.
Of course.
And crazy. So he had these custom Leica cinematic lenses built for this because Leica doesn't do anamorphics. And it's absolutely wild because you see in these when he gets these anamorphic lens flares. I don't know if I've ever seen anamorphic lens flares quite like this in something before. Look at how completely of like a solid light. It's not even really a flare. It's just like a.
It goes all the way across the screen too.
Yeah, and it's solid. It is a very unique flare.
And then you got a secondary flare right here. You got a secondary flare like right here too.
Are these
JJ Abrams is calling them up now.
Like, how the fuck did you do that?
Yeah. How did you get those flares?
Are those three suns?
It looks like it's 3 stars.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there's 3 stars. We got the main one, and then this one, and up here. Yeah.
So this is, I believe it's Pollux. I think this is where they get Titus from, and it's a planet that's got like the remnants of an ancient civilization that's like very Roman That's why I think this is where they get tightest, because like that's like a Coliseum, so gladiator kind of stuff going on. So
cool. Yeah, you can see the Coliseum kind of thing up here.
Yeah.
This is the fucking
and of course
the
the
best
group shot.
The best lens flare porn you're gonna get
Right.
anywhere. This is fucking funny.
No, wait. Those Super Gold posters on the CW, they would have a thing or two to say because they had
they had flares, but were they good flares?
They were never good. They were never
good. They were just a lot of them.
Those were After Effects flares, not lens flares.
Yes.
Yeah, we got our group shot right here.
He's so fucking hot.
One of my favorite details.
Well,
from,
all of them, but like
Stephanie,
Charlie.
I like this guy's Netflix glasses right
here. Yeah. One of my favorite details about Gunnar on the right there, Michael Huseman, is Stephanie Porter, the costume designer, said that he's never been like off planet before from Velt. He's one of the farmers that goes with her, and so he's wearing like his finest clothes. Like whatever he had on the farm, that is like his nicest stuff. He dresses up in to go everywhere because, and it's not like he's not wearing like a tuxedo or anything. It's just he's a farmer, and so he's like, I've never been to this planet. I should wear my
Get my nice jacket.
Get a collar up and everything.
Get my dinner jacket.
Yeah.
Even that logo.
Look at that logo.
So good.
So clean, so fresh.
So clean, so shiny, so crisp. Yes. And boom. So good. I was like,
Scar-giver.
I know, I love that title, the Scar Giver. I'm like, what does that mean?
Nasty.
Steven?
Doesn't Noble say earlier in the trailer? I found
he says it's the Scar Giver. Yeah.
So it's got to be a weapon or a sword or something.
I think it's a person.
Well,
probably her. It's
Korra, and we saw that she won or was like at the front of that battle, and then met the king. And she's got a mysterious past. There were things that they said about it. Was weird.
What if she does some shit like Leonidas at fucking the end of 300, where she just throws a spear and just scars up a dude's face, and it's just.
I don't think this is weird. I don't think I'll get in trouble for this because like they said on set like there was art of her in her uniform, in her Imperium uniform, and they were like, "Don't talk about this. This is a spoiler." And I was like, "Oh, okay. I'll make sure to avoid all talk of her being a part of the Imperium military when I write this up." And then the trailer arrives, and it's like.
You're full.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
But sometimes how spoilery something is, sometimes it gets determined in the edit, maybe. But
no, I mean, like when we see those scenes, I'm not saying, but the dude that she was like, that was dying, he had a big, huge scar on his face. I'm like, did she do that? I don't know.
Well, Noble also has a scar on his chest too.
Well, Sirius has a scar, right?
So maybe she does. She's just a knack for just.
She's got a fetish.
She's a man eater. Remember, you got those drums too. That's all freaking. That's Junkie XL, right?
Yeah, that's what I was curious about. Is how much is that entirely Junkie XL music in there, or is there's some stuff that sounds like it might be? Okay.
Yeah. Has he tweeted anything about it?
He tweeted the trailer.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, he put out like, "Yo, y'all ready for this trailer?" And then like afterwards, he like retweeted it or whatever. So like,
God. All right, who needs a cigarette after all that?
Seriously.
It's
so good, so freaking good. And then like I said, again, Zach does not do anything that's short. When it comes to a teaser, of course we've seen teasers before, but when it came to this, there was a lot of teasing there because obviously we were breaking down as much as possible, but it's still 3.5. It's like, well,
a full hour. I think it took a full hour for us to break it down.
Dude, we did. That was. I kept on noticing. I'm like, we've been talking about this for a while, and we still got like a minute left of like footage to go over. And I'm like, I have to pee. I'm going to have to pee. I'm like, jeez, but no, but it's just man. Again,
a round of applause for Zach. Come on.
Yes. Round of applause.
Always.
Zach. And I just love how his name is all over, like
all over the
story by Zack Snyder, screenplay by Zack Snyder, and of course the others directed by Zack Snyder. It's like, again, it's like his name turned into such a brand now, and that's what's so great about it. And like, I mean, as soon as he put his name in front of Justice League, I was like, fuck, I mean, you have to do that now, and you put your name all over it all. Be John Carpenter, be those guys, be Tim Burton. Put your name on it, even if you just produced it. Put your name on it. You're a brand.
Exactly.
Yeah. See,
Tarantino.
One of us, it could have been yours, but you
could have been you, but
you fucked yourself. You fucked yourself.
So good, so good. But Steven, do you have anything else like when it comes to?
So what about part 3?
Well, so one of the things that is go check out my interviews and stuff on screenrant.com. I tweeted them all, or my profile link is in my bio on Twitter. But Zach said in the interview we had with him that he was talking about the cadence between doing both this and Army. And he was like, well, I could do one of those and come back and do another one of these if there's demand for it. And it was talking about kind of managing the cadence going forward. And so there's definitely, I mean, they've got a novelization. They've got graphic novels in the works. Video game, obviously. There's a video game that takes place after the movie. So they've got the story and everything all fleshed out. I have no idea about if Netflix is, how committed they are beyond this already, or if they're waiting to see numbers or whatnot. But based on kind of the way Zach is approaching this, and also kind of based on the way Netflix is, greenlighting 2 movies back to back from the start, I very much got the impression that like if this performs, well, they are very ready to do. I mean, they're doing merch for like how often does Netflix have merch?
Right. Stranger Things, The Witcher. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Netflix.
And so they've got there's sequel spinoff potential, and it's an original property that's huge for them. Even Witcher, they don't have all the rights to everything on that.
Well, Witcher is dead anyway, so
yeah. And then so as far as like sequels and stuff, that's a big deal. I think the fact that he shot both of these back to back and for so cheap is also, like you look at the 2 of these combined cost less than the entirety of the Gray Man budget, right? Or the entirety of Heart of Stone even was more expensive, right? Like all these big movies, Red Notice.
Right?
Yeah. Those are all more expensive than this, and those were one.
That's for real?
Yeah.
I believe you, but I'm like,
those are all $200 million.
The trailer for this, what we just got on Tuesday from Zach, the teaser for Rebel Moon was more fire than all of those movies put the fucking together. And you're telling me they cost more?
Yeah, those were all like $200 million movies, and this was what? And these are 2 movies together cost less than the entirety of that. Yeah, I wonder how much the Extraction movies cost, because those were, those are done by a similar, the guys making those know how to make, good compact budget thrillers.
Yeah.
But they're not bad. I mean, they got good one. There's a good one shot in the last one. Yeah, exactly. There's that one shot, man. I was like, Jesus Christ.
But yeah, so there's definitely demand, and Zach's got more. So what I'm curious about, though, is if they say, yes, let's do more, are they going to film 2 more back to back? So does that mean we get 3 and 4? Or will he say, like, let's do 3 of them back to back? Like, what if he's got how many of these can he do at once? And also if they've got spinoffs, like what is Damon Caro going to do one? Will Eli Snyder do one? Like who else has he got in his wheelhouse that can direct?
Jay Oliva maybe, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, will Jay do an animated spinoff? So he could do live action also, but he's got his own animation studio. So there is infinite potential, and since it's an original IP, like the cuffs are completely off on where this could go, provided it does well. And also the fact that they're doing the director's cuts, they're going to double dip on this also. So it's basically like when they launch those director's cuts, I'm fully expecting another round of media, another round of promotion. You know, they're gonna it's going to be, maybe it's not going to be as big of a splash once again as the initial release is, but they're basically getting 4 movie releases out of this single, you know, for less than the cost of, you know, Red Notice or something like that. So that's it's very difficult for me to believe that like this performs poorly enough for them to say like, oh yeah, let's reverse all those plans. And so, you know, it's not a 2-part story. It's not a 3-part story. You know, it's
a saga.
Yeah, I think it can go on as long as they want. And also, there's plenty of stuff. You know, the history is so deep. There's, like I said, there's a lot of flashbacks in this, but there's a whole Game of Thrones thing that goes on before the movie even starts. So there's spin-offs, there's prequels that can happen. I don't know if this is a fact or not, but I loosely suspect that Blood Axe is just in here to set up his own spin-off. You see the amount that he's in the trailer, and also once you kind of start putting the plot together, you're like, he doesn't seem to like. I get the feeling that they're going to show up to like recruit him, and he's going to say no, and Milius is going to go with them instead of Blood Axe. But and I could be wrong about that, but like none of the way that this is structured says Blood Axe is with the crew to go back to Velt to defend the farm. So why cast Ray Fisher? Why make such a big deal out about building this character up unless like, you know, Blood Axe gets a Blood Axe movie, you know, Rebel Moon, the Blood Axe saga, right?
Or
and
series,
so
yeah.
So I don't know, and that's, you know, that's all speculation, but like that's all the type of stuff that could happen with this. And not only is it attractive from like, you know, there's interest in it from people and there's passion in it for Snyder, but like this is an original property. The value of having, like, there has not been a streamer to create an original property that captures mindshare like this yet. I mean, Stranger Things sort of did it, but like, I've been shocked at how little they've really capitalized on Stranger Things. There's been some merch, there's been some other kind of stuff with that, but they really haven't, like, they're doing spin-offs and other stuff.
They talk about that, but it's like, what is it going to be?
But like the how slow they've been to like really do much with that has been absolutely shocking. And with this, they're kind of hitting the ground running because the Snyders know how to do that, right? The Snyders, like, you know, Zach and Debbie both, they show up and they've got this whole song and dance for the pitch, and they've got in the pitch they talk about, here's the merch you can do, here's all the, you know, here's the spin-offs, here's the sequels, and so, you know, Netflix has to be seeing the money with that, because the biggest problem with streamers is that when they get these IPs, they have to pay a lot to get the licensing, and they have to share profit with the, you know, the creators or whatever for whoever owns the IP for The Witcher, or for, you know, any of this other stuff that like does well for them. So to have something that is as big as this could be, and for the rights to be something that they don't have to like fight with Disney or someone about is
incredible.
That's the dream. That is
it's gonna
the
be
golden
such
goose.
a money pot.
It's the golden goose that every
could have
single
been
streamer
yours,
has been
Wonder
seeking.
Brothers. Could have been.
Could have had it all.
Well, it's like the whole Marvel situation when they got the Defenders stuff. Like Netflix had to pay all that licensing, and they got a huge response, people signing up for the Defenders stuff, and then they can't keep it forever. They lose it. So, you know, with this, they don't have to worry about that.
No,
about losing it.
And the fact, I mean, it's funny too, because any kind of spin-offs would even be less of a budget.
Yeah.
Than this, because I mean, you have the main movies, that's going to have the most budget, and spin-offs, like if they do like a Blood Axe spin-off or something like that, it's like, oh yeah, we could do it for, you know, even less. And I mean, that's the thing, is like,
and I
Zach
don't know,
very good at,
like, I don't know exactly how they'd want to do this from a production sense, but like you look at the way that he shot stuff with it specifically for the director's cut. Like there's an extra, he shot both movies together, and he shot stuff that he knew was only going to be in the director's cut. So like, what's stopping them then from having all these sets and everything built, and then like, if, like, for example, if Eli Snyder is directing a spin-off or something like that, he's already the second unit photographer for the main movie. What's stopping them from just reusing all the same resources? Yeah. Well, like if they're already piggybacking budgets, like Daisy chaining these budgets together. They could even, there's a lot of ways that they could economize this to really, really get their bang for the buck out of it. Like, yeah.
Smart.
I have one question. Was it ever discussed with Zach during the set visit about potential physical media release?
No.
He just said that. He just quickly was like, no.
Well, I know early on, like Netflix put out like season 1 of Stranger Things back in the day, but now they don't ever do that. I mean, Disney, I'm surprised. Like Disney announced that they're putting out some of their season 1 stuff.
Some of their shit is just like empty Blu-ray boxes, though. It's like,
they are. Oh, they're not. The disc are not in
the
it?
WandaVision thing.
WandaVision, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a box. There's no disc.
I thought they were actually putting out physical stuff, but yeah, Netflix, yeah, they won't.
Wait. What
did
did
the Dead get a
WandaVision?
physical? I don't think it did because I would have bought it.
What's that?
Army of the Dead didn't get a physical, right?
No.
Yeah.
We probably would all on this fucking. We all own.
I don't know how that would happen without me knowing about it.
Yeah.
So I doubt. I mean, I would love. I'd totally buy a Blu-ray for this, but I wouldn't expect them to release it. Unfortunately, that's
I have some Patreon questions because I did put I was like, oh yeah, Steven's gonna come on and do some things. Brad Corinne actually asked because it was funny because he was like, oh, if Zach comes on tonight, he's like, but it could also be for Steven too. He said how much
I'll settle for Zach.
Yeah. You could talk for Zach. You could talk for Zach, Steven. How much did you have to change, drop, or modify Rebel? I mean, you essentially already answered this because you were talking about the pitch. And he was basically asking how much modification happened to the script and the story to now fit into this what it is now as opposed to a Star Wars story. But we already kind of talked about that. So
yeah, well, I asked that specifically on set, and it never changed to become a Star Wars story.
Yeah.
So they talked, and he told them, here's kind of what it would be, but they never got to the point where they were touching the script in any way, shape, or form. So nothing ever actually changed. They kind of said, oh, if we want it to be Star Wars, we could make some changes, but then never sat down to start doing it because it didn't get to that point.
Yeah, it didn't.
Chef's got to cook.
Hey, what's up, Paul?
Hey guys. Hey Dave. Hey everybody.
What's good?
How's it going?
It's going pretty good. We just went through the Rebel Moon trailer,
Nice.
We're gonna go now that he's here. We're gonna go through it again.
We gotta go through it again.
If you want to play again, I have no objections. But I've seen it enough times for sure. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good trailer. It's one of those ones too that I think gets a little better every time you see it because you catch more and more every time you watch it and stuff.
Oh yeah, we caught stuff we didn't even see tonight. Going to just breaking down for an hour.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I know I saw some of the chat tonight, but I missed a lot of it. Sorry, just real quick. I went with a friend to go see the 30th anniversary 3D screening of Jurassic Park.
No shit. How was that?
It was great. Actually, the 3D was really well done. It almost felt 2D, except you could see depth with certain scenes. And it wasn't like a Spy Kids 3D type of situation where it's popping out. It was like legit good 3D. So I like that. I thought that was really well done and everything. But yeah, if you guys get a chance to check it in 3D in a theater, if you're a fan of the movie, I definitely recommend it for sure.
Interesting.
Nice. Yeah. But as far as Rebel Moon goes, I'm really excited about the movie. It looks like Zach is taking cues from all the stuff between, Dune, Star Wars, all these different influences.
It's funny that you say that because one of the next Patreon questions I got from Doug was for Steven was what are the influences of the film? Obviously, there's strong Star Wars and Dune and Seven Samurai vibes, but did you notice any other subtle influences from your set visit?
The ones they talked about, so in production design, they talked a little bit. They never necessarily explicitly said this is an influence, other than Zach specifically mentioned the heavy metal, the sci-fi. I know there's an animated movie, but also the sci-fi. It was an actual magazine. But they also there's a lot of Blade Runner vibes. The production designer mentioned Gundam and Transformers in terms of the designs for the ships. There's a lot of the Imperium stuff feels very Cameron or Ridley Scott Alien kind of.
When we
vibe.
met for dinner, like couple Tuesdays ago, I mean, the first thing you said was like the last thing you thought about was Star Wars when you saw what you saw. That's what
Star
that
Wars
was what was
like
so great.
Like you can find the Star Wars if you look for it, but like it is it's like, oh, there's lightsabers kind of, but yeah,
no big ass wielding swords, like Dave said.
Yeah, and they even said, the production designer, or not the production, the prop master, Brad Elliott said, even that they were trying to avoid a lot of the kind of established sci-fi properties, even some of the lesser, he mentioned like Oblivion and other stuff, that as an example of like they're trying to make sure they carve out their own niche, and they very much do in the way a lot of the technology is approached. It's very science fantasy, not science fiction, but it's also very retro futuristic. I mean, like they've got communicators that are like giant radios, and they have to set up an antenna to beam to a ship. Nobody's got like these like tiny squares on their lapel they press to just communicate instantly with a ship in orbit or whatever. So it's all very very grounded, but also they've got the mysticism and religion stuff in there also. Lots of like Lord of the Rings vibes, and a lot of the concept art, high fantasy stuff that I did not expect to see. Some of it's in the trailer, but yeah, I was surprised by the amount of like, oh wow, there might be like, I wouldn't be shocked to have a planet that's like got wood elves, like
What
level
else?
of like, like that's the kind of like, oh wow, that's crazy. So,
yeah. I just want to say real quick, because I haven't read everything about it so far, but I was catching a few quotes that I saw on Twitter, or X as it's called now, I guess. But anyway, the original Twitter.
Still, whatever.
But I like the idea of Zach talking at length about the using the quote of essentially saying, the art departments and things weren't familiar with me, and basically, well, if you do all this, if you have all these things that are going on with all these symbols and everything else, like I wanted to be, there to be a story behind it. Like everything has to be connected in some way, or there being like actual meaning behind it all. And I was like, good, just like, that's what I expect for him to do. And the other thing was dealing with it's not the Empire, it's the Imperium, as it's called. And he was like, I mean, Zach always likes to play a lot, I feel, with like the ideas of what's good and evil, but I think he was very, very adamant in saying that there's not going to be any kind of viewpoint of the Imperium being like misunderstood or anything like that. Like they are the bad guys. So I like that right off the bat. And we're probably going to deal a little bit more with that grayness dealing with Korra and just like because clearly she used to be with them and now she's not, and her whole story and stuff. So I'm really, really engaged and want to see how that unravels and everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, Debbie specifically said that too. Zach said that they aren't saying like, oh, the Imperium's just misunderstood, or they aren't like, there's not like a oh, you'd understand their motive. Like, he's like, no, they're bad guys. But and then Debbie said it's actually the good guys are the ones that really have a lot more moral gray area. Korra, they kept on talking about her as an anti-hero, and then they said it's a redemption story.
Love that.
Makes sense, because if we see her as one of the soldiers.
Yeah, and so all of them, Titus used to be an Imperium general. He's carrying around some guilt with himself too about, he left the Imperium because they got more brutal. But also, as Zach says, like, it's not like the Imperium was good guys before the Slain King. They were still an empire. They were still colonizing planets and destroying their culture. They just like, he wasn't an evil dictator about it. He was like doing it the civilized way. Like he said, like it's like 19th or like 1800s. Colonialism. He's like, they're still bad guys. Like we're not trying to moralize any of this here, but there's a difference between Belisarius taking over and being like, oh, I'm just gonna kill all these people and take their food because that's easier than landing and setting up sustainable farming practices and all of that stuff. Let's just go kill them and take their stuff.
So it definitely makes sense.
So one's bad and the other's worse.
Makes sense. Jordan, I know you're gonna take off. So
yeah, it's getting close to 1. I'm not sure. My wife might be upset if she's still awake going, you streamed for too long. Because we didn't have
technically you didn't stream.
No, technically I did, because I did join in. So yes, I technically did. Technically. Anyways, thanks for having me, Dave.
Always, man. And cool. I'll tell you how the concert is on Sunday.
Sunday, yeah, because I would like they're playing right now. I bet, yeah, they're actually performing right now.
Dude, one of my friends, I shit you not, when we were going through the freaking trailer, he was video calling me, and for some reason you could see I didn't know you could see a preview on it, and he was at the concert. And I could see it. I was looking at my phone, and he's like, I could see James Hetfield on my phone. I'm like, dude, you know I stream on Fridays, don't you? I'm like, I'm going
Metallica,
Sunday.
Zack Snyder. Metallica, Zack Snyder.
Very much.
It was just funny because he's going both nights. He got tickets for both nights, so he's there right now. I only got tickets for Sunday.
Okay.
So,
yeah, they're 7 songs in her now. Okay.
Okay, yeah, but don't even tell me what the songs are, because I know I'm not going to hear those songs.
No.
How dare? Yeah, we'll wait. Anyways, thanks for joining, man.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Bye, Gordon. See, I'm not waving to you too. I'm waving to you too. Bye. Bye.
But it's okay because we don't have him anymore, but we got Scott. No camera, Scott. What the heck?
I'll tell you what the hell. It's been a long day. I just got home from work. I don't want to deal with turning on the light. It's just like it's too much effort. Yeah. I would look like a zombie anyway with the look on my face. This way I can just talk. I don't have to smile at the camera. It's fine.
Oh, we don't see your pretty face, but we still.
You get to see my pretty face. There's my picture.
Scott, you want to borrow my Blue Beetle mask? Would that help?
No, it wouldn't help. Thank you.
Well, thanks for joining, Scott. How you doing?
What's good, man?
Yeah, I've been up since 5, guys. It's been.
Ooh, I feel that.
Yo, I feel you. Yo, it's got the same time zone pretty much.
Yeah. So. You're only an hour ahead of me, but yeah. And then I'm not sure if you guys saw my tweet, but there's just something about like I had a precious few hours this morning before I had to go into work, and then I lose 2 hours of it on tech support chat where I ended up fixing my own problem and teaching them how to fix the problem, and I just was so angry.
Sure. Yeah. But hey, you're here now. And...
I am here now, and I caught a little bit of. I had to go deal with dogs, but I got to catch a little Rebel Moon talk, and I know that I'm jumping in. What is it like? Almost 3.5 hours late, but yay, I'm here.
It's all good. No, we just we went through and talked about of course Steven gave his knowledge since apparently he is the cool guy who went to this set. No, it was set. Yeah, it was cool because going through the trailer. I mean, we've watched it numerous times, but not here, but just on our own. But just to get get a little bit more knowledge of and just kind of going piece by piece, and Steven provided some knowledge for all that stuff. So anyways, yeah, I know some other people have to bounce because Scott got here and they're like, fuck, I don't see what happens, Scott. And you get here and all of a sudden there's other people that want
I just bring too much energy.
We're just making room for him.
Exactly. Daily.
but I know,
I'm looking at you, Anthony. I'm looking at you.
Anthony's gonna go, Rebecca's gonna go, and Dave's gonna go. So go ahead. We'll start off with Anthony. Go ahead and send yourself off.
Oh yeah, appreciate it as always. The invite. This is obviously the teaser was fire, and we're all looking forward to it. And this is a good conversation. Steven, I hit Steven up the other day because I read his articles. I was like, yo, I'm gonna pull this up on my show and shit. I want to talk about it. It was dope. It was a lot of great insight and shit, and to hear him sort of go through that right here is fucking eye-opening. But you telling me, hold on, let's make sure I'm clear before I leave. Zach filmed 2 movies that was cheaper than fucking the Gal Gadot Netflix movie. That's what? That's insane. I'm still losing my mind over that entire fact. But anyway, That's dope. You can find me at 2279 ACS everywhere.
Here it is.
Yeah.
I'll take it easy, man. Good to see you. As
Yeah.
always.
Have a great night.
Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm Rebecca Johnson. You can follow me on YouTube at Duck Milk Prod. You can also check me out on Supergirl Radio. It's a podcast about Supergirl. So if you are into that, you can check us out over there. And so I just want to thank you guys for letting me share your space and talk about Rebel Moon. Very excited about it. And thank you, Stephen, for sharing your insights from the set. So now I'm even more excited about Rebel Moon. So hope y'all have a great night.
Thanks.
All right, thanks for joining.
you. Bye, Rebecca.
Always good to talk to you.
Bye,
All right,
Rebecca.
and then Dave.
Yo. Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. It was
Yeah.
fun. I'm always down to talk about Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
This movie's got me hyped.
More
like
to
no
come.
other.
More to come.
Yeah. Thanks, Steven, for spoiling the movie.
When
No, I
we were
appreciate
on
all the
set,
insight. It was good to hear. It was good to
Zach
hear.
was like telling us about how Ray Porter reads the script, and he's like, yeah, and he pulls up to play a clip and like spoils a character death. I could.
Wow.
So we're on set. He pulls it up and like I hear Ray Porter and he's like, oh, and so is shot in the chest, and I'm like, wait, what? And then he's like, yeah. So anyway, that's Ray reading the script. Like kept on going. I'm like, you.
That's
Okay.
hilarious. That's so
That's
great.
cool.
Oh, I love Ray. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
it was
Dave.
good. I appreciate it. We will be on Amateur Hour Sunday.
Yes,
doing another
Amateur
breakdown. Probably a lot of the same stuff we discussed tonight, and yeah, using
Now you
all
have
the
more. Now you have more
Steven's Steven's
Yeah.
spoiler bits for it. So,
Hope you were taking notes.
are you right?
Right.
A lot of
All right,
clips
Dave.
from Vodka Street. All right.
Appreciate it. And
Yes, sir.
and
Thanks for
I
having
hope
me,
your-
man.
I hope your Reds lose a little bit more because my
Yeah, right.
Giants are not.
Right.
It's wild card. Anyways,
Yeah, they've
Yeah.
been in kind of a slump lately. So
Yeah.
we'll see what's going on.
anyways, all right, man. Take
Yeah.
it easy.
All right, man. Good seeing you guys. Take it easy.
Yeah. Sweet.
See you.
Oh, but yeah. Oh man, I don't. When that second trailer comes out, man, that's just gonna be something very interesting and special. But Scott, I mean, anything that you wanted to take what did you take away from like the trailer? Did you guys do anything on Squadcast yet about the trailer? No.
No,
Yeah.
we have not done anything yet. And honestly, I know someone tweeted about that. It's weird because we'd have to do it on like one of our little like satellite shows because it's not exactly on brand. you know? But I was going to do a
Scott shot or something.
I was going to do a Scott shot. I thought I was going to do something for the YouTube channel, and I got to the point where I was like, "Wow, I will be the most boring trailer reaction you've ever seen," because I don't react to trailers. I just watch them. And I don't want to talk through it. I
Yes.
just want to watch it.
Dude, I'm with you. I've said this
Just yell,
time and
"Let's
time
go"
again.
every once in a while, and it'll be fine.
Dude, just watch fucking what's his name, Stoops, and just be like, "Let's go, let's go,
let's go."
Ugh, I can't
but-
I can't with that.
but
No,
I
but
also-
I'm with you, Scott. I've
Yeah.
said that before too, where I'm like, I'm not a reaction channel. I'll do reactions. Like I did a Rebel Moon one. I was like, you know what? I'll do it because it's during the day. It's Tuesday, and obviously my streaming was all messed up this week. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do it, and I did. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I can't be like that. I mean, I know like Jordan was here, and he's that's his channel, Chainsaw Reacts. But I'm like, I can't just like get myself to be like. When I watch something, I want to watch it. I can't just be like, oh, I got to say something and talk and blah blah blah. I can't do that.
That's why I did like the tweet, thread, is because I don't react, but I'll review. Like
there you go.
I like. You got to remember, I had to wait 8 hours after it dropped.
That's
to
right. You
watch
did.
it.
Scott had a day.
Ooh.
Yeah, because you didn't want to watch it on your phone.
I didn't want to watch it on my phone. I was working, and then my wife and my oldest Liam, he had football practice. So literally, when I clocked out, she came by my work and dropped him off with me so I could leave directly from work to go to his football practice. And then when I got home, I still had to, bathe, we had to bathe people. I had to read a bedtime story to people, like there's all the, hey, I'm a dad and I have to put my kids to bed thing. And then I needed to talk to my wife because I hadn't seen her all day. And I just, so literally, when you can look at the timestamp of the tweet and it's like, that's when I finally watched the damn thing. And it was a day. But then the funny thing was I watched it like 4 times in 20 minutes because I just kept on watching. And I was just like, yes,
Well, there's just so much packed into every corner that it's like we were saying, every time you watch it, there's a new thing that jumps out. That's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, and also, there's things like Steven has been a wonderful friend. He knows how spoiler averse I am, and so when I did get some of those t-shirts, he was like, you want this t-shirt. I'm not going to tell you why you want it, but you, Scott, you want this. And so, it was kind of fun seeing the Griffin in the trailer because like the Griffin was one of the t-shirts I got. And I'm just like, ooh, I have speculations now about what this all means because I think I saw 2 Griffins in the trailer. And so I saw a white one and a black one.
But they're called something different, right, Steve?
Bennu.
I like that.
Speaking of Ben, what happened to him? I just realized.
Oh, he had router problems. He was messaging me. He was like, he was having internet issues, but it's okay because we have Axel that's going to show up.
Hey, what's up,
man?
What are we eating today?
I know. Right?
I had a burger before, but I'm pretty full now.
Did you eat it with a fork and a knife?
Everyone doing?
That's what I need to know.
Yeah. Did you eat it with a fork and a knife?
No.
Okay.
I had it with my hands.
No, with a spoon.
No, not with a spoon. Relax. But yeah, how's everyone all doing?
Oh,
So
you know,
guys
we're
break down that
doing
Rebel
all
Moon
right.
trailer.
Doing all right.
I'm like, God damn, I have something to say, and I'm like, bro.
yeah.
But,
I mean,
yeah.
literally, like we have Axel. Like, can I get a link? No,
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude.
I hate doing that. I hate doing that.
I know. Relax. So we were getting to it. There was a lot of people here. Actually.
Yeah, there was. I didn't know how. I did not realize there was going to be a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, that's what
Dave is popular. Dave is popular, Axel.
I was like, I did message you. I was like, hey, it's a little full, but we'll get you in there maybe, later on, when things, because not everybody stays the whole, 8 hours that we do this stream. So,
I missed the days when I did do that.
Yeah. What?
I said I missed the days when I did do that. Like
what?
those were stay the whole
literally
be like time. The whole time. Like
the whole time. Yeah. No.
What's the longest Vodka stream?
It's gone over 6 hours.
Yeah, it's close to 6.5. Yeah.
Longest one I've done is 5 hours. Yeah. 5 hours and 30 minutes. That's the longest one I've done.
Now we've got some long. That was before too when I still was starting at 8 o'clock my time. So Jesus, yeah. Now an hour and a half earlier helps a little bit. It's only 10 o'clock here now, and I'm like, good God. But yeah, we've gone. Yeah, that was probably. I don't even know what the hell that stream was.
One of them was probably close to like when we did the 1 year anniversary live watch of Zack Snyder's Justice League. I know.
Yeah.
That was.
Oh yeah, we did do. Yeah, we did do that. So that was a long one. Yeah, where we did a live watch of that, and we had to keep a little timer and shit like that on too, right? I had a timer. I don't know, something. But anyways, Rebel Moon, Axel, how'd you feel about it since you just arrived?
Part 1 comes out on my birthday, so that's the perfect present.
You had to make it about yourself.
Well, just get it. Of course, it's me. But yeah, I saw the trailer and I've seen it so many times. I showed it to my parents and they think it's really cool. And we're just really excited to see it. And hopefully it gets released in theaters because that's been trending a lot now. And
it's something we haven't really talked about, right?
It should be released in theaters.
There's this guy on Twitter called Mercury or the Snyderverse or whatever. He posts shit all the fucking time. I saw something.
Oh God.
I know. He's known as a shit poster. However, I don't think this was a lying post. There was something about some listing at like a Dolby Cinemas or something like that, and Rebel Moon was on there for something. So I don't know if that's legit or not. I don't know if someone wants to look into that, but
Steven? Can we even talk
I-
about anything? Or?
Well, I
mean, yeah.
assume it's getting a limited release, like similar to Army of the Dead did. But I think a lot of the demand. Well, there's two things for the demand. One is that Army of the Dead didn't get released internationally, which is a big deal. International fans want to be able to see it in theaters, but also, Dune just got pulled. Aquaman 2 and Wonka are the only releases at the end of December. Like, if Netflix could pull a wide release out of their hat on this, they could make easily the budget is low enough. They could easily make the entire budget back and not lose. They're not losing subscribers over that, right? People are still going to subscribe to Netflix to see it, especially since there's a director's cut coming out on Netflix. I think it's like the amount of money that's just going to be begging to be taken at the box office from a lack of releases at the end of the year, especially if they can get some of Dune's IMAX screens.
Oh my God.
Like,
aren't the Marvels? Isn't the Marvels getting it?
People are saying that, but IMAX and Zach have like a relationship, right? And also that kind of stuff changes all the time too. Like, is the Marvels going to be the Marvel movie that like pulls the box office back to like a billion? So some of those Dune screens could still be up for grab, or even if it's not on Dune, the thing that people I think don't realize about these Netflix releases is that it's mostly just like to qualify for any Oscars, because they have a minimal requirement for that.
Not that they're trying to go for
but
the
like
box office.
the Army of the Dead release, you're talking about like 1% of the total screenings. You're talking a few hundred max screens as opposed to 4,000 screens for a wide release. And that's only for like one weekend for a handful of showings on each one, right? So like these wide releases, like even if every single showing of these limited releases sell out, it's gonna make like $10 million, like not even probably max. So I think what a lot of the demand is, not only internationally but also just to say like let's give this like an actual theatrical release. This is worth more than a $3 million temporary 1 weekend limited run.
And you got to remember that Cinemark was the main partner that Netflix used when they released Army of the Dead in theaters. And Cinemark extended the run by at least another week or two of Army of the Dead. Like, basically, they extended it to where it lasted up to, I think, the point where it actually dropped on Netflix, because Cinemark was happy with the response. And, of course, I would like a wider release because I would like to not have to drive, 2 hours to Huntsville to, watch this movie.
What people look at for box office usually is like total gross. And obviously Army of the Dead made very, very little total gross, but like its average per screen, because there were so few screens, was really high. So of course Cinemark is going to want to continue doing that, because the opportunity cost is, okay, we'll fill half a screen for whatever else is out versus filling an entire screen for Army of the Dead. Now, of course, that average is going to go down with a much wider release, but when Dune is gone, Aquaman 1 made $1 billion, but I don't know if anybody's assuming Aquaman 2 even releases still this Christmas.
It doesn't.
Right?
I don't think that movie even exists.
It has to. There's no way they can hold it out even more.
I feel if Aquaman 2 was going to get moved, we would have heard about it by now. Because
I thought the Variety article said Aquaman 2 was staying.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but there hasn't even been a trailer for it yet, right?
Yeah.
Like it's.
But Steven, this is one word. Like, when have they ever known how to market things?
Yeah.
Fair.
No, it's just a shit show that's happening.
And what are they even marketing? Like, what about this movie?
Exactly. There's nothing.
It's So I don't know. Maybe it'll do well because of positive word of mouth from the first one. But like in my mind, in my mind, there's an entire open Christmas release just waiting for something like Rebel Moon to say, I'll take that. Right? Like that the Christmas release spot is so huge. The way those legs work out into January, it's I don't know. Netflix just isn't huge on theatrical releases, but like they could, I think, if they would actually give this a proper marketing budget and give it a proper wide release, it would be a really, really, really smart way for them to extend into. And it's getting late to even do a proper marketing run for that. Usually theatrical releases, start marketing way earlier, but like, I don't know, there's just so much money being left on the table there by these other releases. Like, there's so little competition. It would be so cool to see Netflix really kind of put some coin on the table there to kind of make a statement by, pulling just a couple million even, or a couple $100 million for Rebel Moon would be a huge game changer for them.
If the strike were to happen, the strike were to end in the next month. I'm saying in a scenario, and suddenly they have cast that can now promote the film. Do you think Netflix would be more like, you know what? Let's go for it because now we have a cast that can promote it.
Well, I think there's two things with that. I think one, if you noticed all of the interviews that have been coming out that Tadoom specifically is putting out with Zach, all mention this is a previously conducted interview. I suspect that they logged a bunch of interviews with cast before the strike started to release alongside the movie. And so I think they'll have some stuff like that to do just because they're kind of playing games with that. But also look at how they marketed Army of the Dead. I mean, Zach, obviously, like, yes, you want to get Charlie out there, you want to get Jaimin out there, you want to get Sophia out there. Like yes, you want to get these stars out there for interviews, but also Zach is kind of the if you can get Zach out there doing interviews, he's a director producer, right? So that if he's not limited by the strike, there's a lot of marketing on his back that they can and will do also. But I mean, it'll make a big difference. I mean, the lack of availability from talent is obviously a huge, huge drain on what these movies can do at the box office. I think it's kind of obvious that the lack of star power and marketing is really hurting stuff. So who knows?
It really is. I mean, Blue Beetle got. I mean, I don't know if it was going to help so much when it came to that, but I mean, we did Blue Beetle spoiler discussion last week. And, everybody on the panel, really liked the movie. But at the same time, it was like, oh, we were rooting for it. And then, of course, it was just like,
well, the hurricane ruined it. So, no, I'm just kidding.
The what?
The hurricane ruined it.
Oh, yeah. There was like that.
That whole thing. I'm
is
like,
that even true? I don't even know if I saw that. But sometimes.
Wait, what happened?
There was like a post. There was a post that said like a Warner Brothers exec blame the hurricane that was headed towards California, which it was nothing. It was I even tweeted out Hurricane Hillary got better marketing than fucking The Flash and Blue Beetle. It did. They were selling, dude, like last weekend it was crazy. Like Southern California weather update, and I was like, and people were worried. People were going to the grocery store. I even went to the grocery store on Saturday because I was like, oh, it's going to be shit for the next 2 days. And I usually go to the grocery store on Monday. I better go get some things because, it's going to, who knows what's going to be happening. Even though I was like, it's probably going to be, they're probably just overhyping or it's not going to be as bad. And sure enough, it rained at my place all day Sunday, no thunder, no lightning, a little bit of wind. And then Monday morning, I woke up to like gloom and a little bit of drizzle. And then it was sunny like the rest of Monday. They literally closed schools for Monday because they thought it was going to be so bad. But it was fucking sunny. It was beautiful actually outside.
It was trying to be some, safety comes first. It's like it doesn't harm anyone.
It's not safety comes first. They knew it was going to be, people just don't want to go to school. Teachers don't want to teach.
Imagine having to go to school.
No, but it was just like it was sold as like this like category 4 hurricane is headed toward, but that was not supposed to hit till Sunday. So if that quote is real about some exec, I just don't know if it's real, because I'm like, the forecast was the brunt of this storm was going to hit on Sunday, and the movie was coming out, Thursday evening. So I that's why I was like, I don't know. Again, now you have to just like anytime you see a headline, you can't just react to it. I mean, I still do every now and again, but I just go, wait a minute, hold back. Who knows if that's going to be the case, if that's actually the case when it comes to this. But
with that said, Blue Beetle is still playing in theaters, so go and see it.
Not for Australia, not yet.
Then move countries. I don't know. Not my problem. I'm just
not expecting you to just move countries just to watch a movie.
But see, but Axel brings up a good point. The fact of the matter is like, how many international markets are not getting it?
There's 3 more countries that are not getting. There are 3 more countries that are still waiting. When we checked last week,
so crazy. So
why was it delayed in Australia though?
I don't know. It was the same with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
How late did you get that after we got it?
I don't know. Well, we still haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, you haven't even gotten that yet.
No, we haven't. Until like September. I don't know. It's either late September or early September. Hopefully it's early September.
They have like all the reels on like a boat, and there's like, it's so weird. It's like, yeah, I don't know. That's so. I mean, to me, that's strange. But again, I don't know the logistics of how all that really works. So, I mean, there's always just that whole thing, and then even just going back to the whole Rebel Moon and being released in theaters. I mean, obviously, we want to see it in theaters. You see this trailer, you go, "Oh my fucking god, I have to see that on the biggest screen possible." But the thing that, I mean, just going back to the trailer, is the fact that it says only on Netflix, and I'm going, that's not good. And I mean, and Zach likes, obviously we know that Zach loves to put things on the big screen, and I it just sucks that this movie right here, which is his 20-year plus passion project, not going to hit a big screen. Fucking hell.
But hey, on that at the same time, let's be happy he gets to make it. Like, and he gets to make it the way he wants to. And if the first one is really, really successful, who knows? Maybe part 2 could get a theatrical release. So much can happen between 5 months.
Yeah. There isn't a television director coming in and then they make it only just one movie, and then it's 2 hours long for some reason, and it's terrible, and there's terrible CGI effects over everywhere, and you're wondering why Korra has a weird CGI face or something's going on. So yeah, so it's good. I had an idea. I mean, I don't know, I could see Netflix just doing the one thing. I could see them doing the Cinemark thing too that they did with Army of the Dead. I had this thought. It's more of a question for Steven, because there's obviously the 2 different cuts that he's going to have, which is going to be the longer director's cut. I'm assuming that's the R-rated version. Do you think that they would do a thing where maybe they would have like the regular version on Netflix, and then they release the director's cut, maybe like in Cinemark or maybe IMAX or something like that, and then at a later point they put it on Netflix, possibly? Do you think that could be a thing that they'd want to do, maybe, if that was an option?
I think that's a possibility. I think that's another case. It would be like a Fathom Events thing, or some kind of a limited. It'd still be a limited release, but I'm sure there'll be some kind of theatrical availability for both versions in one capacity or another. What I think the real question is will Netflix kind of for the first time really kind of be interested in kind of what would the putting their cards on the table and trying to go for an actual kind of theatrical release, which they haven't done yet. And I think that they're a subscription service, but there's I think the fear if there's a fear of like losing subscribers or not or not getting as many subscribers from releasing stuff in theaters, I think that's kind of misfounded. I think that Prime has kind of shown, Amazon Prime has shown that you can have theatrical success and and still be big on streaming as well. And
actually,
even
to that
stuff,
point, Steven,
yeah.
I mean, something that they've just introduced, I got an email about it since I am a Prime member. They're actually doing, there have been the movies that have released theatrically and then, like Air, and then shows up on Amazon Prime. But now there are movies that I don't think they were movies and TV shows that they're not planning on giving like a big release. But what they're going to do is they're going to do like their own sort of Fathom event where if you're a Prime subscriber, you'll get access to sign up for tickets and then go see movies and TV shows in the theater. Like one of them I got an email about was the first 2 episodes of Gen V, the Boys spinoff. They're going to put that they're going to put that in a theater, and Prime members are the ones who are going to get access to tickets to go see it in theaters. I mean,
what?
Yeah,
when's that coming out?
It's in all this stuff was in September. All this was in September. Let me hold on. I'm pulling up the email that I got because I actually talked to this with Dave because I thought this was such a cool idea. And
it is a cool idea.
Like I'm excited for Gen V, but I'm like, wow, they're getting a theatrical.
Yeah, they're going to do the first two. They're going to take the first 2 episodes and release it in theaters. And the way you get tickets to this thing is by being a Prime subscriber. It looks like I deleted the email, but no, here it is. Coming this fall, free tickets to Amazon original screenings in theaters. They're calling it Prime Premiere. So here's the description here's the selling point. Prime Premiere gives Prime members an early opportunity to see the newest Amazon original movies and series at a local movie theater. Enjoy an exclusive sneak peek on the big screen with bonus content, giveaways, and concessions for free with Prime membership. Tickets will be available to reserve 1 week before the Prime Premiere screening date. And they're doing it they've got movies like Sitting in Bars with Cake, A Million Miles Away, and The Burial. The Burial's actually got Jamie Foxx and Tommy Lee Jones, and then Gen V, and then they're all. So what's happening is that all of these screening events happen 2 days before they'll drop on Prime.
Okay.
So if Netflix, I don't know. See, that's the thing. It's like it's such a weird thing when it comes to these. When it comes to everything, because I mean, obviously, when it comes to Amazon, they have Amazon. I mean, I saw like a screenshot somebody posted of like how much like these companies pull in, and it was kind of funny because it was like they were trying to make a point, but then when I saw the graphic and it says like Apple pulls in multiple billions of dollars and Amazon multiple but like but you're taking into account they have Amazon and Apple products. It's not the streaming service that's actually fucking pulling in any of that.
No, the streaming service is like a pet project
that's pretty much what it is.
Like William says in the chat, Amazon is a retailer, Netflix is not.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny when people like we're putting that out there. I'm like, nah, the argument you're making is not great. I mean, I get it. Like, yes, it's like when it comes to companies, like how much they're pulling in and maybe revenue or whatever the fuck. But it's like you can't take into account that. I mean, I guess you can when it comes to the whole thing. When it comes to writers and everything with the strike, is like Amazon and Apple have, they're like I said, there's a retailer, so they have products to back it up to really. That's what's making most of their nut right there. So then they, But it's just kind of funny because it's like, well, that's And when it comes to Netflix, it's like as much as we want Netflix to be like, hey, do this, do that, release movies out in theaters.
Oh yeah. By the way, I don't mean to interrupt it, but like there's this show I highly recommend. It's It's called Blood of Zeus. It's on Netflix. Have any of you guys heard of it?
No.
Sounds familiar, but I don't think I've seen it.
It's like a sort of an anime-esque, but not really. Like, it is gorgeous, and like it's about like Greek gods and stuff. It's like only 8 episodes long, so like you can binge it in one day. I've only have to do like 2 episodes left, but it is just beautiful. Sorry to interrupt, but like I just highly recommend it.
No, it sounds cool, man.
Yeah,
it does sound cool. But yeah,
it's so good that it made me want to change my art style so much. But yeah,
yeah. No, but I mean, yeah, but just going back to that. So yeah, Netflix is just one of those where they pumped a lot of things into a lot. But I mean, I think like with the recent interviews, even with Zach, I thought I saw somebody post that yes, the Norse God thing is still coming out. Army of the Dead Las Vegas still coming out, but of course they ran into certain issues, obviously, when it came to a lot of this stuff. But I think, and because I remember thinking like, oh yeah, I think 2023 is going to be the year of Zack Snyder. There's going to be so much Zack Snyder stuff, but things got postponed. Maybe it's going to be next year that we get a Rebel Moon Part 2 and we get the Norse God animated series, and then we get the Army of the Dead. Maybe that's going to be the case. So maybe next year,
even if he's not releasing a movie, if Rebel Moon isn't released this year, which it is going to be, like it's still Zach's year, sort of. He did Full Circle. He's doing a lot. He did.
True.
Yeah, still a lot.
Kind of makes you wonder too, is like when it comes to Full Circle, like, I mean, because I was thinking about that too when it came to the whole Rebel Moon in theaters. I mean, if he's obviously Zack Snyder's Justice League was not released in theaters, but more than half of us here got to see.
I'm definitely not jealous.
Sorry, Andy and Axel, but the rest of us got to see.
Well,
you're
I think
so
that's
special. You're so
a lot of people are
special.
saying. What a lot of people say, like, they keep on saying, like, oh, I hope it gets a theatrical like Army of the Dead did. And I understand a lot of fans were able to. They had a theater in town, and they were able to drive a couple hours to get to a theater. If you do like the math on it, so Oppenheimer had like almost 4,000 theaters. That's pretty typical for like a big blockbuster, is between like 3,500 and 4,000 theaters. Rebel Moon had like 450 to 600 theaters is what they're calculating, or what they predicted. So if you say, and it made like 1 million at the box office. So if you calculate that at 1 million divided by 600 theaters, that's 1,666 per theater, divided by 10 for the average ticket price.
When did this become a maths class?
Yeah, I was
you're looking at like $1,000, like $1.6 thousand, or 166 people per theater that saw it. So if you're to contrast that to like a wide release, that's a couple of theaters full of people worth of screenings are happening at 10% of the 10 to 15% of the theaters that would do like a wide release. So like I know a lot of like hardcore fans manage to see that stuff on the big screen, but to contrast that to like the scale that you're talking about for a wide release is 1 million is that's 1% of 100 million, and which is a tenth of a percent of $1 billion, right? Like it barely even counts as a release, like when you contrast it against like what a normal blockbuster gets, right? Like it's like a special event, and I really think the idea of people being able to go to this, for a couple, you look at something like the Batman, for example, which that played. It had how many weeks of exclusivity before it hit HBO Max? It was one of the biggest HBO Max releases ever, but also made like $600 million or something like that in theaters before it went to HBO Max. If Netflix learned that they can kind of double dip that way, I think that Rebel Moon is the movie to learn that on.
seems like it's a good movie to do that with.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Like when it comes to like, okay, you have Scorsese doing a movie or something like that. It's like, yeah, that could do something, but I mean, but it's Scorsese. I mean, like I remember, like, didn't The Irishman get also released in theaters for a while?
Yeah, one of his movies was.
Yeah, I think it was The Irishman.
Yeah.
And but at the same time, it's like it's not gonna have a draw because it's like it's a gangster type movie. It's like something, but when it comes to Rebel Moon, this is a sci-fi. Look at the pretty images.
Well,
look at
and how
the
often are you
adventure
going to
and
have a
action.
December release with
Yeah,
so
that
little
too.
competition?
Yeah.
Especially with Dune moving. Like, what
that hurt my heart.
Yeah.
Don't talk.
Yeah, no, I
to
was
me.
about to say, Scott, are you okay?
No.
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 Do you need a hug? You need a hug?
Is it safe? Is it all right?
The Irishman, I think really just got released for that limited time because it's Scorsese and they know they're going to get nominated for Oscars, which I think they did. They
did.
Yeah. I got to see The Irishman in theaters. I saw it at the Coolidge Theater, which is an old style school, like 1950s theater, basically. Unfortunately, it was a 3.5-hour movie with no intermission, so that was rough. But I enjoyed the movie a lot and stuff. And I mean, I could see them doing something like that, maybe for Rebel Moon, because it's not going to get nominated for like Best Picture, but just the special effects alone would get nominated. There's a lot of technical stuff it could still get nominated for, and maybe they want that on the table. I don't know, because Netflix, if anything, wants that awards recognition, which is why they've been trying to get all these bigger filmmakers to work with them and stuff in general. So I mean, that's one thing for them to think about, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that the awards, qualifying for the awards is obviously a major motivator for that, but the thing that people are talking about now, especially with these big movies, is that the lack of box office exposure for something like they'll say, Red Notice is the biggest movie we've ever streamed, but that's like it's not like a water cooler movie. Like where is the I hate that I'm even using this word after complaining about it for like Avatar, but like where's the cultural impact, right, of like Red Notice? But you're gonna say, it's the biggest movie that Netflix has ever released, but like there's no like that theatrical clout is almost as important. It's the other side of the coin for the awards consideration. Like, sure, getting awards consideration, nominations, or whatever discussion is nice and important for for movies, but also being able to have like the word of mouth that comes from a proper theatrical release does so much for and that's good for Netflix also. Like if people say, like, especially if you say like, oh, you go to a theater and you see something like Rebel Moon and it's available on Netflix 3 weeks later, you're gonna watch it again, or if you really liked it, if it's gonna be available for streaming, if it was something that you liked. So I don't know. It's such a weird example for me of the way that the industry works. There's companies like Netflix are like, oh no, we do the streaming, we need to stick to that. But the entire model could do so much more, and Rebel Moon feels like the perfect opportunity to kind of thread that needle of let's get the first movie that can have a big theatrical splash and a big streaming splash.
I can totally see too Zach's movies, to me, I consider them like water cooler movies, and I mean that in the sense that you would sit by a water cooler and you discuss with a coworker, well, what did this mean, and what was going on here in this scene? Like what? Like it's something that people like. Even Army of the Dead, which is a very, it's a zombie film, but he has
to it.
Yeah, he's got all these weird different things going on about it.
I had family talking to me about that
yeah.
didn't even know that I like Snyder stuff. But they're like, oh yeah, this the zombie Vegas movie. Like it's something iconic about it. Like
yeah, I mean anything from the time loop. I mean the zombies or like the robots. There's some robots in there, but even alone, just the tiger zombie is iconic enough as an image. like just on the screen that you're talking about that.
It's a zombie tiger.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
And but I mean, Rebel Moon, I mean, you've seen the trailer. I mean, there's so many different things that just pop immediately, and you're just thinking about it. You're like, what is that about? Like, what's going on with that? Are these like royal pets? What's the flag that the Korra is putting down in the thing? Like, is that about different segments? Is that the Imperium flag for everything? Like, it's all these different details and stuff. So, I mean, I'm saying this. I mean, it's definitely more deep than whatever the hell Red Notice is. Which is that the Rock, Gal Gadot, Ryan Reynolds movie?
That's
Okay,
that one. It's getting a sequel too.
Why is that getting a sequel? God damn it.
I don't know. Well, I was gonna say, if something generates enough, whatever Netflix has going, they're gonna make another thing of it, right? Or I mean, any.
It's not a bad movie, but it's kind of generic and just kind of like.
It was so weird seeing that. What was the new Gal Gadot movie called?
Heart of Stone.
Yeah, that Heart of Stone. They literally played a trailer of that in my theater when I was seeing Blue Beetle, and I'm like,
I saw that too.
And I'm
I was like, well, okay, so Netflix. I mean, I even like when I fire up my MLB TV app to watch baseball. I just watching some games. They even had commercials for Heart of Stone in there. I was like, wow, okay, interesting. But it was like, all right, so maybe they're taking something serious when it came to try to release these bigger movies. But again, even like going back to what Steven said, I mean, like when it comes to budgets, Heart of Stone way up here, Rebel Moon way down here, and you be the judge of quality. You be the judge of the quality. That just by seeing this teaser trailer to watching that full movie, I mean, I'm not saying it was all shit, but there was a lot of like, what? I was like, that okay.
What are we doing here? What are we doing
here?
Why are we here?
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of green screen.
So was the Rebel Moon budget $83 million for the two parts, or was it just $83 million for part one?
My understanding is that it was somewhere around there for each.
For each, okay. Yeah. Still, that's pretty impressive for a movie of that scale.
Yeah, well, and there were 3 less shooting days, so they shot them back to back, and there was 3 less shooting days than, or 2 or 3 less than BVS.
That's
so, I mean, so like it's amazing what they did with these, and so if that budget is accurate, that means for less than the cost of BVS and less production time than BVS, they're turning out two. I mean, if you include the director's cuts, that's like 2 3-hour movies. It's like double the movie of BVS for what 75% of the budget and less than the total time.
Yeah.
Look
at that. The Flash. I'm like, I look at the Flash. I'm like, how does a movie with $200 million budget mess up so hard? And then we see Zach doing these two movies.
Well, because these movies burn so much money in
200 million
in development.
That's more. Oh, it's definitely more than 200.
So something like the Flash. Like look at how much. Look how many. Like those directors that got hired and then fired for that. The writers that got hired and fired. They still got paid for their time, right? That's all part of the budget.
I said. Yeah.
And so Marvel, same thing. All of these movies have so long and they change direction so many times, even before they start shooting. Whereas, obviously Zach's time that he spent developing this prior to this isn't part of Netflix budget because he wasn't on their clock when he was developing it. But also he storyboards everything before he shoots, and then he shoots according to the storyboards. So there's no, like halfway through they're like, let's change the design. None of that's going on. And so the lost, like they're not burning money all the time by changing directions and being indecisive and not knowing what stuff is going to look like.
Imagine if most Hollywood studios would just do that, just stick to the plans.
Look at Nolan did the same thing. Oppenheimer was $100 million, right? And Nolan, I guess, he doesn't storyboard the same way, but he wrote the script. The script is exactly the movie. Like it was pre-edited in the script because he had to write it that way because it had to fit on a single IMAX canister or palette. And so he had the runtime worked out from the conception of the script or from the completion of the script because he knew it was however many minutes per page, and then And so like there's not even like any deleted scenes or anything. And he's like, oh, I have to have this written exactly as it's gonna be, and then that's what it is. But like not every director can do that.
No.
Not all of them put the pre-development work in, but also the ones that do, then the studio comes in and they said change this, add that, do that, and then look at all that wasted cost. You shoot something, then you go back and then you have to reshoot it, and you have to change it, and it slows everything down. You have to take time to do rewrites, put the film on pause, tell VFX artists to stop work they already started and change the way something looks. Like so much insane waste.
And it costs
that's why the VFX companies hate Marvel, right? Because
as they should.
Yeah.
I'm proud that they're I'm happy they're unionizing.
Like we talk about how hard it is for the artists themselves to put up with that workload. It's a very real thing. It's a very real problem, but also just like on an economic level, like that's time is money, right? Whether studio's paying for it, whether the VFX house is eating the cost, that is so much wasted energy on stuff that just doesn't end up on screen because they don't have their shit figured out from the beginning. And so stuff like Rebel Moon, stuff like 300, these movies that Zach makes for these budgets shows what could be done if you just have your shit figured out from the beginning. And because the studios don't do that, there's so much. Look at what George Lucas made the prequels for. The cost of the prequels is like half of what the sequel trilogy costs. And yeah, sure, people complain about the CGI and stuff like that, but they're not like dollar for dollar. Sure, it doesn't look as good, and people complain about the CGI, but it doesn't look like half the cost, right? It looks like. It looks like
to their credit, though. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, like, that's the problem when it comes to some of these movies. It's like there's too many cooks in the kitchen. But if you have somebody, I mean, again, going back to what Zach did when it comes to this is something he's been working on for 20 plus years, and then it's finally coming to it. So it's like he's not one of those people that is trying to be like, I'm going to get like, that payout like right away. I'm going to get hired on to do this thing. He's like had this thing. He's been working on it. He's been doing it for free, writing it, developing it, doing all the stuff for free while he's doing other shit. Sure. So then when he finally tunes it, he could sell it to somebody and then get his money that he's, get. And then of course you get the budget can be super low because again, and I even said it on, when I on Film Junkie Live was like,
cheers,
$200 million for Flash. No way. With all the shit, like that thing's been in development for how long? There's no way it was $200 million.
October 2014.
It might've been $200 million for the initial principal photography for when they first shot it, but that's not counting the previous and not counting the reshoots and things that happened like after. There's no way that thing was probably it was like 1.5 as times.
That's always just the semantics of Hollywood accounting.
Yeah,
too though. Because like for example, Zach Watchmen got stuck with the bill for all of the previous development that went into a different version before he came on also.
Yeah.
And also a shit fight over the rights with 20th Century Fox. So that movie actually cost like 80 million or whatever to make, but I think the budget says 120 million. Yeah.
20th Century Fox owned the rights to Watchmen?
There was the distribution versus like the rights weren't fully. I think WB had the rights to make it, but 20th Century Fox, you'll need to look up the details. They had a portion of the distribution rights, I think, or something about that. They had to go to court to get it resolved before releasing the movie.
Well, just crazy. But Scott, I know you've had a long day. I know you're gonna take off right now.
Yeah, tired. Go to bed. Plus, I gotta take Callum to a birthday party at 10 in the morning. So
there you go.
Fun.
All the things.
Yes. All right. Well, go ahead and do your send off.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. Our latest episode is Tim and Mai's review of Blue Beetle, so go check that out. And not this Sunday, but 1 week from Sunday, returning to the Film Junkie YouTube channel will be season 2 of Superman the Animated Series with DC the Fanimation stream. So make sure to go watch Blasts from the Past Part 1.
There it is. All right, thanks, Scott.
See you guys
Thanks,
later.
Scott.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Scott.
So before we like wrap up, because this thing's going 4 hours, but I wanted to I did want to, and obviously there was a lot of Rebel Moon talk, but I did want to, talk about this guy that's currently on my shirt, because can you believe it was 10 years ago, a couple days ago, that he was announced as cast? And it was just kind of crazy to think about. I was like, when that was announced, when I saw that on my Twitter, I went like, wow. It's 10 fucking years ago that Ben Affleck was cast as Batman, and
time flies by.
Yeah, it does fly
by.
Let's
watch Dave's video when the news broke.
Yeah. I mean, it was just like it was just crazy to think about, and then of course I thought about my initial reaction, and then of course I talked about it on Film Junkie, and then I did of course a clip, talking about it, and then I actually cut back to me reacting to it, back when I was talk about a different time. It was 10 years ago. I didn't have glasses, first off. Yeah, I wasn't wearing glasses at that time, but I remember living with my brother, and it was just I was having a weird job transitional period where I was like, oh shit, roommates moving to up north, moving with my brother, job going, and then I don't know, it was just it was just fucking weird, because I remember thinking about that, and then when I did my video about it in my clip, I actually incorporated a clip of my reaction, and I was not happy with Ben Affleck being cast. but it was so funny because I'm like, yeah, but he's became my favorite cinematic Batman. But I wanted to know, I wanted to get your guys' reactions. What was your initial reaction when you heard Ben Affleck was? We'll start with you, Andy, of course. What was your initial reaction?
I thought it was a hoax. I was like, this is too good to be true, because I loved Ben Affleck since I grew up. So
so do I, but I just didn't see him as Batman for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, I remember I saw the news, and I'm like, this is bullshit. This can't be true. Ben Affleck is never gonna play Batman. And then sure enough, I see all the trades and then Screen Rant and everything, so on. They all reporting on it. I'm like,
why'd you have to single out Screen Rant, huh?
It was an honorable shout out, because you should go check out Screen Rant, because all of Steven's content on Rebel Moon is now live, and I write half decent stuff. But anyway, I remember I was just like, this is too good to be true. And then knowing it's true, I'm like, oh, this is epic. Because I thought, what if this is the Batman I've always been waiting for, since I watching Batman animated series or whatever, so on. So I was here. I was here for Ben Affleck the day it got announced. I thought it was just too good to be true. And then 10 years later, it was history. History wrote itself. But yeah, I was thrilled. So it's crazy to think that it's already been 10 years since the casting came out. It was because I remember the month before this, 10 years ago, 10 years ago, 1 month ago, I was sitting in Hall H when Zack Snyder came out and announced that they were doing a Batman and Superman movie. You can go check out my reaction, the video of the announcement on my YouTube channel. That's the only good video I have. And then next month we already had our Batman. So it was insane. So yeah, happy 10-year anniversary to Ben Affleck. Thank you for everything he did as Batman, and would love to get more,
of course.
But I will love what we got,
for sure. Steven, what was your reaction?
Actually, I pulled up my first tweet about.
I was about to say.
I was a fan of the Batman Year One animated adaptation, and I'm also a big Dark Knight Returns fan. And so I was thinking older Batman, and I was like, wouldn't it be awesome if they did a Bryan Cranston Batman?
Bryan Cranston?
What?
Think about how old he is. Batman is in Dark Knight Returns.
True.
So I was thinking they were going to go closer to that age.
That could have worked.
So that was my first reaction. I said I wanted Bryan Cranston Batman. Ben Affleck is not Bryan Cranston.
Okay.
And then I was a little bit surprised by it, but I warmed up to it pretty quickly because I realized how good he would be as Bruce Wayne. I don't think I realized how gravelly and like, obviously no one knew how like how huge he would be in the role, but I realized he would be really good for the Bruce Wayne part, and got behind it. I don't know, fairly shortly after that. I was never like a big hater, but yeah, that was my first response. That was prior to the casting. I was like, who would be a good like Dark Knight Returns style Batman? And people were wanted Cranston for Lex Luthor, but I was like, no, Cranston would be a cool like old
Cranston,
like
wow.
an old Batman, like
But I could totally see
imagine
that.
him doing that, like I'm the surgeon, like this is the operating table and I'm the surgeon, like yeah.
Yeah, you add about 20 pounds of muscle to Cranston, I could totally fucking see that, especially back then. I mean, maybe not now, obviously, but
how old is he? How old is he now?
He's like 60 something. But if he was
But
in his,
he doesn't
50s,
look good. So.
This is the thing is like I mean this was like right in the Breaking Bad era, right? When 10 years ago,
when it was out, I think
it was like 4 seasons in, like 2013, because I think that started in 2009 or 8 or 10. I don't know. It was one of those, but yeah.
Wasn't Bryan Cranston someone that everyone wanted to play Commissioner Gordon?
Well, that's why I brought up.
Yeah, he voiced Commissioner Gordon in the Year One movie.
That's why I mentioned the Year One animated movie, because
it's so underrated. By the way, that movie's so underrated.
Yeah, because he voices Gordon in that, and Ben McKenzie is Bruce Wayne in that one too.
that is inspired casting, by the way. And then he went on, and then Ben McKenzie went on to play Gordon on Gotham.
I know, it's pretty crazy how it all. Does that mean Jensen Ackles is going to be the DCU Batman? Anyway,
they've just played Batman in the DCU, and we can just move on. Like,
not tall enough.
Neither was Christian Bale, but like he still,
but he still had 6 feet.
But I'm not sure why I wasn't saying Peter Weller. Just do
Peter Weller. Peter Weller. I mean,
he did that voice in Dark Knight.
Peter Weller.
He did. Yeah, he was RoboCop, and he voiced Batman in Dark Knight Returns animated.
And he could do the Dark Knight Batman.
Yeah, he has a good voice. He has a very good voice. Drop it. Sorry, Paul. What was your initial thoughts?
I remember vividly when that happened. I did not realize it was 10 years. I thought it happened in 2014, the announcement. But I remember I was at my friend Ben's house, who pretty much helped get me into the actual comics and stuff. And he's like I've always been a Batman guy. He's always been like a Superman guy. And he got like a text first, and then he looked it up on his computer, and we both saw it. And like we both were big fans of Man of Steel, but I just thought it was a complete like. I mean, I'm kind of like you, Dave. Like I've always liked Ben Affleck, but I just did not see him as the character like ever. And at that time too, he was doing like he was at the top of his game with like Argo, and he was like he was director Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
So I was like, what is he doing? Like he knows he's a better writer and a director. Why is he doing this big budget movie? I was just so thrown off. But I was like upset. I was like pissed. I was like, they're gonna fuck it up. And like I think I didn't make like a dent or anything, but I like punched a wall kind of. I was like annoyed. Like, I was like this. I think I even signed a petition at one point, like one of those like like Facebook petitions. I'm just saying this was like 10 years ago. So I mean,
okay.
Right. But since obviously the movie came out, it's the exact opposite. He's one of my like top favorite versions of the character, next to maybe like the original Michael Keaton Batman and the Kevin Conroy animated version of the character.
And Bale.
So Bale for me, I have very mixed opinions on, but I'll get on that later. But but no, Affleck's probably one of my favorite versions of the character, and yeah, he may just be my favorite cinematic version. So I mean, now I'm now it's like complete opposite of what the initial reaction I had. But yeah, Zach and his casting director clearly saw something in that, and they were right on the money, basically. So, yeah,
it's interesting how that is. Axel, how did you react? You were probably barely speaking.
Well, I was in year 3.
You were like not even 10 years old.
I was 10. years old, actually.
Oh,
or maybe
were.
9. Maybe. I don't know.
Were you still? Wow, Dave. Wow.
Of course. I have to grill the young buck. I have to grill the young buck.
He's just a baby.
That's what we do. That's what we do. But
He's just a baby.
But I do want to know your reaction as a 10-year-old.
Okay, so like, I wasn't on Twitter.
Yeah, I hope not.
You were too young to be on Twitter back then.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So I was on. No, I wasn't on. Okay, so like, and so when I heard the Batman vs Superman movie was coming out, I thought the Batman was gonna be Bale. I did not know about Affleck.
A lot of people actually did.
Yeah,
there was a funny thing. I remember even covering it. I remember even talking about it myself. It was like the Wayne logo that you see in the Man of Steel, like Wayne satellite. It looked similar to the Wayne logo that was in Nolan's Batman. Like, but at the same time, it's like, well, it's just a Wayne logo with a big W that looks, it was like one of those things. Yeah,
it was actually it wasn't actually an M, but we know there was a certain scooper out there that was going out saying that Christian Bale is going to come back for $50 million in the.
Oh, there were scoops. There were people
in the Flash.
In the scooper, in the scoopers back in 2012.
In case anyone's wondering, this is not new. This whole like let's make an educated guess and put it out there. Scooping business is not a. It's not an invention of the Twitter era. This was happening.
Yeah, definitely not.
So like when I first saw Batfleck as we'll call him, like when I first saw the trailer for BVS, it was like that I think it was that one where it's like we zoom up onto the false god statue. It was that one. And I remember seeing like Bruce Wayne. I'm like, who is this guy? That's not Batman. And then I saw the new suit. I was like, holy shit, whoa, that is cool. And then I saw Alfred, and then the Batmobile, and then
10-year-old Axel was like, holy shit.
Holy crap.
Holy shit.
He said, holy cannoli.
Holy shit, Mama, look, it's Batman.
Okay, relax. Okay, so but and then like so,
I know. This is what you came into. Sorry, Axel.
That is true. God, I should have brought beer. So and then when I saw BBS
drink in the United States, but in Australia,
we ain't in the US. We're in Australia now. Okay, so like when I first saw BVS, I was like, holy! I wasn't the biggest fan of BVS. Shocker, right? But now, like when I got older, I was like, yeah, I like this movie a lot more. And then, yeah, I was like extremely hyped for like the Batfleck movie when he was still attached to it, because we saw that his world already in like in Suicide Squad, sort of like you had him like fight Deadshot, you saw him like capture Harley, like it's implied he took down Killer Croc, and what else was there? And then also in 2016, like I was in year 6, and like you saw. I remember the exact day Ben Affleck leaked that footage of Deathstroke.
Yes.
I remember telling all my friends, "Oh my god, look at this!" And then and some of them were like, "Is that Deathstroke from Arrow?" I'm like, "Yeah, but it's a different one." And yeah, I was just really excited for that movie. Holy shit! My god.
Yeah, I remember
should
that.
still make it.
The Deathstroke thing. I was actually going to work. I ended up being late to work. I had to call in and be like, "I'm going to be late to work," because it happened early in the morning, and I was like,
"What was the lie you told everyone after?"
I have no idea. I was I don't know. I made up something, but I said I was going to be late because I was literally about to go out the door, and I like happened to just check Twitter again, and that freaking video dropped, and I'm like, I got to do a video. Kind of thing, because that was like in 2016, I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
Or yeah, it was
that day was epic. Like
it was an epic thing.
Because I remember,
and then like before like BVS came out, like you had that like that CW showcase, like where they're talking, where you had Kevin Smith talking with the a guy with the ball cap. We don't talk about him. Just talking about these movies. Like you had you saw that concept art of like Aquaman and like Flash, and then the Green Lanterns, and I was like super hyped.
Yeah, that was
and then everything was fine.
Yeah, and then it all went to shit.
And then they cut 30 minutes out of BB. I was like,
yeah, well, what can they do? We got the director's cut, and it's great. At least,
yeah, that's true.
And now Zach is thriving on Netflix.
Exactly, that's what it's all about. But I also forgot that, and one of the things I wanted to talk about too tonight is like, who has watched Ahsoka?
I have.
Okay.
I'm not.
Steven, I know Steven, like I know you even watched that too. Well, first, since Paul raised his hand first, what were your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a fine show. Like, I mean, my high tier with the Star Wars show stuff is, Andor and like the early seasons of Mandalorian. I like season 3, but the season 1 and 2 I felt are a little bit better. But
you don't like the Lizzo episode? That's the best one.
I actually didn't hate that episode, but that's
she's gonna appear in Rebel Moon. Watch it.
Oh, okay. Well,
that is so random, Axel.
As far as Ahsoka goes, I feel that it was a moderately budgeted show. It has a good budget. It's good acting. It's decent writing. You can tell it's like Dave Filoni's doing this. I think the only disconnect with some fans, it's Filoni is playing it close to the chest. He's playing it for fans who are really following like everything to a degree, because I did not want to watch not Ahsoka. I did not want to watch the show Rebels when that came out. I didn't really care because it was a Disney like XP show or something like that at the time. XD, thank you.
XP.
I see Disney animated show. This is before Disney Plus. I'm like, okay, fine. And like I was like, whatever.
The name is stupid either way. I mean, XT, I just never understood that.
Right, but my roommate was a hardcore Star Wars guy, so he was like, "Hey, let's check out Rebels," and I was like, "Really?" And he's like, "Yeah, let's do it." I was like, "All right," and like he had told me that like, "Oh, Maul plays into it, Ahsoka comes back." I was like, "All right," and like I knew enough about Clone Wars to be like, "All right, this will be cool." And honestly, I was really mixed on Rebels. I never really loved the show. I know there was some good stuff in it, but like I never was really like a fan of Rebels. But I liked a lot of what they did in Rebels. There's some good ideas and there's some good storylines. But honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, as like a fan of like Star Wars in general, I think you have to know a decent amount about Rebels to really get Ahsoka. And they tried to kind of not play that up before the show came out, even though a lot of fans were skeptical. And I think that's the only real weakness of the show, because there's a lot of relationships and characters that you don't really know. And but that being said, for the show for what it is fine. Like it's a solid. I mean, you don't have to know Rebels, but like it definitely helps. It gives you a better idea of the backstory of these characters who you're meeting for the first time in live action. But like you're like, okay, so this is just a bunch of these different characters in a different section. This is an Ahsoka story, and they're doing some interesting stuff. I would say the biggest, I want to say, I'm saying this is kind of like a double-edged sword comment, because I want to say that the biggest sadness about the show is that the most interesting character so far to me is the Ray Stevenson character. And he's passed away in real life, but man, he's a cool character. Like I want to know way more about that guy, and just like his story dealing with like what I'll call them the bad guys are up to. And like, but like I said, it's interesting. It's not terrible. I definitely recommend it if you're into the Star Wars in general. It's got that good vibe, but there is something weird about it. Right now, it feels like I mean, in a way, it is kind of with how Dave Filoni is and what he does with Star Wars, but it feels almost like someone is doing kind of like a like their own Star Wars, like their own like D&D campaign on these like random Star Wars characters you never saw before or whatever. That's kind of like the vibe it gives off. But again, it's not bad though. Like it doesn't make me like angry to watch it or being like, oh, this isn't Star Wars. Like, no, it's Star Wars, but it's different. It's a different vibe. If that makes any sense.
No, it does. I feel what you're saying.
Okay.
There's something interesting. I even said, like, I don't know, it gave me a little bit of prequel vibes too, but at the same time, I'm not very well versed in the Rebels and Clone Wars. I've seen episodes, so I wasn't like entirely lost, but I could see how it would have benefited. But I thought, okay, there's enough story here where I know where, like, okay, I'm not confused, I guess you could say. But there's some things that are predictable and whatever the heck, and But Steven, I want your thoughts on it.
I liked it. I liked the first 2 episodes more than I anticipated, but I'm basically very not into almost everything. I loved Andor, but Mandalorian I've liked less and less. Book of Boba Fett was real bad. Something that I noticed about Ahsoka, though, that I think is a larger Star Wars problem at this point, largely due to this kind of the oversaturation of the material, is the way everything is presented now. There's so many characters and so many things are like so well established, because like Ahsoka's a new character in live action, but there's a lot of books and there's obviously Clone Wars and Rebels. And so you get this really, really weird situation where it's not clear to me who any Star Wars is for anymore. And so, like, you have this entire show where it doesn't know who to make an interesting or mysterious character. Like, go watch A New Hope, and you're like, oh, who's this princess recording this message? And then Luke, the way Luke is presented on the screen, there's this, you don't know who he is, but it's clear there's a reveal. You get the music with him that comes in. Obi-Wan is clearly this mysterious character, but when you go into a show like this and you know who everyone is, there's this weird sense of like, it just kind of throws characters at you like, oh yeah, you know who Ahsoka is. We don't really need to give her any sort of a presentation. There's no mystique. There's no intrigue. There's no mystery at all. It's just, oh, here's Ahsoka. You know who Ahsoka is. But then, so therefore, then all of that like character reveal stuff is reserved for characters who are either like random cameos or Easter eggs or teases. Like there's this Inquisitor that's got the mask on that like the camera keeps on lingering on, and it's and, like, for example, you don't watch A New Hope and wonder who's Darth Vader. He's gonna pull off the mask and it's gonna be someone, and you're not watching Empire Strikes Back like, oh, Boba Fett is totally someone that's gonna, like, no, they're just these guys that are there. But like,
so waiting for a reveal.
Because
now.
On this show they introduce the character with the mask and the camera lingers on him, and you're like, oh, it's gonna be someone we know, and it's such an unnatural way to tell a story, because it's asking us to be invested in things that aren't what the actual plot is, because they know, they're assuming a level of knowledge and they're assuming a particular audience is watching it. And so maybe the problem for me is that I'm outside of the target audience now, even though I love Ahsoka. Ahsoka is one of my favorite characters, even after watching Rebels and Clone Wars. I think that she's like one of the most interesting characters with the most opportunity in there. But I don't know. It just doesn't capture that in a way. I think the music, in terms of things I like, the music, having Kevin Kiner do the music is amazing. It's a much better, I like Ludwig Göransson on the Mandalorian stuff is good, but Kiner did the Clone Wars and the Rebels music, and really, really does a good job of capturing that kind of John Williams vibe that has been.
It really does, because there's many times where I was thinking that I was like, are they using like? I thought they were using John Williams.
I got to interview him once. He's very smart. I mean, he's studied. He's studied Williams to the point where he understands like the Star Wars language in the music and is able to. It's similar to like what Giacchino did or Powell did with Solo and Rogue One. I think Kiner does a really good job with that. And so I don't know. There's nothing that has happened in the first 2 episodes that has made me like go like, seriously, what the hell? Well, like Mandalorian does, and like Book of Boba Fett did.
Lizzo shows up,
but or like Obi-Wan.
What's your obsession with Lizzo?
There's all these moments where I'm just like, what
I don't
is going
know.
on here? And Ahsoka didn't do that, but also it didn't do anything that made me go, like I'm watching Andor and I'm like, this is interesting. And like I'm talking about the way it presents the characters. It presented what's his name? Cyril. Like that's a character who doesn't have a history, it doesn't have whatever, but you're interested and kind of compelled to know more about his story because of the lack of connections and the way that these characters come in and weave in and out of that story. You're actually invested in it, as opposed to it being like, like the camera doesn't yell at you, here's something that's an Easter egg, or here's this, I don't know.
Sounds like Ahsoka's very predictable. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not that it's predictable. It's like they know, they're assuming a level of investment in the characters, and it impacts the way the story is told. Which
if I watched a show, because I haven't watched Clone Wars or Rebels at all, like I know Ahsoka from just a few clips I've seen on Mandalorian. If someone like me were to tune into that show, would it basically be because you're talking about they don't know who to target a show for?
I think like you'd be fine in terms of like there's exposition to, like, you're not going to be lost, you're not going to be confused about what's going on, but you're going to be like, Ahsoka is not presented in a way that treats her as the main character of a story that you're about to see. It treats her as it treats it as a continuation of shows that you haven't seen in terms of not like knowledge expectations, but there's no reveal, there's no intrigue in who she is or anything. It's just kind of like, oh, you saw the last episode and now there's this episode and here's Ahsoka and let's just move on with that. And there's nothing cinematic or developed about the storytelling. That I don't know if that's a nitpick or not, but it just feels
no.
very,
I think it's a good critical note.
Yeah, it feels like A New Hope would have been made differently if it were made after the prequels, right? Like the Darth Vader and so it feels very much like that, where you're going into it and they're like,
Darth Vader would have been in A New Hope a whole lot more if it was made after the prequels.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and so there's a level of, it's just missing this level of storytelling that kind of puts in effort to get you invested in the characters. It kind of assumes you're invested in the characters, and the only characters that are given any sense of like excitement are like those kind of quick hit cameos, and like the camera will linger on something, and it's like not because it's developing a sense of intrigue, it's because it's an Easter egg. And I don't know.
That sounds very discouraging.
It doesn't break it.
Give
for
it a
me.
shot.
Like Obi-Wan.
No, but it's like I want to be able to watch a show thing without having to feel like, because what Steven is saying, that this feels like they're continuing a story for a character throughout a show.
Nah.
But like this show should be modeled in a way where like you can watch the show. Like that's what a good pilot. Even if I take something like the Arrowverse, for example, you can take any of the spin-off pilots. I know, but you can take any of the spin-off pilots, and like you don't have to necessarily think about like, oh, what did I haven't seen the Batwoman crossover with Elsewhere. I haven't seen the first 2 episodes Barry was on Arrow. So those are good pilots. But when I hear that Ahsoka, basically from what Steven is saying, is like it's continuing, this larger arc that she's been on throughout these other projects, without really giving you a sense of, hey, if this is your first time watching Ahsoka, if this is your first time getting exposed to this character, you can watch it.
Yeah, like for me, I love Ahsoka, but I watch this and it's even though it's a continuation of shows and arcs that I like, I don't want it to do that. I want it to resell me on the character as its own show.
No.
It's like watching Book of Boba Fett,
right.
and then they include that episode from The Mandalorian in there, and then The Mandalorian starts, and you're like, oh wait, all this important stuff happened in a different show. Like there's no sense of like this isn't its own thing, and so for Ahsoka, it's particularly weird for me because like I want you to sell me on Ahsoka again. Like if you were to watch it, you're not gonna like if for someone who doesn't know Ahsoka's background, you're not gonna be sitting there wondering like what's the plot, who are these characters, what's going on. They explain that all very well, and it's smart and it's well written in the sense that like you're not gonna be lost and confused because you haven't watched all of Clone Wars and Rebels. But you could watch the first 2 episodes of Ahsoka and I could say, what's special about Ahsoka? And you'll say, I don't know. Like they don't do anything to they don't anything to tell you this is why this character
that's a red flag for me.
This is
That's a
why
red flag for me.
the apprentice of Anakin Skywalker being alive post Return of the Jedi is interesting. They don't do any groundwork, and it's frustrating because like that is fascinating. There's so much they could do with that, and they're just kind of like, oh, you're interested in this because of stories that happened in other mediums, and that's I don't know.
No, I think Stephen has some points because I mean, on one hand, like I do think Ahsoka is better than say like Kenobi or like the Book of Boba Fett in terms of like budget and like it's definitely there's definitely some more care put there, but I think Stephen has a point because there isn't as much a connection to the characters, or if you're just watching it as the show. Whereas, like, if I watched the first, like, 2 seasons of Mandalorian or even Andor, I'm connected to these characters. And it feels like an extension of Star Wars. Like, it feels like, okay, Star Wars is happening, but this is also happening in the same universe kind of thing. But there's something weird about Ahsoka where it feels almost kind of like a knockoff. It's really weird. Like, hey, you don't have R2, but you got Chopper. And hey, you don't have Han Solo. You got this green alien girl. You know, I know it's Hera, but like, you know, and like you don't have Obi-Wan Kenobi. You got Ahsoka, or you know, and so it's always like it feels like everything is sort of like you don't got Boba Fett. You got Sabine. They feel like knockoff characters or something. It's really off. But at the same time, I watched all of Rebels. Like I know where these characters are from. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen the show, but like I know what the connection is. And even then, I'm still kind of disconnected to some degree.
And that's why I say maybe it's an issue with Star Wars being oversaturated in general because I get a lot of fans are going to jump into this and be like, oh, I'm invested in these characters already. Just give me more. But like it's a new show. This is a new story for Ahsoka. Sell me on the character. Present it as a character that I should be intrigued to know more about. Make me ask questions about where has she been, what's going on. How does she feel about what's going on? You know, there's so many questions I should have that the show seems entirely uninterested with answering about Ahsoka. And I can do the legwork. I love Ahsoka. I can do the legwork myself to explain why it's interesting. But like that's not a show then. That's just another episode of a million episodes of this franchise that just kind of exists now, which further contributes to it all just being like, even if it's a great episode of Ahsoka, where does any of this fit? And that's where, like with Book of Boba Fett, things started to really break down for me because they throw in this episode of The Mandalorian, and I have issues with both of those shows, but just from a structural storytelling point, it didn't further Boba Fett's story, and it undid all of the stuff that happened at the end of Mandalorian season 2. And then the beginning of Mandalorian season 3 picks up drastically altered. Like if you don't watch Book of Boba Fett, you don't know, like there's no continuity in that show. Like structurally speaking, why does any of this happen this way? And I don't think that's it's a nitpick, but also it's a like they should exist as a show. Like why is The Mandalorian its own show? Why is Book of Boba Fett its own show? Why is Ahsoka its own show? They should justify themselves and not just say like, well, you like this stuff already, so here's more of it.
Yeah.
It's interesting. That's very disappointing to hear.
When it comes to like the fact, just like sell me on the character, it seems like it's selling the other characters more than her. It's like she's just like that. She has 2 lightsabers. Cool. I like the double lightsabers. I'm a fan of the double lightsabers. She kicks ass. But yeah, they're not really selling, you know, for a show called Ahsoka, it seems like they're not really selling the character of Ahsoka. I didn't really think about that. And I think that was the one thing I was like, huh. Yeah, like I mean, I enjoyed it, and I'm like, okay, I enjoyed the second episode more than the first one. The first one, yeah, there's some predictable stuff in there. I was like, one certain character, I'm like, I bet you, and then sure enough, it happened. But you know, and I was like, okay. And then there's even something with this mysterious, you know, who is that character? I'm like, I think I can have an idea who it might be, kind of thing. It's like there's some things that are just like kind of predictable because they're just like throwing it in your face of like you said, Steven, like the camera is really focusing on this. They want you to know like this masked helmeted person is going to be significant. And I'm like, just don't do that. I mean, you can kind of do that, but at the same time, it's like let me get more interested in the Ahsoka character. And yeah, after watching the 2 episodes, I'm like, I don't even know who the.
How many episodes does season 1 have?
It's 8. It's 8 episodes, and I'm with Steven in the sense of like, granted, we got 6 episodes left, and there needs to be some sort of mystery, but like, yeah, I feel in that same sense of like I have more questions than I have answers, and two other big facts is like, even if you were taking out all the other Star Wars stuff and you're just focusing on like the Ahsoka story, you have essentially the end of Rebels. Which took place before the original trilogy, and now you're here, which is essentially Rebels season 5. That's like a 10-year gap, and we only have a very vague notion of where she's been and what she's been doing. Then there was this thing, I don't know if it's a retcon or whatever they're doing, but the ending of Rebels has a very similar ending to, I think, the ending of episode 2, with Sabine and Ahsoka meeting at the tower, and the painting I think that Sabine did way back when of like the Rebels crew, but it's almost a shot for shot kind of like remake of the scene. But there are very big differences in it in terms of like what Ahsoka's wearing, and so I'm talking to my friend who's my roommate who's more Star Wars than I am, and I was like, did Filoni mean for this to be exactly?
I mean, this isn't the first time he's retconned stuff, so
I guess.
Well, but also they're
I'm more
implying,
confused.
though. I think that this it's not the same, because I think that in between then and now, she tried to train Sabine and it didn't work out, and so this is so that happened, and then it's happening again, similar but different. But I don't know. It's a weird example though of like, for example, like Dave would have no idea what's going on there. And we do, but we have question. Like it's like, who is that for? I don't like the storytelling is done in such a way where it's like it assumes a certain amount of knowledge and doesn't try to sell things, but also like, I don't know. And a lot of this is like really, really nitpicky and hard to me even wrap my hand around exactly what the criticism is, because like it doesn't do a lot of the boneheaded stuff that really makes me frustrated with the other shows they've been doing. It's not nearly as good as Andor, but like it's a big improvement from some of the mistakes they were making with the other shows. But I think that just the sheer amount of Star Wars stuff that's out there, they've kind of lost focus on that question of like, who is this for, and like what characters are we selling and to who, and it just kind of assumes, it doesn't treat it as its own thing, it just treats it as more of all of it.
It's chapter 15 instead of chapter 1. And that's what, like, for example, like because the first thing I saw of Star Wars again in recent years was there'll be one show. I have not seen Mandalorian. After episode 9, I was like, I need a break from Star Wars because the fandoms drive me insane. And so no, but like, it got to the point where like Star Wars becoming insufferable, because I'm like, well, I like the sequel trilogy, but it's like, some of these hardcore fans are just like, yeah. But like I remember,
we lost Steven.
Oh no. He was like, he loved the sequel. Fuck. No, but I remember I watched Obi-Wan, and even though I had taken a break from Star Wars for like at least 3-4 years at that point, I could still get sold on the idea of, what is Obi-Wan's next story? What are we gonna do here, without having to feel like, oh shit, I haven't read these comics, or I haven't watched this show yet, and so on. But it sounds like with Ahsoka, it sounds like, and I've always heard great things about Dave Filoni, but it sounds like he really wanted to just appeal to the Clone Wars / Rebels / Mandalorian audience, and that's a little disappointing. Like like if you're, again, a good spin-off show should be able to. Sorry,
I don't think there's nothing. I didn't feel like that, and I was like kind of curious of like how people felt who very well versed in that, and because I'm not, I've seen a few episodes of both series, Clone Wars and Rebels.
Yeah,
but like, and it seemed like, okay, they're trying to just like continue it, but I didn't feel lost or anything like that. I don't know. It was, but again, it brings up a good point. It's like try to make Ahsoka a little bit more interesting.
Yeah.
It's like she just like kicks ass and that's about it. And maybe they're gonna find they're gonna dive into her character a little bit more. It seems like they're diving into the other characters more than her in her own series. So
that's scary to me. Especially someone who's followed franchise that will do spin-off after spin-off and spin-offs. It's like this is like definitely concerning because I was gonna watch the show initially because I love Rosario Dawson, but just hearing what Steven has brought up and what Paul's brought up, it was like, maybe I'll just wait till the whole season has come out and maybe then watch it because it sounds like right now he doesn't know what it is.
I mean, the biggest thing. I mean, talking with my roommate, who's way more. I mean, he reads the books. He's seen all the shows. Like he's even watched like the Endor movies. He's really into it. And
Jesus.
yeah, we were talking about Rosario Dawson's performance. Now, I don't mind her in the Book of Boba Fett or The Mandalorian. I thought she was good in those episodes, and she's got some interesting like lines to say, and a part to play in the story. But now at this point in the show where she's at, I mean, granted, she's got a lot on her plate. She's dealing with a lot of different things. But I was weirded out in a sense about because from what I remember watching of the character in Clone Wars and even in Rebels, I said, I don't know if it's just me, and I was like, you tell me if I'm reading this wrong. I was like, I felt she had more personality in other stuff, or
she did.
In the animated stuff.
She seems more robotic in this one.
Well, I was also wondering though too, because clearly, Ahsoka is, she's not a practicing Jedi, but she's a Jedi, or she's a Jedi adjacent essentially. And, the whole point of them is to the more versatile they get or the older they get, the more they're in control of their emotions and stuff like, because, being overly emotional leads to the dark side. And she's obviously seen where the dark side can go and like what it can do to ones that she loves and cares about. I mean, Anakin being that prime example. So I'm wondering if she was told by Dave or she was told by somebody to kind of like pull back and be like, no, you're a reserved like master, basically. You're because when she was originally introduced, like way back, she was intentionally made to be a very annoying character. And the point of that, too, was to have her grow and learn as a character and become more responsible and more aware of how, her bad choices affect those around her. So I'm wondering if it's a conscious choice that they chose for her to be kind of, I don't want to say bland, but maybe like reserved. Yeah. And because even between, like I said, even between her last appearance, which was, I think, the last season of Rebels and now, or between that's still like a 10-year period. So I'm wondering if that's a conscious choice or not. So I mean yeah,
very well could be, but it's gonna be interesting to see where the series goes. Like I said, there's only 6 more episodes, which is interesting. It's like, all right, 6 more weeks. We'll see where it goes, see where the character goes. Let's see if she gets more intriguing. But let's go ahead and wrap this up. I know, Steven, you got to go, and you can go ahead and send off first as we wrap up this Rebel
Moon inside, by the way.
Thank you for being the guy on the boots, the shoes,
what?
The crazy shoes on the ground.
The guy on the boot.
I'm just saying. Anyways, go ahead, Steven. Send off.
You can find me on Twitter at smcolbert if you want. I wrote like 10,000 words on Rebel Moon in addition to
so much content.
Yeah, that's a lot of words.
In addition to a bunch of interviews, and there's still more going up too. So check my in my Twitter at smcolbert. Check my bio, and my Screen Rant link is in there for all my articles with Rebel Moon. I also recorded a 3-hour breakdown of the trailer with Dice. That'll be up on our Snyder Minute podcasts pretty soon. You can find those at snyderminute.com. Also, we're working our way through the Martha Minute and BVS by the Minute, which you can find also at snyderminute.com. And so a lot of stuff.
appreciate you joining, Steven.
Yeah, for sure.
And happy birthday to you again.
Oh,
Happy birthday!
It's your birthday? What the fuck? Oh yeah, happy birthday.
What the fuck?
I didn't know.
Bye.
All right, bye.
See you, Ryan.
All right, go ahead, Andy. You go next.
Well, you can find me at Andy Babak, spelled like that. Yeah. I always get confused like where my finger is actually going to be at. I'm a senior writer at Screen Rant. I don't do nearly as cool stuff as Steven does, but if you want to check out the latest in TV and movie news, you can do that. I also do the Flash podcast. Just did an episode with Rebecca from Supergirl Radio where we talked about Zack Snyder's epic Flash plans with Zoom. Also had the biggest Snow White tantrum. Like Dave, I beg you, please just watch that episode. Like I think you will get a hoot out of it. Still trying to work out that Blue Beetle review at some point. Go see Blue Beetle in theaters. Go support our guy. Sorry.
I saw it. I got bribed by my friends. They paid for my ticket, but I liked it. I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was really fun.
Well, he says thank you. You can also find me as a. I love him so much. He's so cute. I'm also the editor-in-chief of Multiverse of Color and the co-host of Endless Multiverse at Chainsaw Reacts YouTube channel, just at Chainsaw Reacts on Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern. And just check my social media for all my other stuff if I forgot to plug anything. Steve Blue Beetle.
Nice. Yeah, I forgot to ask you, Paul, about Blue Beetle, but I know you said you liked it.
Yeah, I'll make it really quick. So my friends, I'm just kind of done with like the main DCEU in general, but I'll still check out the Elseworld stuff. But no, my friends had missed out on my birthday party earlier in the month, and so they basically said, "Hey, we'll pay for your ticket. Come on out. Like we'll hang out for the night, and we'll see Blue Beetle." And they also are Latino based as well, so I was like, okay, so I want to see like what your perspective is on this and how you feel about it and stuff too. I was just curious, and so I went and we all actually all really kind of loved it. I was pleasantly surprised. Probably, I mean, I would say for me it was about as good as say like the first Aquaman or Shazam 1. Like I was surprised at how much I really did like it, and I had a really good time. And it felt like a movie that had its own identity, and it didn't feel like it was reshot like 500 times from studio mandates and stuff like that. It felt
gun.
Yeah.
The fact, I know you're a huge gun fan, but
the fact that it had George Lopez in it and as like a side character, and like that he didn't make me want to like kill myself watching him. I think that in itself is a miracle of that movie. No, but really like
no, I was feeling that too. I was like, he's gonna annoy me. Yeah.
It had a good vibe. It had its own identity. The kid from Cobra Kai, he was the character. The CGI was consistent and good. The fight scenes were fun. Like and they even did a cool thing with like the bad guy, I should say the suit bad guy. And like that whole scene about him like seeing the connection in his past through the suits, I thought that was just a really well crafted scene. So yeah, I give it high praise. I'd say go check it out if you haven't seen it yet in theaters. Though I know it's not doing the best in box office right now. I don't know what the international markets will do. But,
no, I'm just
well, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. Anyway, if you guys, I know you guys do, but if you want to follow me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram and at Paul Pan Hook on Vero. So, and thanks again for having me on, man.
Yeah, always like talking to you, man.
Thanks, dude.
And then finally we got Axel.
You're saving the best for last.
Of course. I mean,
yeah.
Well, Steven and Scott already left, so.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, so anyway, you can find me on Twitter by Axel R. Droger, or X. You can find me on YouTube via Droger52. You can find me on Vero by Kenji Dunst. I want to change that. I don't know how to.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah, I know. That's something I made up like years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something I made up years ago. But like, yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right, guys. Well, this has been fun. A lot of Rebel Moon talk, and there's going to be a lot more of Rebel Moon discussions going to be happening on here, and hopefully we can get the man himself to show back up one of these days too to talk about it as well. But yeah, Anyways, guys, we love you. Hit that like, thumbs up, do all that. See, like I said, again, no DC Fanimated. No DC Fanimated on Sunday since I'll
This
be
is Metallica time.
Hell yeah, but I'll see you guys
Nice.
on Sunday. Did you just do Disturbed?
That's not even Metallica.
No. That's oh no.
You
I was like,
freaking child.
Oh my god. Here we go. Anyways, thank you guys, and we'll talk to you guys later.
Bye.
I should probably get that.
Yeah, you should probably.
Whoops. There we go.